Didn't reach out yesterday. Ready? Okay, let me. Good morning. Good morning to, first off, good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good morning to my colleagues, my staff, the central staff, and just general good morning. I want to first express, as this week, just want again to completely express gratitude to the legislative staff, with my own staff, the entire central staff of the legislature. This month, as well as this week, marks a series of important recognitions. This month, we honor our seniors, as was iterated during our session as part of Older Americans Month. We honor our nurses this week. Our correction officers take recognition to their work, especially our nurses on the front line of what's taking place with the pandemic. This month also being Mental Health Awareness Month, as we continue to support those with any mental afflictions, but overall mental wellness for all. Again, expressing a happy early Mother's Day to all the mothers, those who serve in a maternal role within our community. And also, I want to thank also, of course, as many on a personal level, yesterday was my birthday, but also I want to say happy birthday to all the May celebrants. Those had birthdays the last few days, as well as the month of May. And we continue to celebrate our living, and those also we also reflect to on this difficult time, as we have persons who have lost their lives due to the pandemic and any other sickness or disease. So we continue to recognize those individuals and pray for their families. Today's hearing, and before I get into today's hearing, I want to first, of course, as part of order of business, I want to before calling the roll, I'm going to ask the clerk for any correspondence from my colleagues, so we can first go through the roll call, and then we'll proceed from there. Madam Clerk, if you were to let me know if we have any correspondence from any of the committee members regarding their attendance.
Good morning.
Morning.
Yes, there's a correspondence. Honorable Carla J. Joseph, Senator, 34th Legislature. The Honorable Genevieve R. Whitaker, Chairwoman, Committee of Education and Workforce Development, Capitol Building, P.O. Box 1690, St. Thomas, VI 00820. Dear Chairwoman Whitaker, kindly receive this letter as a formal request to be excused from attending the Committee on Education and Workforce Development hearing scheduled for today, Friday, May 7, 2021, in the Fritz E. Lowetz Conference Room on St. Croix due to circumstances beyond my control. Please know that your consideration of this request and recording my absence as excused at today's hearing will be greatly appreciated. Respectfully, Carla Joseph, Senator, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands.
Okay, so we'll mark her as excused. Okay, so we'll proceed with the roll. Senator, Vice Chair, Senator Janelle K. Saru. Present. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Donna Fred Gregory absent. Senator Kurt A. Viale. Senator Kurt A. Viale absent. Senator Kenneth Gittens. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens absent. Senator Potter.
Present.
Yes, Senator Potter is present. And of course, as I indicated, Senator Carla J. Joseph excused. I did receive some communications from my colleagues, and I do expect them to attend. And to that, I'm going to give just a 2-minute recess just to compose ourselves, because one of the items we had, of course, as we know, which is unfortunate, we oftentimes have a situation where we get testimonies in late. All the testimonies for those who are tuning in, as I continue to encourage the public to do so, you can, on the legislative website, legvi.org. You can even go to my personal Facebook page as well, where I've shared the direct link to today's committee folder, where you'll see the testimonies and information for today's meeting. So I'll just take a brief recess as we compose ourselves, and then we get into the agenda. So this committee stands in recess for 2 minutes. The Committee on Education and Workforce Development is back in session. I want to, this time I'll have the clerk read today's agenda into the record.
Agenda on Committee on Education, Workforce Development, May 7, 2021. The Committee on Education and Workforce Development has scheduled a hearing for Friday, May 7, 2021 at 9:30 a.m. in the Fritz E. Loretz Conference Room, St. Croix. The committee will receive testimony on the state of the Unemployment Insurance Lost Wage Assistance Program and the Federal Pandemic Unemployment Assistance Program. Invited testifier, Mr. Gary Malloy, Commissioner, VI Department of Labor.
Thank you, and I do see Commissioner Malloy on the line. Commissioner Malloy, if you would go ahead and turn on your camera, and that would include all your team members who are with you. Everyone needs to turn on their camera. I also want to take note, I do see a couple of other testifiers. Just to again indicate, Block 1 is just Commissioner Malloy and the team members at his team, leadership team at the Department of Labor. Of course, you're welcome to stay on. I do see other testifiers for Block 2, but you're invited to stay on. You can come back on at the time for Block 2, okay, which is around 12, we should estimate about 12:30. We should be back here for Block 2. So as I begin, I want to first off lay out that one of the rules as per the Third Legislature is the oath of office, okay? And so, the oath. And with the oath, I'm going to ask each one of you to raise your right hand. Okay, and when when I say do you, and indicate your name, and then have you read after me. Do you say your name?
Nisha Christian.
Gary Halliard. Gary Malloy.
Solemnly affirm that under penalty of perjury, that the testimony you will give to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
I do. I do.
Thank you. Or lower your hands. And we're just going to do a quick sound check. I'm going to start off with Commissioner Malloy. Just do a 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, so we can hear your voice and see how your sound is on your side.
Good morning. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3.
Okay. Assistant Commissioner Christian Hendrickson.
Good morning. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3.
Okay, and I see. Go ahead. Mr. Hart.
Good morning. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3.
Mr. Haler.
Good morning. Testing 1, 2.
And also just be mindful, it's going to be every time you respond to a question or to be sure to put your name on the record for the stenographer. Okay. Thank you. So at this time, we will proceed with having Commissioner Malloy present his testimony. You may proceed.
Thank you, Senator. Morning. Good morning, Honorable Senator Genevieve Whitaker, Chairwoman of Education and Workforce Development Committee, Senator Janelle K. Sorrow, Vice Chair, other senators of the 34th Legislature present, the viewing and listening audiences. I am Gary Malloy, Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Labor. Here with me today is Ms. Cindy L. Richardson, Assistant Commissioner, Attorney Nisha R. Christian Hendrickson, Assistant Commissioner, Legal Counsel, and Mr. Gary Halliard, the Acting Director of Unemployment Insurance and Director of Bureau of Labor Statistics. Thank you for inviting us to provide testimony regarding the unemployment insurance programs. The Virgin Islands Department of Labor's Unemployment Insurance Program continues to collect employer quarterly contributions and provide benefits under the regular unemployment insurance program. The pandemic caused record numbers of unemployed persons to enter the system, higher than even during the Great Depression of the 1930s. To address this additional assistance programs, additional programs were created. In the years 2015 to 2019, total benefits nationally were 148 billion. However, in 2020 alone, the same system paid out 143 billion. To combat the need, programs were created to provide additional benefits, to extend current benefit weeks, as well as increase the eligibility criteria. The pandemic-related programs are the Pandemic Unemployment Assistance Program, or PUA, PUA, the Pandemic Emergency Unemployment Compensation, or PEUC, and the Federal Pandemic Unemployment Compensation, FPUC. The PUA, the PEUC, and the FPUC were passed by Congress under the CARES Act of 2020. Our agency has begun the process of implementing the Continued Assistance Act of 2000, the CAA, which provides provisions to continue the PUA, the PEUC, and the FPUC, and a new Mixed Earner Unemployment Compensation Program. The Act provides entitlement to eligible claimants from January 2nd, 2021 until March 14th, 2021. Subsequently, because the need has continued, Congress recently passed the America Rescue Plan Act of 2021, ARPA, ARPA, which augmented the CAA and provided additional entitlement to these programs until September 6, 2021. Although these programs have been expanded, they also have new terms as to when they end or expire. Under each program, changes and new requirements have been added as follows. The MEUC, which is the Mixed Earner Unemployment Compensation Program, was established to provide an additional $100 as a supplement to individuals who had at least $5,000 in net earnings from self-employment. Individuals who apply for this supplement are required to submit documentation that substantiates their earnings, tax returns related to the year their claim was established. These earnings must be from sources other than their wages earned from employer W-2s, but specifically from engagement in self-employed activities. This program is restricted by law from persons who are on the PUA program. The MEUC program period is from January 2nd, 2021 and runs until September 6, 2021. The FPUC, or the FPUC, as we call it, which is the Federal Pandemic Unemployment Compensation Program, under the CAA and the American Rescue Plan, or the ARPA Act, continue to provide a $300 supplement to all persons who are eligible with respect to any weeks beginning on January 2nd, 2021 until September 6th, 2021. The PUA, or the Pandemic Unemployment Assistance Program, has also been extended from January 2nd, 2021 until September 6th, 2021. However, rule changes has been implemented that require the PUA claimants under both acts to provide additional documentation to be eligible to receive benefits, in addition to 3 new criteria that can provide entitlement. The documentation requirements for continued eligibility requires each claimant to provide proof of employment in the most recent tax year. These include W-2, 1099, and tax returns. If these are not provided, individuals will not be able to collect benefits under the program and deemed not eligible. There is also a time-sensitive clause under the law for persons who have had a PUA claim prior to December 27, 2020, and any new claims established after January 31st, 2021. In the first scenario, persons have 90 days to turn in documents, and in the second, persons must submit by 21 days within filing the initial claim. The three new criteria for entitlement are: 1, an individual has been denied continued unemployment benefits because the individual refused to return to work or accept an offer of work at a work site that in either instance is not in compliance with local, state, or national health and safety standards directly related to COVID-19. This includes, but is not limited to, those related to facial mask wearing, physical distancing measures, or the provisions of personal protective equipment consistent with public health guidelines. Number 2, an individual provides service to an educational institution or educational service agency, and the individual is unemployed or partially unemployed because of volatility in the work schedule that is directly caused by the COVID-19 public health emergency. This includes, but is not limited to, changes in schedules and partial closures. Number 3, an individual is an employee and their hours have been reduced, or the individual was laid off and as a direct result of COVID-19 public health emergency. The unemployment program has thus far, as of May 2nd, 2021, dispersed $133,470,431 in payments during this pandemic. Of that amount, in 2020, $106,977,750 was compensated, and $26,492,681 as of the end of March 2021. $48,769,164 in regular unemployment compensation, $8,075,612 in pandemic emergency unemployment compensation, or PEUC, $15,840,993 in the pandemic unemployment assistance, or the PUA, $54,323,340 in federal pandemic unemployment compensation, or the FPUC, and $1,435,034 in extended benefits, or the EB program. In addition to these programs, under the U.S. Department of Labor Unemployment Insurance Program, an additional $5,026,288 in the Lost Wages Assistance Program, or the LWAP, was also dispersed. This program was an executive order issued by former President Trump that provided grant funds for supplemental payments of $300, which ended on December 27, 2020. Our agency is currently finalizing payments on this program since no extension was given and it ended on December 31st, 2020. FEMA has given our agency until September of 2021 to finish dispersing the remaining funds from the $7,323,000 award that we received. Our agency is currently working on getting all components of the CAA, the Continuing Assistance Act, and the ARPA, the American Rescue Plan Act program started. As of April 15th, 2021, we begun payments on the Federal Pandemic Unemployment Compensation, or the FPUC, $300 program to eligible claimants. These payments will run until September 6, 2021. During the week of May 10th, 2021, we will commence sending out notifications as mandated by law to approximately 15,305 claimants, announcing the expansion of the PUA, or the PUA, the MEUC, which is the Mixed Earner Unemployment Compensation, and the PEUC, which is the Pandemic Emergency Unemployment Compensation, with instructions on what is required so that payments can begin to be dispersed under the CAA, or the Continued Assistance Act, and the ARP Act, or the American Rescue Plan Act. Once claimants return the necessary documents and weekly certifications to our offices, the disbursement of payments will commence. We will also inform in this public testimony and on the record that individuals must continue to certify every 2 weeks for their claims to continue under their respective entitlements. The payments are not automatically sequential. They're not automatically sequential. And our offices our offices have to do the fact finding to make sure that claimants are able and available for work. At this time, we have prepared a PowerPoint presentation that will detail the process of applying for regular unemployment, and will make do some summaries and be able to take you through the process. And I'll pass it on to my Assistant Commissioner Legal Counsel, Ms. Nisha Christian Hendrickson.
Good morning.
Morning.
Are you able to see the screen?
Yes, we are.
So good morning, all. What is unemployment insurance? At this point, we're going to provide some background on the program, and then we'll get into further details in the rest of the program. So unemployment insurance, as most of us know, but for the viewing and listening audience, is a temporary compensation which is referred to as benefits. Typically speaking, unemployment insurance benefits total 26 weeks. Unemployment insurance acts as a safety net to assist persons who are employed, typically speaking 9 to 5 jobs, in between jobs in a 2-week period. Regular unemployment insurance provides benefits to employees who have lost a job at no fault of their own. Unemployment insurance is funded by taxpayers' dollars. The taxpayers are, employers are taxed on the payroll of their employees, and they're pooled together into an account called the Unemployment Trust Fund. Each state or territory has a UI system, has a trust fund. Once the funds are depleted, then a state or territory must borrow from the federal government. Currently, 20 states are in borrowing status. How does one remain eligible? This is a very important slide. To remain eligible, a person must be able and available to work. We'll go into that more in detail. They must be looking for work unless there's a waiver. In the past, based on the pandemic, there was a waiver to not require persons to look for work. However, that waiver ended in April of this year. A person must not refuse suitable work. In other words, if work is offered for them that is comparable or similar to the work they were doing before, or work that they can do, and they don't accept that work, then their benefits will stop. They also must continue to certify that they are still unemployed. One of the main ways that we understand and we're able to continue to pay benefits is each week a person must let us know by a certification under oath that they are still in need of unemployment benefits. And they do this by either filing at our offices or, as we will discuss in a few moments, by filing online. So in the regular unemployment insurance process, there's 4 main categories. 1, the application. 2, a determination. And the determination explains what your weekly benefit amount is, or how much you will receive per week. The benefits rights interview details all of the rights and responsibilities of the claimant, as well as provides the appeals process in further detail and the certification. And as previously mentioned, the certification is a key component that if we don't submit that, we're not able to proceed with further benefits. If a person is owed additional weeks because of a backlog or other requirements, you may be paid a lump sum, but you may have to certify for several weeks at a time. So one of the very first steps that a person must do in this process is to add their documents online. So we have a website, www.vidolviews.org, and which you can upload your information, your social security card and other details into our portal. Once you do so, then we can utilize that background information to further process your claim. Some of the documents that are very important in the process is a government-issued ID, social security card, and if you're a non-citizen, your alien registration or green card, as well as your last pay stub and job letter or separation from your previous employer. The reason why these documents are very important is because overall, especially on the mainland, there's been a tremendous amount of fraud, over $36 billion. And so one of the ways that we've combated that in the territory is to require persons to submit this documentation and check it on a regular basis. So recently, in November of last year, we launched an online portal, the myuiclaim.vi.gov. This portal allows you to do several things: to register, to file your initial application for benefits, to complete weekly certifications, as well as to report your work search and access direct deposit. It's very important to note that the date that one files for unemployment insurance in a regular program is a key to begin their benefit year. So the website for that is https://myuiclaim.vi.gov. And you can even reset your password online, or you can come into one of our offices to have it reset if you lose your password.
But can you hold for one moment? So we just got a
Sure.
word from the stenographer. Just kind of slow down to take your time. You guys are the only one in this first block, so just kind of.
Okay.
And I speak fast too, so I know how that is. So just take it, slow down.
Sorry about that. I'll speak a little slower. So on step 3, to file an initial claim, one of the things that is necessary is that you gather your documents before you file the claim. And so on this slide, it details several things, including the last employer, your DD-214. So it's important to gather all those documents so when you go to file your claim, it is easier. One of the things that we want the public to note is that unemployment insurance is not a direct one-to-one replacement of your income from your employer. The maximum benefits allowed are 66 2/3% of your average weekly wage for a maximum of 75% of the state average weekly wage. In the Virgin Islands, the minimum amount is $33 and the maximum amount per week is $677. And that's calculated based on your earnings. If a person had previously served in the military, some additional documentation is necessary for us to be able to process your claim, as well as if a person was previously a federal employee. So one of the other pieces that we really want to mention is that it's important to identify who your employer is. We will have an opportunity for either you to use a drop down to enter the information or to type the person's name in if we don't see it in our registration. The reason why this is important is because it ties it back to the benefits. So there's employers' accounts that need to be identified, who to charge, as well as in the future, we'll go into the experience rating of that employer. So that's a conversation for potentially another day, but it's really important that we identify the employer that the claimant had previously worked for. Step 3 again, able and available. To be able to receive unemployment insurance benefits, it's very important that a person is able to work and available to work. And what I mean by able to work is that, for example, they're not hospitalized. I don't mean whether or not they have circumstance that does not provide them to do all types of jobs, but they have to be well enough to be able to do some form of work. So that was the able component. And then available. If the person is out of the territory, say on vacation, that they're not available to do work. So these are two of the components required by law that we certify that you're both able and available. Taxes. It's very important for us to communicate that taxes are required as a part of the unemployment insurance program. Unemployment insurance benefits are taxed at 10%, and claimants can elect to take the taxes out at the beginning of the process, which is what we recommend, or they can certify and have those taken out at tax time. Either way, they will receive a 1099-G that summarizes all of the payments they've received in a year. One thing to note, with the passage of the American Rescue Plan, Congress has allowed for $10,200 to be deducted from the amount when they file. So in other words, let's say a person received $20,000 in unemployment insurance benefits, they'd be able to deduct $10,200 and not have to pay taxes on that amount. That file has already been transmitted to IRB, so they are ready to be able to process that. Child support. Unemployment insurance benefits are subject to child support payments, and even if a person receives whatever benefits that are due to them, it has to be deducted to be able to be processed. Next, direct deposit. One of the things we were also able to stand up in November of last year is the direct deposit process. Prior to that, all checks were mailed or were stamped, mailed, and sent out by the Department of Labor. Applying this process helps to get monies into claimants' hands faster and also reduces administrative processes on our end. So this is one of the things that we really want to encourage claimants to register for MyUI claim so they can be able to take part of this process. So pandemic-related unemployment insurance. Based on the pandemic, several sets of legislation were created to help to combat some of the issues that persons in the community faced. The first major piece of legislation was the Corona Aid Relief Economic Security Act. That particular act began to have impact February 2nd of 2020, and the end of that program was 12/27 of 2020. The Continued Assistance Act, that program began on 12/27 of 2020 and ended March 14th of 2021. And finally, the American Rescue Plan. That particular act was created and issued on March 14th of this year and will allow persons to receive benefits all the way to September 6th of this year. So under each of the umbrellas of those programs, there are several programs in which Commissioner Malloy previously mentioned. I'm not going to go into them in significant detail here because they will be discussed in a later slide, but just to mention that there are several programs under each one of the buckets that have several components. Each one of the major umbrellas really does three things. They add additional benefits to the regular unemployment insurance process. They extend the number of weeks a person can qualify for, in some cases all the way to 79 weeks, and they increase eligibility. As we've discussed in the past, persons who were either self-employed or underemployed, which meant that they had not sufficient quarters in their system to be able to collect to pool those taxes that I mentioned for the UI Trust Fund, if they had some other reason that they would not be eligible for regular UI, they were then funneled into the pandemic unemployment insurance process. So the increased eligibility was one of the components that was very different in the pandemic. So the FPUC, the Federal Pandemic Unemployment Compensation Program, had two time frames. In the beginning, under the CARES Act, it provided benefits from April 4th of 2020 to July 31st of 2020. And that provided for $600 per week on top of the regular unemployment insurance program benefits or your PUA program benefits. Also in the American Rescue Plan, that had been reenacted. So but the amount is different. So under the American Rescue Plan, the amount was $300, and it was from March 14th to September of this year is the maximum period of time. The MEUC, as the Commissioner mentioned in our testimony, is a new program that was created under the Continuing Assistance Act and is continued to the American Rescue Plan. This allows persons who have regular unemployment, but also had $5,000 of net income for them to qualify for an additional $100. So, for example, if a person was eligible for regular unemployment, say at $300, they would also be able to receive the FPUC at $300 and the MEUC at $100. The Lost Wages Assistance Program, as touched on in the testimony, this program ran by executive order outside of the 3 main legislations that we mentioned from August of last year and ended in December of last year. But we do have some provisions to pay out the remaining balance. And a copy of that type of application was green as it's highlighted in the slide. The PEUC program, which is a pink application that we sent out, is for persons who had exhausted. So in other words, persons that utilize all 26 weeks of benefits and that initially under the CARES Act provided 13 weeks. This particular program has now been extended throughout each one of the legislation all the way down to September 6th of this year. However, there are some other provisions to this program that we will discuss in more detail later that make it a little bit different than the other programs in the first iteration of the CARES Act. And then the PUA program. As mentioned in the testimony, 3 new components have been added to allow people to qualify for benefits, but the most significant difference from the CARES Act to the American Rescue Plan is that persons must submit documentation now to be able to receive benefits. Prior, a person could simply apply, select one of the, at that time, 10 COVID-related reasons, and then be able to, after the regular UI process, be able to receive benefits. However, now that we have entered into the American Rescue Plan, if a person filed before January 31st of this year and they received benefit after 12/27, they have 90 days to submit this documentation. Documentation includes things like a Schedule C, W-2, or 1099 that references the amount of earnings that they have. If they filed after January 31st of 2021, they have 21 days to submit this information, otherwise they will not receive benefits. And last but not least, it's very important for us to talk about program integrity and fraud. One of the things that has really been a significant issue in the States, as well as is becoming an issue here since we've stood up our My Online Claim System, myui.vi.gov, is insurance fraud. Several persons have taken advantage of the system and instead of receiving benefits correctly have conducted activities that we would not suggest. For example, they're not reporting their wages while collecting full benefits, submitting false information to obtain benefits, including tax avoidance. And it's really a crucial function of each one of the programs. We've signed agreements with the U.S. Secretary of Labor to have what we call program integrity, to ensure quality while preventing fraud, waste, and abuse. And so that's one of the reasons why the certification process is very important, as well as checking for each one of the files to make sure that a person has not worked some other state, does not have 2 claims, and does not have an overpayment. So this concludes this part of the presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I would like to conclude.
But before you conclude, I just wanted to, well, go ahead and let you conclude.
Yes, I just wanted to conclude by us playing a short video from that we received from the new Secretary of the U.S. Department of Labor, Mr. Marty Walsh, that he sent out to all unemployment insurance agencies throughout the United States and territories on March 26th of this year.
I stand here in deep gratitude and awe of what our nation's unemployment system and the workers have had to face this last year. No one could have predicted the surge in claims that we saw starting in March of last year. and we are still seeing initial claims exceed the highest week on record prior to the pandemic. I don't have to tell you all that. You've lived it. Your families have lived it. You've worked overtime for months on end. People have called and told you chilling tales of homelessness, starving children, and thoughts of suicide. People have yelled at you and threatened you. Whether it's a customer service staff or someone sorting through an incredible volume of documents, or budget and accounting teams, you are the unsung heroes of this pandemic. I want you to know that we see you. 46.5 million people have gotten help. As you know, this pandemic has disproportionately affected communities of color, and those dependent on the programs you administer are largely Black and brown workers who have been left behind economically. Your work saves lives. I want you to know how deeply you are appreciated. I will keep fighting to make sure that we learn lessons from this pandemic and that you will continue to receive the gratitude and respect you deserve. This is more than a thank you. This is a pledge to work with you in shaping a more just and workable unemployment system. You played and will continue to play a critical role. We are all in this together, and I look forward to a strong partnership now and into the future.
The Virgin Islands Department of Labor is committed to helping to assist the people of the Virgin Islands to access the benefits due to them in this system. We are committed to ensuring the integrity and also flipping the coin to workforce development. On behalf of the Virgin Islands Department of Labor, I would like to thank the Committee on Education, Workforce Development, the members for allowing us to provide testimony on the unemployment insurance programs. I'd like to take this opportunity again to thank the staff of the Virgin Islands Department of Labor for all of your efforts. And this concludes my testimony, and my staff and I are prepared to answer any questions you may have at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Malloy. Thank you for your testimony, and also thank you for the presentation. As we met, this to be also the norm where we have more presentations because, of course, breaking down all those acronyms, and we still have to continue because even just that presentation, I know a number of our people, our constituents, they may have seen that for the first time, but just to remind it of the process and continue to help people through that. We also have to have the process available for persons who speak another language, for Spanish, French. And then also, we have to also consider persons with disabilities. So as you continue to move forward and engage all members of our community, we should be sure to account for those different communities. At this time, though, I want to place on the record, I just want to have the roll be called as my committee members are here. So I'll have Madam Clerk at this time read the roll call.
Senator Kenneth Giddings. Here. Present. Senator Kenneth Giddings, present. Senator Donna Fred Gregory. Senator Donna Fred Gregory, absent.
She's just, yep, she's here.
She's present?
Yeah, she's
Okay.
Good morning.
Senator Donna Fred Gregory, present. Senator Carla J. Joseph, absent.
And she is excused, as indicated earlier.
Senator Janelle K. Saru. Senator Janelle K. Saru, present. Senator Kurt A. Viale. Senator Kurt A. Viale, present. Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker.
Present.
Okay, we have 6 present, 1 excused.
And then Senator Potter.
Senator Potter.
Morning.
Present.
Thank you.
6.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. And so, again, if you're just tuning in, members of the public, this first block is a focus on unemployment. We just had Commissioner Malloy present. Also, again, I encourage you to go to legvi.org, where you can go to under committees, committee folders, access the testimonies. You can also read it for yourself. And as I've encouraged on the presentation portion, the PowerPoint that was delivered, that we continue to promote that, of course, in different languages and move forward from there. So And I just want to also emphasize to the public, part of also this, in preparation for this hearing, we did convene through my committee a meeting with Commissioner Malloy, but also both myself and the Vice Chair, Senator Saru, and also other members outside of our committee as well have received a number of complaints, of course, concerning the process. And we did, in fact, we've submitted names to the commissioner to work on a case-by-case basis. And as he placed on during the meeting, there are a number of challenges. And so it's actually refreshing to hear the U.S. Department of Labor Secretary really speak to the issues surrounding what's happening in communities of color and as the most impacted communities. So I want to thank you for that presentation as well. And at this time, I will proceed. We're going to proceed with 7-minute rounds. The order, I'm actually going to use the order of a roll call just to make it most easy, and it will be 7-minute rounds. Okay. I'm starting with the first person. I'll start off with the first person on the roll. 7-minute rounds. Yes, you come first. Yes. No.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning to those listening and viewing. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers. Mr. Malloy, good morning.
Yes, good morning. Good morning.
Okay. I see all these fancy numbers and PUA and all these acronyms, but let's get to the nitty-gritty for a minute. Let's go back to December. You are aware that President Trump signed via executive order for additional funds to be paid to eligible claimants, correct?
Yes, Senator.
Okay. Have we satisfied that obligation?
We've started to. That is the Continued Assistance Act that we talked about.
Okay.
That is for 11 weeks.
Okay, so do you...
January 2nd.
Tell me what's the delay? We're approaching, next month is June, the 6th month of the year. What is the delay?
The delay has been that when the laws are passed, the United States Department of Labor has to provide us with what we call unemployment insurance program letters, which gives us the guidance. In the guidance that we received, the law changed the implementation of the program. So while they're built as extensions, they're really 4 brand new programs that required additional programming for us to be able to implement.
So we're talking about the programming. Do you have a programmer, yes?
We have a programming teams. We have several different programming programs going on within the system.
Okay.
Yes.
Do we have established contracts with those teams, those programming teams? Do you have executed contracts, yes or no?
We have executed contracts, yes, and we have in progress whatever changes or addendums that have to be made based on the new scope of work that we get in the laws.
So
those adjustments are being done as well.
Okay, so we're in the month of May. You are doing adjustments 5 months later. Why are those adjustments? Why haven't they been done for those contracts?
In the real time, Senator, when we get the unemployment insurance program letters, that dictates the scope of work for the program. So then when we get that new scope of work, if it's changed from what we have been doing, in which case what happened with that program that President Trump had passed, it required more programming, and a new scope of work had to be developed to be able to do the programming.
Okay. Did you draw down sufficient funds to meet the obligation of the last Trump executive order?
Yes, we did based on the program and based on needs. So for example,
you have so the drawdowns, you have sufficient funds now to meet the obligations or to complete the payouts to the eligible claimants from December?
Yes, we have to be able to draw down. We're in borrowing, so we have to borrow. We've been borrowing 3 months in advance, so we've already made arrangements to have the money necessary for the regular to be able to from the trust fund, and then based on those specific bucket programs, let's say the FPOC, there's a specific
Malloy,
drawdown that happens for that.
So the answer was yes or no. You have the monies to meet the obligation. Your answer is yes.
Yes, but it's not as simple as a yes or no, because each program, I need to make sure for clarity, each program has their own bucket of drawdowns that's based on the eligibility of claimants.
Okay, so
the
all the
drawdown is
buckets
based on a
have-
check run.
So all the buckets have sufficient funds?
Yes, yes.
So going back to the overarching question, did you draw down sufficient funds to meet the obligation? And your answer is yes.
And we have enough sufficient funds. The actual draws is not going to take place until the check runs happen, so that it balances with the check register and everything else. So we have not done the drawdowns. The funding is there for us to draw down.
So when will the drawdown happen? We're talking
drawdown
about a
can-
December executive order. I need a sense of urgency. When will the drawdown happen?
Just for clarity, Senator, I'm just trying to make sure that you understand the process. The drawdowns for those specific programs cannot happen until the individual's documents are processed and they're ready to receive benefits. When that check run, that process is done and the check run is done, a check register is done, and then the drawdowns are done to match the amount of monies that for that particular check run.
So let's go back to my initial question, the programming. Because you point everything on, I ain't slow. I understand the processes, but do you have the system in place to run those checks? Do you have the system in place with the applications? Because I am positive that claimants have already filed because people want their money. So I know you have the claimants there. Do you have the system in place, going back to the programming, to move the monies from December?
From the regular
1 minute.
unemployment to the FPOC program, yes. And that has started from April 15th. The other programs for the CAA, the PUA, the PUA, the Pandemic Unemployment Assistance, and the PEUC, those are the ones that we will be sending out the notices May 10th, starting May 10th.
I'm a little frustrated today, and I'm a bit frustrated because we have a program and we have to program and this and that, and people need their money, point blank period, and you have to, what does Senator say? Turn night and make it day, or make day, or however it goes. You know what I mean? We need a sense of urgency, Commissioner Malloy, and we can't continue to tell people. Recently, the federal courts struck down the federal eviction moratorium, stating, with your indulgence, Madam Chair, stating that the CDC did not have the legal authority to impose a nationwide eviction moratorium. So people not working and not receiving their unemployment, WAPA doesn't give you the leeway. The bill collectors isn't giving you the leeway. The federal courts are simply saying this can't happen anymore. So rents are going to be owed, and then you have a Department of Labor that it is inhumane. And we're seeing people across the nation shooting up places. I went to Labor the other day, and your staff, I'm sure they're frustrated, entered the building, and of course people were outside, and this man was literally begging for help. And he has not received an unemployment check from the beginning of the pandemic. And the only thing that he didn't do, because he didn't have a weapon on him, was lose it. We are going to create a hostile environment for our people, Commissioner Malloy. And then when we come here and I get frustrated, it seems as if we just being mean, but you need a sense of urgency. And I know the programmer and your contracts for the programmer, some of them haven't been executed. We have to come here and be honest, because if we're going to fix the problem, the first step is admitting that we do have a problem. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
If I may.
But before you proceed, we're not going to do a lot of back and forth today because we, just for one, the expressions are remember we're responding to constituents. The constituents are coming to us. We've seen videos on social media. We hear the cry. We know that it's and so one of the questions and one of the and to you, I mean, what we have done and in outreach to you was to give you individual cases, but also to use as an opportunity to explain what are the causes of the delays, what can be done. One of the during the Finance Committee hearing, a question surrounding how are you using the CARES funds to employ additional persons to get the process moving forward. More people to answer the phone, so people to help process these voluminous applications. So at this time, I will allow you my time to respond succinctly, and then I'll move on to my next colleague.
Thank you, Senator Whitaker. It's the issue is the process. The unemployment insurance program is not a stimulus, and the rules that guides the process is what has been the bottleneck. In addition to the volume, I assure you that we have a sense of urgency and have been working from the very beginning in this, and we're working as hard and as smart as we can at the same time to make sure that we adjust and fix the issues. But we have to remember that our system was the only manual system in the United States. It was manual, completely manual. So you're looking at, it was completely paper driven. We've been able to get at least the regular unemployment started, completely automated. And now we're working on getting the other pieces. And each of those pieces require programming. So some of the contracts are not executed yet for some of the other programs that we are getting to make sure that we continue to build out at the same time. We understand the frustration, and we're doing everything that we can to minimize that and to push as quickly as we can and get the programmers to get, we can't produce or print any checks before the software and the system is ready to do so.
We're gonna break down because we're gonna have to get information coming to this committee about what systems we're talking about, and then even one of the elements that our community needs to shift to is use of direct deposit. Right, that needs to be pushed a lot harder. We spoke about that during the internal meeting to talk about the use of that and to push that a lot heavier among the population. So we have to kind of delve in deep. Beyond this hearing, I really would like to see a lot more PSAs going out, a lot more information. Like I said, putting the presentation out. Working with our elderly population, persons in special needs as well, and anyone having language difficulties, work with them so they can get that information out. There's also, within all of this too, to the public, we also need to face the fact too that we at times do have a very difficult federal government. There are bureaucracies in that way, but we can only help you if we know what the challenges are. I'm gonna move on now to Senator Potter. Senator Potter, you're up for your 7 minutes.
Morning, Madam Chair. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Good morning, colleagues, and good morning to all of the testifiers, Commissioner Malloy and your team. I want to thank you, Commissioner. Just the other day, I had to reach out to you and your team regarding a question that a member of my constituents, asked about regarding census workers and their eligibility for unemployment insurance. Just for the edification of the general public, can you tell me again whether or not census workers are eligible for unemployment benefits and what is the status, just in general, of their unemployment checks?
Thank you, Senator. I'll defer to Nisha, please.
Okay, good morning. Nisha Christensen, Assistant Commissioner, Legal Counsel. Thank you for your question, Senator Potter. The short answer is yes. Persons who were formerly working at the census are eligible for payments. There was discussions that we had to have for UVI just for the edification of the public. The University of the Virgin Islands is one of the few systems in the country that operates the census on behalf of the people. So in other words, in other states, the census entity directly hires people and it's a federal component. But here in the territory, it's operated through UVI. So discussions had to be made with the university to be able to correct that misinformation that was being put out. And we are working with them to resolve for all of those persons who were affected.
Okay. Thank you very much for that, Assistant Commissioner Christian. Regarding unemployment compensation, you mentioned in the presentation that child support must be deducted from benefits. And I know that I believe the maximum amount that a recipient can receive is $677. Now, how does that work? Just given what the child support payment, the monthly child support payment was, let's say an individual is required to pay on a monthly basis, I don't know, $500. Was that $500 now automatically deducted from whatever, if they were able to receive the $677, is that amount deducted from the child support amount, or is there some sort of prorated percentage, that is reduced from that person's child support, or not child support, but from that person's unemployment check?
So if I may?
Yes, you would.
Just to clarify, that's $677 a week, not a month. So if it's $677 a week times 4 plus the $300 for the FPUC, and then potentially another $100 for the MUC. So all that combined, and then the deduction would be up.
Okay, so the actual amount that they would typically have to pay is still required to be paid.
Correct.
Okay. Commissioner, to be frank, you have a myriad of programs that you're administering. I heard you mention, my head kind of started spinning. You mentioned the MEUC, the PUA, the PEUC, the FPUC, and still the regular unemployment insurance program. Do you have adequate manpower and personnel to adequately administer these complex programs and rapidly changing programs?
The simple answer is yes and no. Each program has specific requirements. So once the individual claimant has the general information in the system, and everybody has to go through regular unemployment first for the system to make a determination, and then eligibility for the other programs. So having to go through that process and making sure that it's automated, that has helped us tremendously with the paperwork. And as we get more people to apply on the MyUI portal, that would then help us with a lot of the data entry. The bottleneck for us is that the requirements of the unemployment insurance division, and as prescribed by the United States Department of Labor, is that merit staff has to make the decision. So the merit staff are those individuals who are on the unemployment insurance grant. And that grant has about 4 or 5 of our managers that everything rolls up to, that have to make those final decisions. So if we were able to expand in any area, that's where we need it, but you need to have specific expertise to be able to do that. And Director Halliard could speak to that a little more.
Gary Halliard, as the commissioner stated, he's correct. What it is that unemployment is a fact-finding process. And every time, even when we do a certification every 2 weeks, we still have to do a fact-finding. One of the things that slows things down every 2 weeks for people that are to continue is we still have to go back and ensure that you are not collecting wages. Because if you are collecting wages in the periods before, it either it offsets your amount, or you're not eligible for that respective week. And so those are some of the things that hang up individuals. Like in our speech, we said, it's not like an annuity, it's a sequential. You have to come back. You have to really file a claim every 2 weeks and tell us if you are available and able to work.
So are these delays and bottlenecks, is it just the nature of the process? Are your colleagues in other jurisdictions experiencing the same thing? Or is our slowdown and bottlenecks unique to us?
Every state and territory experiencing the same thing, Senator.
Okay.
In some cases, it's a lot worse than us because what has happened with us, because we've been through several storms, we are a little used to the bottleneck in terms of the paperwork. But the fact that we were so manual is what is hampering us tremendously.
Thank you very much. If I may conclude, I understand and I appreciate the sense of urgency and the sense of desperation that people in the territory may be experiencing with regards to unemployment compensation. In many cases, that is their last alternative. At the same time, too, we have to be real. If the situation is we have a changing landscape, we have complex programs, we have manpower issues, I don't think you could get blood out of stone. So I just would like to know that, Commissioner, you and your team are really moving heaven and earth and giving it your all to ensure that the people of the territory who are experiencing these challenges after a very crazy year of COVID-19, that you are utilizing your best effort to ensure that, to the best of your ability, we speed up the process to provide some relief to the people of the territory who are suffering. Thank you very much for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Move on now to Senator Viale for your 7 minutes.
Testing. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers. Mr. Malloy, when was the Continued Assistance Act of 2020 passed? Was it an executive order under President Trump?
Yes, Senator.
What month was that executive order issued?
I think in late December.
Okay, late December. And that executive order extended eligibility for claimants from January 2nd, 2021 until March 14th?
Yes, Senator.
And under that particular executive order, or the Continued Assistance Act, it then required that you would have to reconfigure your system?
For especially the PUA and the PEUC program, and then it added the MEUC program.
What was the end date or the date as to when the reconfiguration of the system was completed for the CAA?
Well, the challenge is this: while the laws were passed and we got the program letters, the U.S. Department of Labor only was able to release the administrative dollars for us to implement the program on March 26, 2021.
Okay, that's the administrative dollars, but I'm talking about the actual reconfiguration of the system to be able to accept claimants. When was the end date that you were able?
The administrative dollars is what would be used to be able to do the reconfiguration of the system.
So you're saying that all across the nation, nobody released any monies under CAA because the administrative dollars were not received until March 26th?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that in our case, we had challenges because the administrative dollars to be able to do the programming wasn't released until very late.
What was the cost? How much? What was the administrative dollars that was released that allowed us to begin the process? What was the amount?
Mr. Halliard, please. Don't even recall.
It was for each program, I think when it added up, it was with each state area was given about $650,000 for the CAA. Gary Halliard for the record, sorry.
So we needed $650,000 to get the system going, and internally, Department of Labor did not have access to $650,000?
Not $650,000 for, not all of that is programming. And again,
Right.
it's broken down for each. So within the CAA, you have the FPOC, you have the
Okay,
PUA,
but the
you have
total,
the PE.
what is the total? Is the total 650,000?
The grant award was $650,000 that was given to a state area so that they can make the necessary changes and program enhancements to carry out the CAA, the Continued Assistance Act.
And I'm asking again, within Department of Labor, we did not have sufficient funding to be able to begin the process of reconfiguring the system. You have been working with whoever is programming, whoever is set up the system is more than likely the same person. It's clear that the Continued Assistance Act of 2020 was passed and that funding would be coming to make that act a reality. So the vendor, whoever we utilize, were they approached to begin to set up the CAA, knowing that we're going to be receiving these monies?
What we had to do is to get when the scope of work, when we get the rules and regulations from the United States with the program letters, it gives us a new scope of work.
When did we get the
that
rules and regulations?
Excuse me?
When did we receive the rules and regulations?
They approximately a week, maybe a week or two after, and they continue to change as well. We receive them on a regular basis.
So a week
But
or
it
two
was a
after
week or two
December. So what I'm trying to get at, we can't continue to wait to set up these systems. If by now Department of Labor should have an entity or a person who is targeted to reconfigure the system every time we have these program changes. These are not programs that are funded by local dollars. These are programs that are funded by federal dollars. So I find it hard as to why we didn't proceed with the reconfiguration in January, knowing that we were going to get the administrative dollars to pay for the cost. I don't know why we waited until March, because all across the nation, payments have already gone out for the Continued Assistance Act. So we waited until March 26th. So where are we now? Is the reconfiguration of the system complete?
Couple of things, Senator. One, it's not that we waited, because remember, there's still backlog, there's still programming changes, there's still adjustments that were being made
but we
to
didn't,
the other program.
we didn't
The
start
contract-
until, 1 minute, Mr.
In
Malloy,
order-
1 minute. We did not start until we received the administrative dollars on March 26th. So we waited, and in essence, the program ran from January 2nd until March 14th. So we started with our configuration of the system after the program actually ended. So I'm asking, okay, we started March 26th or 27th to April, whatever. Right now, is the system reconfigured that when you send out these letters during the week of May 10th, that you'll be able to input that information and individuals will start to get payment?
The system is configured for the FPOC. It is, Director Halliard could talk about the PUA and the PUC where we are.
Gary Halliard for record. To answer your question, Senator, yes, as we roll out those notifications, then the individuals will start from the January 2nd date going, and that which covers the CAA, running through the CAA into being coming up to current into the what we are calling the ARPA, American Rescue Plan. So what it is we're going to start seeing a retroactive factor of folks having to do some certifications for those past periods. One of the issues was as we were getting into the CAA, and I think around January 8th, we got the instructions for the CAA as far as what we were supposed to do. We got further program letters that further changed some of the scope of the work under the CAA, in addition to the new president coming on board and the Congress signing the law, and then extending it further out now into September 6th. So we had to get back with the programmers and the system folks that do the requirements to inform them that this change is going to happen and these are the new rules and guidances, because some of it is that we have to bring old claims from 2020 and extend them into a new year. And under the normal program, that's not allowed.
Okay,
So those are some of the issues
hold
and
up
challenges.
1 second. Can you get into the detail? And I'm trying to really just get into the configuration of the system. But I'll ask a different question. And Madam Chair, I'll finish right now with your indulgence.
That's fine, because I...
Who is the vendor that we are utilizing for the various reconfiguration? Who's the vendor, or who is the person in Department of Labor that is assigned to this task?
Assistant Commissioner Nisha Christian Hendrickson, please.
Okay. Good morning. Nisha Christian Hendrickson, Assistant Commissioner, Legal Counsel. There's actually 3 sets of vendors that we're working with for different parts of the system. The first is the ITSC, which is a subgroup from the National Association of State Workforce Agencies. They're the ones that program the MyUI claim, and they're going to be extending out the PUA, the PUC, as well as the FPUC programs, as well as Srini Basu Valamani. He works on parts of the back end of our system, and another program is Austin Abbott. So there are several on different parts of the system that all touch our Vidalis engine that help to create these benefit programs. So it's not just one programmer.
The entity that we hired, are they working with other states or other jurisdictions in reference to unemployment?
Yes, they are. In fact, I'm actually on the board for the National Association of State Workforce Agencies, and regularly we meet to discuss which entities are positive, which ones are not working as well, to be able to get the best information, as well as with other state areas. So we are constantly in conversation. But yes, they are actually what we call a sole source vendor, because they work in unemployment systems across the nation. So they don't necessarily enter into contracts the same way, because they're funded in part by the U.S. Department of Labor.
And last question, in the scope of work, do you give them a timetable for completion? We got it March 26th. When you hired the vendor, did you give them a timetable to have all of the reconfiguration completed? Did you say I need it done in 7 days, I need it done in a week? If they are subject area expert and they have implemented this same software or same reconfiguration in other jurisdiction, then clearly it shouldn't be something that takes months.
That was my assumption as well. But again, each area has their own laws, and then each system has its own kinks and quirks. And because certain parts of our system was so manual, and certain parts we had to rebuild the entire back end of the system. So there's a lot of moving parts at the same time.
I don't see how that is applicable in this situation. It's a new system literally that you're implementing, and then whatever you need to input that was manually done before. I mean, you have the portal. I'll pass to my other colleagues. Thank you so much for your answers.
I have a point of...
Thank you, sir.
Point of inquiry, Senator Saru.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Malloy, you were grossly understaffed at one point. Have you been able to hire staff?
Yes, Senator. We were able to bring on 12 additional staff, 6 in each district, with temporary positions, as well as we have additional funding for some. We have requirements to stand up a new unit based on the fraud, our benefits protection control, payment control system. We have another 7 vacancies that are in the process, of which 4 of them are in the process with posted and going through NeoGov.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, and I know that you provided a listing. So are there any additional funds to hire more than the 12, or is that number sufficient? Are you looking to hire additional? And if so, are those going to be put out again through? Because I heard about. I mean, you did submit and share that you've hired people on a temporary basis, but are you putting those positions out so people can apply, even among the people who are unemployed?
Yes, Claire, the temporary positions are already on board. And then the other 7 positions that we talked about, they are being advertised as well through government personnel because they're either within the classified service or in the non-union classified service.
Point of inquiry, Senator Saru.
Just one more point. When did you receive the money from the federal government, the administrative funds? When did you receive that?
The administrative funds for the CAA was March 26.
Okay, and wasn't that program slated to end on March 14, 2021?
Yes, Senator.
And when did you
see the challenge?
So you received the money when?
You see the challenges. We received the administrative dollars on March 26th, and the program ended March 14th.
Something, Madam Chair, just to excuse, we have a plaster for every sore today. And something about this isn't right, and we may have to have a discussion offline with the United States Department of Labor, because I can't fathom how an executive order went out in December, a program slated to end on March 14th, administrative fees reached the territory after the end date of the program, and then nobody received their funding, and then we have a whole programming with a vendor, 3 different vendors. This is Cocoa Bear on top of yours. And at some point today we really have to dig down to find the truth as to what is happening, because the dates and the information do not coincide.
Very, very well said.
If I may, Senator.
But before you hold on,
Attorney Hendrickson can
hold for a second there.
Can clarify.
Yeah, hold there. So what's going to be important? I don't know who is covering up for who, but what my colleague just expressed and the sentiments of my colleagues really is that something's not adding up. If the federal government is acting in a way in which their negative impact, which they are, and if they're, we need to find out what the cause of the delays. We don't know how long this pandemic is going to take place, and with that, what are the challenges? And to that end, our body needs to know this information so that we can act in accord as we engage and work on lobbying efforts or addressing the national, because I am aware also there are some issues surrounding the U.S. Department of Labor treatment of the Virgin Islands and the territories generally. It's nothing new. But at the same time, we're here now learning this today for the first time in terms of, when you receive the funds. You may, but I will just quickly, I don't want to get into a lot of back and forth. The senator made her expressions, and we need to really move on so we can have my other colleagues ask their questions.
So in December of 2027, as we know, at that time, President Trump was still the president. There was significant conversation between the United States Department of Labor and the Congress because they had anticipated that he would have signed the bill prior. Because he only signed it on that day, I believe it was a Saturday, it delayed the guidance going out and it delayed some of the other processes to get the funding out. The Virgin Islands was not the only state or territory that was in the circumstance to have the administrative funds sent out late. In fact, we had a conversation with the state of Connecticut and their administrative processes, and they received it only the day before. So we were impacted the same way as many other states, and we were in continual conversations with them to find out why there was a significant delay.
Senator Gittens, you're up next for your 7 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning to all. Commissioner Malloy, who is your liaison to the U.S. Department of Labor?
It all depends because we're in the regions for unemployment. So we're based on our region. We have, so for example, for unemployment, it would be Director Halyard and then Assistant Commissioner Cindy Richardson would be one of the points that would be there. And it would depend if it's workforce development. It would depend based on the grant programs.
So let's stay where we are with unemployment. That's the director you stated?
The acting director, Gary Halyard, and it would be Cindy Richardson that we would be the point that we would need communication through.
Is the acting director with us this morning?
Yes, he is. Mr. Gary Halyard.
Mr. Halyard, as the liaison to the U.S. Department of Labor for unemployment, are you in contact with these individuals?
Gary Halyard, for the record, yes, we are in contact with the regional office that on a weekly basis, we have discussions with them.
On a weekly basis, how long has this been going on?
Since the beginning of the pandemic under the CARES Act.
And so why do we still have all this back and forth? The timeline that my colleague just spelled out really ain't making sense. It's just not adding up. What's the breakdown?
Well, one of the things, even though we deal with the regional office, I think where on that funding issue is that the United States Department of Labor has a grant office, and that's separate and apart from the Office of Unemployment Insurance. And those are the persons that give the territory the monies or any administrative funds, and the grant officer in Washington is who is authorized to sign and send that money to the various state areas. And so we basically have to, even if we contact them, we have to wait until they sign those, what we call notice of obligations, that will allow us to have money in the U.S. Treasury to be able to expend.
Okay, let's bring it home. So, Commissioner, you stated, you spoke about the program through an executive order signed by then President Trump. Provided it was grant funding for supplemental payments of $300, which expired somewhere in December of 2020. When was this executive order signed?
That program is the Lost Wages Assistance Program that you're referring to. That one was funded specifically through FEMA. The Virgin Islands Department of Labor received a grant for $7.3 million to be able to implement that program. The requirements of that program were
hold a second, Commissioner, hold a second, excuse me. The question is, when was that executive order signed?
That particular program was to be implemented in August, between a period in the month of August.
So you don't know when the executive order was signed?
Attorney Christian Hendrickson, specifically?
Sure. Nisha Christian Hendrickson, Assistant Commissioner of Legal Counsel. It was signed August 1st. And just for clarification purposes, as the Commissioner mentions, that's the Lost Wages Assistance Program. The Continued Assistance Act was signed into law by President Trump, but it was enacted by Congress. So just as a clarification.
Again, my good friends at the Department of Labor, I am trying to ask specifically with regards to this particular executive order that ended somewhere about December 27th, 2020. I'm asking, when was that particular executive order signed by the president? If
August
you
1st.
don't have it now, I'm asking if you could provide it for us.
Nisha,
August 1st, the Lost Wages Assistance Program. That is the one.
And not the act. I'm talking about the executive order.
August 1st, Senator.
Thanks. Can you also provide us with a copy of that, please, through the chair? And I ask that because I want to know if we didn't have, if it wasn't timely for us to be able to spend these funding. I have to scratch my head each time that we get all this funding to the territory and we don't spend the monies. And these are needed funds individuals actually need. And we are not spending it. Do you have sufficient personnel at the Department of Labor to execute your mandates, especially as it regards, as it pertains to these CARES Act funding or to the pandemic?
Yes, Senator.
You have
in the capacities to be able to do what we need to do, yes.
So why all the pushbacks? Why all the extensions? My colleague again spoke earlier, made a statement, I use a term or a phrase that I constantly use, that, I mean, it appears like in various departments there's no sense of urgency. So at this time, are you seeing clients in person?
Yes, we are, Senator.
What's the phone number to contact the Department of Labor, the main number?
In St. Croix, 773-1994. In St. Thomas, 776-3700.
So what's 773-1440? $314.40, is that a number of yours?
Not that I know of.
Okay, what's that number you said? 773?
1994.
1990.
That's our main number. That's the number. Yes.
And you said you are seeing individuals in person. Now, when these clients coming, are they required to drop off their applications in those boxes outside, or they can actually meet with a customer service rep?
The individuals that are dropping off their certs, their certifications. On Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Thursdays, we have walk-ins. On Mondays and Fridays, it's by appointment or virtual meetings. 8 to 5.
Okay. I'm surprised that you're saying that you have sufficient staffing to fulfill these mandates, because I mean, I was there physically the other day and employees are asking for help. They said, basically, we need help. So if this is the case, then we need to address that. But the constant pushing back of these programs, and we can't get these monies spent, we can't get the monies in these individuals' hands, that is totally unacceptable. We need to do this timely and execute this to the fullest extent. So I'm hopeful that if you do need personnel, that we will see all these requests, especially during the budget cycle that's coming up in the next couple of months. Time has been called. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And before I move to my next colleague, to you, Commissioner Malloy. Okay, so we have, obviously the phone number is a crisis, and people call, there's issues with calling. Are there some best practices as you guys engage with other officials in other states, territories, where you have call centers? And can we shift to that so we can have more phone numbers, so that we can have a move beyond this where you call constantly? You know that it's an issue, and having one phone number for each island. What efforts are you going to make so that we have more call center type setup as we aggressively address this issue?
Thank you for that question, Senator. If we can recall, in the very beginning, we had call centers. We had a call center, we had more approaches, but as we moved within the pandemic and we moved deeper and deeper, the inquiries changed from having individuals to helping individuals apply to now individuals are wanting specific answers about their specific claims. Based on the unemployment regulations that we have, the persons that answer those specific questions have to be merit staff. And so it's a difference between intaking and helping with the application and then helping you get specific answers on your claims. We have 25 lines in each district, and as we have discussed in the past, we are on those lines making calls as well as receiving. So that's why we continue to encourage, and we have other methods of making sure that we've been in person from October, where on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays, they're walk-ins. We see approximately 75, 90 to 100 individuals in each district on those days. And on Mondays and Fridays, we do by appointment and virtual, because we need those days to do our cross matches, as well as to make sure that we do the mailings out of the checks for the check run.
So we need to elevate that information. That needs to be known widely. Of course, you have that posted, we start to post it widely, send it to the committee, share it constantly so people can know and understand when you're open, what times are for the appointments, and continue to drill down on that. Senator Donna Gregory, you're up for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning to my colleagues, and good morning to the testifiers, and good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. I am not even certain where to begin to have this conversation today, because we've been having this same conversation over and over. And I think we need to get to the point where we talk about, so what are the solutions? Last year, we had these discussions leading up to the end of the year, and we are now in the month of April, and we're still having them. So it says that we have an issue. So I need to ask Mr. Malloy, please share with us, what are your challenges? Because, we talk about CAA, PUA, and all of these wonderful acronyms that, the listening audience don't even have an idea as to what we're talking about this morning. But we're still in the same place in many instances. So what are your true challenges, and what are the solutions to address these challenges? I'm not going to get down into much of the specifics because I've heard it before. So share with me, or us.
Thank you, Senator, for that question. The true challenges, as you outlined, it's the volume of claims at the same time and the myriad programs that have to be implemented. So in addition to everybody being able to file and to receive for those particular programs, training in programming has to be done for each of those programs to be able to process. Staff has to be trained to ensure that the guidance for that and the administration of each program is meeting the guidelines. So we've been juggling several different programs and several different processing points at the same time. And all of this has to roll up into that leadership team that has to make the decisions.
Okay,
what we have
so
done,
tell me, okay, so you started to talk about what you've done. So let's talk about, how do we fix this in earnest? Because we cannot continue to have this circular discussion. It's either people are gonna get the services or they're not going to get them. So how do we fix this in earnest? I totally concur with you that it's a lot of programs, and the unemployment insurance programs overall can be very complicated. But how do we fix this? Where is the accountability within your department? Where is that? Who's accountable for all of these wonderful acronyms that we have here as it relates to these programs? I understand they have to roll up, but who's accountable? Who's accountable to move them forward? Is it one person? Is it several persons? What is it?
well, there's an entire unemployment insurance division, and within the division, it's broken up into different tiers, because each tier or each unit within that division has specific functions that make everything come together. But the key thing is this: we've made tremendous progress by getting the regular unemployment insurance process automated. That is huge. That is major for us to be able to have those applications online.
Lucian, you're using up
directly
my time. Stay focused on what I'm asking. What is it that you have in place to curtail this confusion, this lack of individuals getting paid? What is it? I mean,
But that's what I'm explaining, Senator. It has to be, the only way to do this is move from the manual process that we are and to automate. We've already done that for the regular unemployment process. We're now doing it for all the other extension programs.
Timeline on that. When are you going to wrap up the automation of all of these other fancy named programs?
The challenge that we have is that we get different guidance, and up to last week, we've gotten changes that is going to require programming changes that's going to alter what's going to happen with the ARPA down the road. So we're making, as we get the changes, we have to make those changes in the system. It requires meeting with the programming team, as Director Halyard mentioned, and going over those processes.
Yeah, Mr. Malloy, I understand that there are challenges from the federal government level, right? But I'm just asking, so in your, as a leader of the Department of Labor, I would suspect that regardless of whether or not there are in fact, these consistent or constant rather changes, you got to set some kind of benchmark, some kind of timeline. And yeah, sometimes we have to move the goalposts, but what are you looking at to timeline for completion? They have to have some timeline, and yes, the goalposts will move, but what is it? What are we working towards? What is that document that says, this is the action plan, this is the responsible person status? If there's a change, then you move the goalposts. But what does that look like? That's the issue, because if we continue to have this conversation, the issue is we've had this discussion over and over, but people still ain't getting the money.
I totally agree. And the issue is
1 minute.
It's very easy to judge. It's very difficult. This is a very difficult process. And so the problem that we have is that, as I mentioned, this is not a stimulus. And so based on the guidelines that we have to follow, there's nothing that we could do in terms of processing until the programmers are finished. And if they have programming changes, then that changes. The timelines for us is to make sure that everybody is online and having direct deposit by the end of December of this year.
Okay, so I'm gonna give you a scenario, and I need for you to share with me how something like that will happen. So I'm aware of several ladies within the St. Thomas St. John district who work for a particular company here. They started receiving benefits, and since December, they stopped receiving benefits. I asked them specific questions. May I continue, Madam Chair?
Yes. Yep.
They asked them specific questions. I asked them specific questions around, have you been submitting your certifications, et cetera? They said they've done everything, and since December, their payments has stopped. What would create something like that to occur? Payment stop, no communication whatsoever. What's the issue? What is it that will create an issue of that nature to occur for those particular individuals?
I can defer to Director Halyard, but the first thing is that the program ends, if a program ended, the regular CARES Act 1 ended December 27th. There was a gap between the CARES Act 1 and the implementation of the CAA. So if the CARES Act 1 ended, they would receive their last check in December or in January, depending on the program they were on. And then
I spoke to them about that too, Mr. Malloy. Mr. Malloy, I spoke to them about that too. And they said that the letter that they received said that their program would end in April. So I did ask that question as well. And since December, they have not received a check.
So it could be that their benefit year ends in April, but the program for the CARES Act 1 ended December 27, 2020.
So how
we
do we
have
communicate with
responsibilities
them?
that we can't make any payments out after that until the extension programs kick in.
Okay, but how do we communicate with them and let them know that? There's no information that has been provided to these individuals, and that is the issue. So I understand
check
what you
stubs?
just said. Pardon?
Senator, on the check stubs would tell them when is their last payment. It would give them some information.
And so what is the next step for them? They just get a check stub, get the information, and then they don't know if they got to reapply. There has to be some level of communication, and that's the concern.
I understand.
That's the issue. Yes, I mean, and I don't want to abuse my time, Madam Chair, but the issue is, well, your check stub have that information. So if I get one letter saying that my program ends in April of 2021, I get a check stub that says whatever that is that you just mentioned as it relates to December. Some kind of correspondence need to go out to them and say, well, this program has ended. However, you qualify for this other program, so please reapply, or whatever it is required of them. And that's why we're having this circular conversation, because the individuals in our community who are impacted, they are not aware as to how this program works and what is required of them to continue to receive the funding or the checks. That's the issue. So we're going around the mulberry bush on this, and we are not getting any solutions. That is my frustration. So I don't plan to go drilling down into FUPA and LWA, PEB, PUA, and all of that. It don't make no sense. Madam Chair, thank you for the time.
Commissioner, I think and you can hear from us as represent our constituents, and you hear the frustration. I hope that's going to lead to some changes, some really needed changes. Senator Saru, you had a point of inquiry.
This is my last point for the next 2 weeks, Mr. VP. The point that I wanted to make was that the commissioner indicated that the delays in all of the payouts to the claimants was the volume of claimants. And the volume of, well, the claimants have been the same claimants since last year, since the pandemic began. Still no cruise ship, so you can still have the same population of claimants. In addition to that, I think your volume should have decreased because with the whole vaccine and people traveling more, and specifically like in the St. Thomas and John District and St. Croix, because you could look at the airport and see the lines are long going through customs, business is coming back slowly. When you look at the gross receipts and the data at IRB, people are working again. You have stores on Main Street open, you have things happening, you have businesses on St. Croix moving, so people are going back to work. So your level of claimants should have decreased. But the way that you are describing your narrative, it looks like it's going in the opposite direction. So I'd like, through the chair, for the data to be given to this body as to the amount of claimants, because if you let labor tell the story, they went from 1,000 claimants to 5,000 to 10,000 to 25, and they can't keep up. And I don't think that picture painted is quite accurate. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, and that is noted. So, Commissioner Malloy, if you have that already ready, where you can provide us a breakdown of the number of claimants, of course, by the different areas, and provide it to us. Also, too, as asked earlier, you were asked about the vendor. We also need that information as well as we move through this process. I'll move now to Senator Francis for your 7 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning to you, my colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers, Department of Labor family, and good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Commissioner, thank you for your testimony this morning, and of course, it's rather commendable when you read your testimony, because there's this appearance that everything is fine and moving forward, and the fact that you have issued over $133 million in program payments is really commendable as well. But there's a disconnect. The frustration that you're hearing this morning from my colleagues is one that is real. it's not perceived, it's a real situation. I've encountered individuals in our community, our constituency, that have been in downright tears, snotty-nosed tears, in regards to these issues that they're confronting and not being paid in a timely fashion. So when we ask these probative and perhaps even provocative questions, it's because we're getting them from our constituency. So please understand that, and I know that you certainly are involved in this community and you know the pulse of our community. All right? So I just heard you allude to the fact that the check stub should be able to provide some feedback in terms of information that should apprise the beneficiaries as to the next step, the balances, when they need to recertify. But direct deposit don't receive any check stubs, do they?
No, they do not. Director Halliard could clarify, please.
So Director, how then will those individuals that receive the direct deposit be apprised of the next step or what's going on, the balances within their payment schedule?
Gary Halliard, for the record, that is what we discussed earlier as one of the requirements of those persons, and a lot of the persons that have stopped getting payments from December 27th, is that now we're going to roll out the notifications to all claimants describing the next steps. Some don't have to take some action, is that they're going to refile once we open, and what we do is we have to do what's called a redetermination on their claim to extend their claim for the weeks, and that is going to start going out May 10th. One of the sort of delays in that was that as we had the CAA Act and we were ready to send out the notifications, the law changed with the American Rescue Plan and further extended that out. And so what would have had to happen was we would have had to send maybe 40,000 documents out, or even through email to individuals. And when we looked at it and further changes...
Not to cut you off, you would admit that currently they don't have the information, but it's something that you're working towards remedying.
Right, but on the check, yes, on the check, it does say the last payment that is received. And those are, most of what you're hearing is probably those individuals that stopped getting payments on December 27th of last year.
Okay, and in regards to the regular UI, the regular unemployment insurance, those individuals that had started to receive unemployment insurance and may have received 2 or 3 at the time, and then went back to work, and now again reinstate their regular UI. Why are they being denied and being told that they're being put on the extended UI? Can you speak to how you transition into that phase?
Yeah, well, it depends on each claim. So if they've gone back to work and they have exhausted the regular UI, when they come back and the claim and the beneficiary is still open and they're eligible for claims, they would go on the extended program. So the extended program would give usually an additional 13 weeks to individuals for that extended period of time.
But they have not exhausted because, again, they'll only receive 2 or 3 payments initially on that regular UI before going back to work.
Well, if they did, and they should then go back onto their regular unemployment insurance claim. Once they come back and reopen their claim with us, and it's called a reopen claim, and you have to reopen your claim. Your beneficiary has to be active, and then you can start to receive your weekly benefits.
Okay, and so we'll hopefully they'll get that information. In regards to the $300 payment, have you started to pay out the $300 yet?
Yes, April 15th, we started to pay that out. And thus far for the month of April, we've paid about approximately $1.5 million in the FPUC. However, those individuals on the December 27th and many folks that still have not transitioned into the CAA and the ARPA are still waiting. And that's what we discussed, where we're getting ready to roll out on May 10th to start that process. And so those individuals will get their FPUC checks going back to January 2nd once they're eligible.
Okay, so how far behind are you right now with that 300 payment now that you have started in April 15th, which is just, I guess, about 2-3 weeks ago? How far behind are you?
When we look at it, it's probably a good maybe 7,000 to 8,000 claimants that fall in between these programs of PEUC and the PUA. And then there's some that were on EB that are now going to go back onto the PEUC if they're eligible and they're not working.
Okay, so how is the beneficiaries supposed to keep track? Are they informed whether or not they're on the PECU, the FPCU, the PUA, the PEUC, or the FPUC, or the CAA, or the MEUC, or the ARPA? I mean, how are they supposed to keep track of all these?
Yeah, the acronyms are very confusing, but where they keep track on that and what they have to hold on is what we call a monetary determination. And that monetary determination explains your entitlement.
Okay. So, Commissioner, again, going back to the fact that I see that we do have a disconnect. I think, and I know that you have been on a number of programs, but for some reason, again, and we're talking about individuals that are already frustrated and it's hard for them to keep up. Madam, if I may just conclude, Madam Chair.
Yes.
It's very difficult for them to keep up with all of these processes, and at the end of the day, they just want to know that they're going to be able to get paid so that they could feed their children, and be able to pay their bills and stuff like that. So, I will encourage you to continue to apprise the community of what's going on. Make it as simple as possible, without all these acronyms, without throwing people for a tailspin. Let's try to make it as simple as possible. Okay?
Thank you, Senator. We will.
All right. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, and I see Senator Payne. You're up for your 7 minutes.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Thank you very much for the time. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the listening and viewing audience. Good morning, Commissioner Malloy and your team.
Good morning.
Okay, Mr. Malloy, thank you for the report you actually shared with us this morning in your testimony, but let me ask you, what else can the legislature do to help you, to help our residents at this time?
To help us with getting the information out, we admit that, I totally admit that from the Department of Labor, we have not been able to get out as much information as we would like in the manner in which we would like, and we're rectifying that. But by making sure we understand what the programs are, because the frustration, there's a difference between the frustration and the desperation that's starting to come. And in most cases, it's a case-by-case basis that we have to do, and we're trying our very best to expedite all the cases. So from the legislature, we need to make sure that we get you the most accurate information so that you can help us to continue to get the word out. Because all of the other requirements are right now within what we get from the U.S. Department of Labor in terms of how we have to administer each program.
Okay, thank you for the response, but let me ask you, how are the residents of St. John being serviced at this time? Do you have an outreach office where they can actually go to an office and actually apply for these programs on St. John?
We do not have an office on St. John. So what we continue to utilize, we utilize the Department of Human Services as well as the Administrator's Office to help us with dissemination of information, and our drop boxes that come down on a regular basis from St. John to our offices and back and forth.
And you have public announcements to let the residents know that these are the two places on St. John where they can actually go to receive services?
The information is out. What we have been doing as well, we have started a weekly live after the governor's press briefing. We are live every Monday to ensure that we disseminate some more information as well. And we will be releasing more information from a PR, public relations standpoint to make sure that we bring about a lot more clarity to the individuals. That's the issue that we can only do as much as we can in terms of making sure that we are making sure that the information is there, and we've not done a very good job in making sure that the information is accessible to everyone, and we're rectifying that.
What platforms do you use to actually disseminate your information, such as like social media, Daily News, Avis? What are you using?
We use print media. We're on radio shows. We're on talk shows. We utilize social media. We are working to make sure that some of the recordings are on the government access channel as well. We have a video that has been prepared that walks through the unemployment insurance process. In addition to on our lives, we're doing the walkthroughs of how to apply. We're showing examples of forms. We're having the benefits, our benefits, chief of benefits. We're having the different staff members come and explain certain situations. So we're doing that because we recognize that that is not what we've been doing. We've pretty much been putting our head down and continue to work on trying to process and not getting as much of the information out as we would like, and we're rectifying that.
Okay, and back to St. John. I was moving forward, but how successful are you with utilizing human services and the administrator's office relative to providing services for the residents of St. John? Is it working?
Assistant Commissioner Richardson. Thank you.
Hi, good morning, Assistant Commissioner Cindy Richardson. We are utilizing both offices, and we are using that drop-box method. It's been very successful as it comes down back to us at least 2 to 3 times a week. And we also service individuals from St. John in our offices, as the Commissioner mentioned, during the week. And we are looking into the possibility of having an in-person representative go up on a regular basis moving forward.
And how soon do you think that will be implemented? Because we've been in this situation for quite some time, and I've getting a lot of complaints from residents of St. John as far as having to, they say they submit documents in a Dropbox, and when they make contact with your office, they said they never receive the paperwork. Then they have to travel to St. Thomas to go down by labor, to catch a safari, catch the bus, go through all the harassment just to make it to labor to drop off more paperwork. And it's really burdensome on the residents. So how soon do you think this will you will actually have placing someone, actually a physical body on St. John?
We will be working on a schedule for that. I do not have an execution date as of right now, but it is something that we are looking at. We recently had an initiative where the youth staff was reaching out for the summer youth employment, and we had a UI representative there, and they were also available to answer questions. But right now we're putting a schedule in place, hopefully to have it ready for rollout next month, if not before.
Okay.
1 minute.
I'll definitely follow up. I'll definitely follow up with to ascertain if that was accomplished. Commissioner Malloy, you stated that your system that was in place initially was a manual system. What type of system do you have in place now for processing paperwork?
We have what we call the Vidalis system. That is the unemployment insurance system that we have. And we had to rebuild the entire back end of the system, which is the processing. And then for each program to be able to get to the point where a check can be done, the rules and determinations have to be programmed in there. So that is the system, and that is what's been upgraded. The Vidalis system has been around in the Virgin Islands for many, many years. And we've had to rebuild the back end and update each module with these different programs.
Okay, and lastly, because my time was about to be called, you stated in your testimony that FEMA has given your agency until September of 2021 to finish dispersing. Madam Chair, if I could just finish up, please, on this last question.
Certainly, go ahead.
Okay, you said FEMA has given your agency until September of 2021 to finish dispersing the remaining funds from your $7,323,000 award. How do you plan to accomplish this task so that the territory doesn't lose those funds? Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that question. That program is the Lost Wages Assistance Program, and it's tied to the green application that we send out. It's funded by FEMA. That grant we received $7.3 million, and it's for the period in August. We've gotten the extension to we paid out. We started paying out that program. The key thing with that program is those individuals who are eligible for that program had to have a weekly benefit amount of $100 or more. Otherwise, they don't qualify. So we just have to make the additional payments for those individuals that we have the documentation in already. So we will be making those payments, finalizing that. We have until September to be able to finalize getting the rest of that payment to those individuals, which would be $300 a week. It was a 6-week program. We've already made the first 3 weeks in most cases. Director Halliard could clarify anything else if I missed.
Gary Halliard, the Commissioner is correct. We've thus far disbursed about 5.3. It was just a grant amount, and the residual amount we're expecting by June, the month of June, to complete the draw and pay out the rest of the funds.
Thank you. And again, as we continue to encourage, please send us information to us. A lot of times it's that we're reaching out to agencies, asking for information, but it should just naturally come to the legislature and to this committee so we can share with my colleagues, my committee members, and the rest of my colleagues. Because again, we can only help you if we know what's going on. We're going to proceed to our final round of 3-minute questioning. I'll have now Senator Saru up for your three minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Summer employment, what's the status of summer employment for high school and college? Is that program still going to take place this summer?
Yes, it is, Senator. We're in full swing. The LIFT program is going to be 8 weeks. The summer employment program is 5 weeks, and then we have a 4-week program for the 14 and 15-year-olds. Individuals, the applications are in. We're processing. We're getting those per diems and NOPAs processed so that individuals can start.
Okay. Now, the workforce development, those funds, that was outsourced to One Stop, correct?
The One Stop organization, yes, that is the board, Workforce Development Board, made the decision and the selection of a vendor, and that process is we're still awaiting that to be finalized.
Okay, so you have a director of workforce development and a department, right?
Yes, we do.
So what's the role of the director of workforce development?
The workforce development director is going to be coordinating and overseeing all workforce development programs and activities within the Department of Labor is responsible to administer on the federal side and local side.
Okay, so basically you lost the workforce development grant and it went to One Stop. So in order to not have,
We didn't lose a grant, Senator. The money still comes to Vital, but the board is responsible for determining how the WIOA, the Workforce Innovation Opportunity
okay,
Act, money is spent.
the people that work in that program, they no longer work in that program because One Stop has the contract, correct?
There's a One Stop that's coming in to deal with adult and dislocated worker. Yes.
1 minute.
Okay, so the employees that were in that division, have they been offered have they been offered positions with a comparable salary, or did they go back to entry-level positions within DOL?
Within that particular process, we had meetings with for a long time now with collective bargaining, Department of Personnel, their unions, and the affected individuals.
Okay, so because my times, you killed my time. Did those employees re-enter labor at an entry level and not a comparable salary?
Those individuals have to make the decisions. We have not been able to give them any notice by collective bargaining because of no executed contract. So we have had discussions about the awareness of what would happen, and individual employees made some decisions.
So we weren't able to make those employees whole that lost their positions because the grant went to One Stop, correct?
Technically, no employee has lost their position. The one-stop has not started yet. And
Okay,
so,
when One Stop
again,
starts, so we're saying that when One Stop starts, we have not put anything in place, so collective bargaining, to give those employees a comparable salary and a similar position. They will go back down to being entry-level employees in labor.
that is not what we're saying, Senator.
Tell me what you're saying, because I need to understand.
I'm saying that each of the employees were advised of the situation. We had discussions with collective bargaining, government personnel, their unions, and each employee had a discussion to make depending on when the contract would be signed. Once the contract is signed, we would be obligated to give them notice. We cannot give them notice, so individual employees
So what notice?
have been applying for different positions in various agencies across government and making their own decisions.
Okay. I'll rest my case because the whole one-stop situation and how that went down, that wasn't, we literally handed that to a different, labor didn't do the job, period, point blank. And we gave this nice elaborate story of what happened with One Stop, and that's really not the facts of the matter. And it's really an unfortunate situation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And as we put information onto the record and for transparency, what is the name of the vendor? The vendor for One Stop? So
Right now, that they're in negotiations with the Workforce Development Board. Right now, that is not under the purview of the Department of Labor in terms of the negotiations. It is strictly the board's responsibility.
Commissioner, let's put it into perspective. First off, number one, you took the oath this morning, and I'm really asking for information to be put on the record accurately. We have gone down that road already. The name of the company is ICF. The discussions surrounding, the discussions you're telling me about negotiations, that has to do with the deliverables and so on. We've already established, we had that right here, this body, through different committee processes, have established the whole situation regarding the vendor. The same vendor has also received, you've also received previous awards. And so we need to put the information onto the record. We're gonna get into the workforce development discussion later on, because one of the individuals we did invite for Block 2 is in fact the contracts administrator for the company. And so we have we have information on the record, we have communication, and we don't need to do this today. It needs to come out to the public in terms of being transparent. The discussion surrounding your business relationships, that is not internal. The internal legal deliverables, that's another discussion. But when you have selected a vendor, when the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority has already put on record through Director Griffith during his testimony of an award, and then also the fact that we're going to have to get into the weeds, because as you just presented, the Workforce Development Board, you said, made a decision, but there is another clear record that the Workforce Development Board has had a very few meetings. So the question will then become, when was that decision made? But we're gonna get through that more into the second block. But I will really ask that that as we go down this particular road, that we are open and transparent with what's going on with our local and federal funds.
Senator, if I may,
Sure.
there is a lot of confusion that's being discussed here right now, and that is not the one-stop operator and ICF it's a totally different scenario. So it's the one-stop, it's a completely different vendor, it's a completely different procurement process, and it's tied to the high risk and the findings that the Virgin Islands Department of Labor and the board were under. So it's a totally different conversation. That's not, so it's not the vendor. For that particular procurement for the one-stop, there were 3 individuals that bid, and the Virgin Islands Department of Labor was one of them. The other 2, I only know of Rescare. I don't know of who the other entity was because the board is the one that dealt with the procurement of that particular entity for the one-stop operation that is completely separate from the Community Development Block Grant application that the Virgin Islands Department of Labor applied for.
Thank you. So you could have said that from the beginning when you said the vendor, you could have said it was us, that we, the Department of Labor, is now, the One Stop is operating by the department, and that in fact, through the board, it wasn't clear. And then we have to parse out to us, and the information needs to be provided to us, what elements do these vendors play in this? And so when you say the vendor, let's just be open and candid and just speak clearly as to who we're talking about. When we ask about who's dealing with the software, what is the name of that vendor? That's an awarded contract. We don't need to kind of have the back and forth or ask additional questions because it should be clear. We should know, all of our different agencies, who are contracted to do business once, of course, the contracts are awarded, and even through the process, to the bidding process, has to be open, clear, and transparent. Thank you. Move on now to Senator Potter.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Just a couple of quick questions for Commissioner Malloy. The first one is, and I apologize if this question was asked and answered before, how many Virgin Islanders since COVID-19 were recipients of unemployment benefits? Well, how many applied and how many actually received unemployment benefits?
Director Halliard, if you have that information.
During the course of the period that you asked the question, Gary Halliard for the record, we had about 20,000 active claims in the given time period. Now, as far as the Virgin Islands or who on the Virgin Islands, I would say more than 90% was in the Virgin Islands, and the rest is what we call interstate. And even in that interstate count, they could be Virgin Islanders who worked in the territory for a short period and may have left and relocated to other state areas.
Okay, thank you for that. Now, I know we're in a tax season right now, and I was just curious as to how, that should be, handled. Is unemployment compensation subject to taxation? Do you have to be reported?
Yes, sir.
It comes on the
so just
1099-G that's issued every year.
Okay.
And additionally, Nisha Christian Hendrickson, Assistant Commissioner for the record, one caveat is that under the American Rescue Plan, $10,200 of those dollars will be exempt from taxation. So yes, it is taxable at 10%, but that will be deducted based on the American Rescue Plan.
Okay. Thank you for that. And I know Assistant Commissioner Hendrickson, you mentioned the issue of fraud, and I just had a curiosity as to, are we seeing instances of fraud? Has any cases been referred to the Attorney General's office thus far?
The answer is yes and yes. We are in communication with both federal and local OIG, also with the police department. There have been many instances that we are investigating. I can't get into some of the details, but some of it ranges from people not reporting wages, and some of them are more significant schemes. But we are in communications both locally and federally to address and investigate those issues.
Thank you very much for your responses. Thank you very much for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Senator Violette, up for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know that 20,000 was the original number. What is the number now? The number of individuals who are still on unemployment?
Gary Halliard for the record. Well, when I said the 20,000, what I'm describing is that it's an active claim. So of those 20,000, what we're seeing on a normal basis of people that, may file, it's between 15 to 20,000. And that's as long as the beneficiary is active. So when you're in a beneficiary, you can go back to work, be unemployed, come back on unemployment, go back to work and go back, and it's a to and fro. And that's why it's a little bit, when you say it's not just on a flat number, but when you say we have active claims, meaning at every given point in time, over 20,000 or so people can file a claim for unemployment because they are without employment.
Okay, but I want to know how many have actually filed a claim out of the 20,000. How much filed a claim in January and February? I'm trying to see if the economy is getting better, if people are going back to work. What are the actual numbers by month? Are you able to provide like a 3-month scenario?
I should do, but I have to go back to my reporting system to get that for you.
Okay, if you can before we are finished. And what is the present unemployment rate by island?
By island, in total, it's 8.1. On St. Croix, it's about 7.6, and these are as of March. And St. Thomas, St. John area is about 8.5.
Okay, thank you so much. What contract did ICF win? I'm hearing the back and forth. I'm just trying to get clarity in my head. What is the exact contract that they won, and to do what? For what purpose?
ICF has, we put out several RFPs for project management services, for our dislocated worker grant, for our apprenticeship, and for the community development block grant. And ICF was one of the bidders that bid in each of the areas. So in addition to that, ICF and the Virgin Islands Department of Labor, they administer the $5 million dislocated worker grant through the U.S. Department of Labor, and been working in collaboration with us prior to our putting out an RFP.
So they won the contract for project management, dislocated workers, and developing info in reference to the community block grant?
Through the solicitation process, they won the award, yes.
Okay. And what's the cost and what was the start date of their contract?
So I would have to defer to Assistant Commissioner Isha Christian Hendrickson, but I know that most of them are still in progress in terms of going through the procurement process. So in terms of a start date, we've been having to move those dates based on the negotiation process.
Okay, so they have not actually been, they have received the contract, but the contract has not been finalized. But it hasn't been finalized yet.
That's correct.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, I think that this was back from when the now Senate President was chair of this committee that we had this conversation in reference to ICF. What's the hold up in terms of finalizing the contract?
Well, it's several different things that that especially each program has a different.
Okay, so if I may, Nisha Christian Hendrickson, legal counsel. So in reference to each one of the grants, there's different contracts with different scopes of work. In some of the grants, for example, the CDBGR, that is a combination with VIFHA. So some of the requirements of HUD had to be inserted, and so we are finalizing that. In fact, we've been working on it as late as this week, and so as we get the requirements or additions to be changed, we have been inputting them. In reference to the other two, they're in very close to being in final form, and so we anticipate getting them executed very shortly.
So and I'll finish the manager. In the interim period, while we are finalizing this particular contract, is anything being done for dislocated workers, or we're waiting for the ICF contract to be finalized before anything happens with dislocated workers?
No, Senator, we are administering our dislocated worker program and have been working with all the agencies to help put individuals in place, Department of Health, Education, even in our Department of Labor. So we've been doing the administering of that program.
Through your local staff?
Yes.
Okay. And then ICF, when the contract is finalized, then they have to ramp up in terms of staffing, or are they going to make offers to the individuals who are doing it before that works for labor? Or a combination of both?
Those are, to clear it up, that has nothing to do with the one-stop process. So those are separate program management for separate programs that we knew that we didn't have the staff in place to be able to execute all everything that's needed for those grants.
Okay, let me be more specific. Do you have staff now for dislocated workers?
Within the workforce development team right now, the staff is dwindling down tremendously because of what is going to happen with the one stop when they do in fact come on board.
So now it sounds like One Stop and ICF are overlapping?
Well, ICF has a contract with the U.S. Department of Labor to administer a dislocated worker program known as Restoring Futures that's separate and apart from any of this. So there's several different dislocated programs going on at the same time.
How many employees do you have left in the workforce development?
I will get that number to you. St. Croix is dwindling down, St. Thomas, and we're doing some integration because of our RESCA program. I'll have to get that specific number to you.
So the dwindling down is based on retirement and individuals being placed in other areas? Or
it's retirement as well as individuals seeking other opportunities or yes.
Okay, thank you so much. When we reach to the next block, I'll drill down a bit more on the workforce development. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And so proceed, Senator Francis, for your three minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Commissioner Malloy, I just wanted to continue along that same track real quickly because I think that in terms of the numbers, yes, you indicated that it's dwindling and that there's some retirement. I mean, have these individuals applied for retirement, or this is just a speculation at this point?
No, we've had individuals that have retired.
Okay. And
from the workforce development team.
And have you or anyone have made sure that they were offered, because you do have position within the Department of Labor that these individuals may be able to qualify for? Is that correct?
Yes, and and every opportunity was afforded to those individuals to apply and go through the process.
And that is being done in a lateral opportunity so that there will be no significant reduction in time in service or time pay in grade?
It would depend on what the offering that we have within the department. And again, some individuals are making decisions to look in other agencies, but they're looking within the same scope, the same band.
Okay.
That they qualify for.
Very well. Shifting gear a little bit, in terms of those individuals, again, going back to the child support aspect of those individuals that money had gone to child support or they didn't receive any of the unemployment insurance payment. Is there a check stub or any record being sent to these beneficiaries so that they know exactly how and how much have gone towards paying down on their pending or child support amount due?
Nisha could clarify, but I know that what happens with the child support is that the Paternity and Child Support Division provides us with the information, and then we do the manual input in terms of the positions that need to be deducted. So we work in collaboration with Paternity and Child Support. So that's how we get the information.
That's understood, but I think that the nuance or the issue with the individuals is that only when they realize that they have not received the payment, and they inquire, they're being told that in fact that it has gone towards the paternity and child support, and there's no real documentation of how much has gone, exactly where they stand in respect to that. So I just wanted to know whether or not from your shop, whether or not you're documenting what that number should look like.
Director Halliard?
Gary Halliard for the record. We do on the check show the deduction to each individual once they have filled out that they have the deduction. Now the balances and everything is not held within our agency. We wouldn't know how much there's left or what they've seen, but the deductions are on their check stub.
Very well, and they're given a copy of that check stub.
Yes, it's mailed out to them and they get that. It's two things. That's a tripart, the actual, if they're getting check, the actual check, their certification, and then the deductions and how much benefits are the weeks of benefits that they have on that payment.
Okay, very well. I'll leave that as it stands, and thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time. Thank you very much for your responses, Department of Labor.
Thank you. I would like to get the percentage of the amount of claimants who receive direct deposit payments, and it would really be good to also get a cost of as we continue to push out lots of paper, and what strategies you all are employing for us to shift from all the paper that people are getting, like how, for example, paychecks are received through email and the like, if you can provide that. So I definitely want to know the percentage and how, at least as we have future hearings, how you're parsing down and as we address and shift people and encourage people to use direct deposits. I would at this time, my main statement would be as we close out this round and allow you to close off, and then we'll take a break and then we'll proceed for Block 2. What as we address unemployment, we have a lot of takeaways today. You hear the frustration there. We had this hearing today, but we want to know what's the next step. My office is in coordination with Senator Rue and also the expressions of other senators and information provided to me of different cases, different constituents, case by case. Let's see if we can resolve those. And then from today, we've asked for a number of items. Please submit those as very soon because we want to see where we are next. And even between now and the next time period, we see a lot more information going out. We hear of the challenges of staff, continue to increase those. One of the questions asked is about the need for more staff. As you know, the budget hearing is coming up. Please make sure that's noted, and we go from there. At this time, I'll let you at least close out, just do a conclusion for this round, and then we'll take a break and then proceed with round 2, Block 2.
Thank you, Senator Whitaker. Just want to take the opportunity again to thank the committee for the opportunity to make the presentation on unemployment insurance. We want to make sure that we reaffirm to this community that we are, in fact, acting with a sense of urgency and very, very clearly. At the same time, we're working hard. We're also working smarter so that we can bring whatever automation that needs to happen to be able to remove the paper-driven process. And so we're doing everything in our power to ensure that that's happening. We also own and take responsibility for not getting as much information out in a more clear manner, and we're rectifying that by making sure that we're doing every week we're doing a live update on unemployment insurance. We're discussing the frequently asked questions. We're providing, we have a video that will be out for release that talks about the process. The PowerPoint that you saw, we're going to be going through that entire step. We're going to be doing a whole education process to make sure that more people are aware, because we do recognize that there are a lot of different programs and there's a lot of individuals that are on more than one program and revert back to the other. And so it's not been an easy process, but my staff and I were very committed. And just a big thank you to the staff for everything that we've been doing through this. And it's noted and clear that we have never closed during this pandemic, and we have been able to continue to do the processing, and we're doing everything we can to reduce the backlog and to get the benefits in the hands of our residents. Thank you for the opportunity.
And thank you very much for your presentation, for the work being done on behalf of the department. And again, we're just working on resolving the crises and doing so as methodical as we can and as open and transparent period, not even as possible, period. Also, just as a reminder, as my colleagues have also asked, as I've asked as well, that information to be at least provided in Spanish, patois, and also respecting persons who have any disabilities, especially as you put out information online that they're meeting the ADA guidelines and the like. Okay, so thank you. So at this time, the committee will stand in recess for 30 minutes. For those who are in block 2, if you want to, at this time, you can stay on or just take a break as well. We'll proceed and we'll start, the pushes at least start by 12:30, and we'll be back for block 2. And at this time, the Committee on Education and Workforce Development stands in recess. Committee on Education and Workforce Development is out of recess. We are now moving into Block 2. I will have Madam Clerk, if you were to read the corresponding correspondence into the record at this time.
Good afternoon. The committee will receive testimony as it pertains to workforce development, educational development, agriculture opportunities, employment opportunities, and the Community Development Block Grant Workforce Development Award. Invited testifiers, Mr. Gary Malloy, Commissioner, VI Department of Labor, Mr. Michael Cardy, Chairman, VI Workforce Development Board, Bernard Molaspy, Senior Contracts Administrator, ICF Incorporated, LLC, Wayne Biggs, Chief Executive Officer, Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority, Dr. David Hall, President, University of the Virgin Islands, Frandel Gerard, Executive Director, Fusion Heritage and Nature Tourism, Lincoln Tang Hao, owner, Tang Hao Brothers, Inc.
And any correspondence, can you please read the correspondence into the record?
No. May 3rd, 2021, ICF Letter of Excuse, invitation to testify to the Committee on Education and Workforce Development hearing on May 7th, 2021. Good day, Senator Whitaker. Thank you for the invitation to testify before the Committee on Education and Workforce Development on May 7th, 2021. It is our understanding that the Virgin Islands Department of Labor has competitively awarded ICF Incorporated, LLC, the contract for the Skills for Today project. However, contract negotiations are still underway. After the contract is finalized and fully executed, ICF welcomes the opportunity to support VIDOL leadership and their testimony before Committee for VIDOL Skills for Today project. Therefore, after consultation with VIDOL Commissioner Malloy, we respectfully request rescheduling the presentation for late spring. Should you have any questions or clarifications about Skills for Today, we respectfully defer to VIDOL Commissioner Malloy. Sincerely, Bernard J. Molaspy, Senior Contracts Administrator.
Thank you, and I just want to put on the record, so we had a previous hearing where Mr. Molaspy had actually asked for additional time. He indicated that, in fact, he would be ready to testify late spring. We are in May. I'm not sure how much further we're talking about in terms of spring, but I will, myself and my committee will continue to follow up because at this time, ICF is not new to this territory. Rather, this is a discussion surrounding workforce development and what they plan to achieve with the disaster funds that they are being awarded. So this second block, and I want to really emphasize in this second block, we are speaking about workforce development. We've invited a number of testifiers, both from our government officials as well as individuals in the private sector, nonprofit, for-profit, especially as we look to a vision forward. One of the things that I've done in terms of research and background is really a lot of research surrounding the history of workforce development in our territory, even on a national basis. And we've gone through various federal acts that from the days of, and really right after the civil rights era, was really supposed to be to help communities of color. And we see now where, as we look at our own community, where we have our various challenges, the question becomes how those funds are really being used and how we can shift the narrative of the level of joblessness, unemployment, the number of individuals, especially young people who are cut out of processes to be able to be employed and be employable, as well as individuals who are interested in starting their businesses. So the support for a lot of our rooted businesses in our community, the ones that are left, because we did have a history where we did have a lot of industry and individuals. We also had, manufacturing at a larger level. And so with all of this, really today to see a way forward beyond our current condition and certainly the condition we've experienced in the last generation, because the last generation has really that's why we're here where we are, and plus two, also dealing with the disaster. At this time, I will first start off with the testimony of Commissioner Malloy. And before that, let me also, because we have new individuals on the line, I want to make sure I'm always on point with the oath. I will ask everyone to raise their right hand. After I read the words, "do you," you will state your name, and I will read the rest of the statement. This is, again, just for information, Rule 507B of the Rules of the 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Do you, state your name.
David Lloyd.
Hendrickson.
Solemnly affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to the best of your knowledge and belief.
I do.
I do.
Thank you very much. Okay, so at this time, media, if you were to donate on Commissioner Malloy as he provides his testimony. You may proceed, Commissioner Malloy.
Thank you, Senator Whitaker. Good afternoon, Honorable Senator Genevieve Whitaker, Chairwoman of the Committee, Chairwoman of the Education and Workforce Development Committee, Senator Janelle K. Saro, Vice Chair, other members of the 34th Legislature, the viewing and listening audience. I am Gary Malloy, Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Labor. Here with me today is Ms. Cindy L. Richardson, Assistant Commissioner, Attorney Nisha R. Christian Hendrickson, Assistant Commissioner / Legal Counsel, Ms. Melita Etienne, Director of Workforce Development Services, and Ms. Shenika Sebastian, Director of Youth and Apprenticeship. I want to thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony regarding the workforce development programs, including the Skills for Today project, an overview of the Youth Work Experience Program, and the overall workforce development. Before the testimony, Madam Chair, if I could, I'd like to request a brief moment of silence for Ms. Shauna Bass, who is a policy advisor to Governor Bryan, who passed away this Sunday and was very instrumental in working with us and the Department of Labor on workforce development issues.
Yes, yes. And my condolences expressed to her and to her family, and on behalf of the legislature as well. We offer our condolences.
Thank you. I will also ask if Assistant Commissioner Richardson can assist me with the reading at the beginning of the testimony. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
The Virgin Islands Department of Labor's Division of Workforce Development administers employment and training programs as mandated under Title I and Title III of the Workforce Innovation Opportunity Act, WIOA, of 2014. The Division of Workforce Development takes strategic and operational direction from the Virgin Islands Workforce Development Board in the administration of workforce development programs and the provisioning of services. The board has direct oversight over state, local area workforce development programs and activities, and is responsible for the development, implementation, and modification of the 4-year Strategic Unified Plan. Elements of the Unified State Plan include: 1, analysis of the state, local area economic conditions, workforce characteristics, and workforce development activities. 2, the state, local area strategic vision and goals. And 3, the necessary infrastructure policies and activities to meet its strategic goals, implement its alignment strategy, and support ongoing program development and coordination. WIOA is the primary funding authority for the VI Department of Labor's Division of Workforce Development and brings together in strategic coordination the core programs of federal investment in skill development, specifically employment and training services for adults, dislocated workers, and youth under WIOA Title I. Wagner Pizer Employment Services administered through formula grants to states under WIOA Title III, and adult education and family literacy programs, as well as state vocational rehabilitation services programs that assist eligible individuals with disabilities in obtaining employment, both core programs administered by the U.S. Department of Education under WIOA Title II and IV. Our service delivery. Employment and training services are delivered through a one-stop operation system known as the America's Job Centers, or AJC. One-stop operators are tasked with the day-to-day operation of the local workforce centers, or America's Job Centers. A comprehensive American Job Center is described in 20 CFR section 678.305, is a physical location where job seekers and employer customers can access the programs, services, and activities of all required one-stop partners and additional partners as determined by the Workforce Development Board. The goal of the AJC is to provide an integrated service delivery system for eligible adults, dislocated workers, and youth that provide access to workforce services and activities to include training, which lead to an individual becoming a functional and integral part of the working community. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, several workforce development programs and services were impacted by worksite closures and lack of available training service providers, which led to a significant reduction in the number of overall customers receiving services in calendar year 2020. During 2020, VIDAL workforce development staff transitioned work activities to focus on assisting individuals with the process of submitting applications for unemployment insurance benefits while providing follow-up services to existing workforce development program participants via telephone or through other virtual platforms. The physical office locations for the one-stop operation or America's Job Centers were closed to the public. On March 29, 2021, the lobby area of the VI Department of Labor reopened to service customers. Individuals seeking assistance from one-stop staff received assistance by appointment only, and services are rendered utilizing virtual platforms such as Zoom, FaceTime, phone, and email. The workforce development team continues to serve individuals referred to us from other partner agencies virtually. Currently, plexiglass partitions are being installed in the resource rooms as the department plans to expand its service delivery to individuals who need one-on-one assistance. This will increase our ability to better serve our customers. The American Job Center's physical location in both districts will remain closed to the public for the duration of the declared state of emergency and until the necessary engineering and administrative controls have all been installed. This precautionary measure is to ensure the safety of all individuals entering and exiting the physical office building and to minimize risk of exposure that might affect the continuity of the unemployment insurance operations. To date, the VI Department of Labor has never closed its offices due to a COVID-19 outbreak or positive test case. Our outreach initiatives. The Division of Workforce Development intends to extend access to integrated employment, training, and support services provided by the One Stop to those most in need through community outreach efforts and improved partnerships. Beginning in March of 2021, the division hosted a monthly one-stop partner meetings to discuss current programs, challenges, needs, projects, and status of referrals between agencies. On April 7th, 2021, the Youth Services team held the first virtual youth town hall to provide information on programs available to youth and to provide a forum for youth to ask questions and share their concerns and ideas regarding workforce development and employment opportunities available within the territory. And we've provided a flyer within our testimony for you to refer to. On April 22nd, 2021, the division participated in a virtual career fair held by the St. Croix Adult Education Department and provided an overview of one-stop services during that session. On April 30th, 2021, we held a hiring event for the hotel and hospitality sector in the District of St. Croix. We've also provided that flyer for your reference within the testimony. We are currently in the process of coordinating a job fair territory-wide for the construction trades industry to be held at the end of May or early June. The workforce team is also working on an outreach initiative with the Workforce Development Board to extend access to employment, training, and support services to residents of various public housing communities. Program update. Below provides an update on the workforce development services and programs provided by the American Job Center and Division of Workforce Development at the VI Department of Labor. For the quarter covering January 1, 2021 through March 31st, 2021, the Division of Workforce Development provided the following employment and training services under the Adult Dislocated Worker, Youth Title I, and Wagner Paizo Title III programs. Under the Adult and Dislocated Worker programs, 116 individuals were enrolled in our WIOA Adult and or Dislocated Worker programs as a participant. 116 individuals received basic career services, which can include program eligibility determination and initial assessment of skills, including literacy, numeracy, and English language proficiency, as well as aptitudes, abilities to include skill gaps, and support service needs, outreach orientation regarding information and other services available through the local workforce system, job search and placement assistance, provisioning of labor market information, referrals to and coordination of activities with other programs and services, provisioning of information and assistance regarding filing claims for unemployment compensation, and assisting in establishing eligibility for programs of financial aid assistance for training and education programs not provided under WIOA. 106 individuals received individualized career services, which can include comprehensive and specialized assessments of the skill levels and service needs of adults and dislocated workers, which may include a diagnostic testing and the use of other assessment tools, in-depth interviewing and evaluation to identify employment barriers and appropriate employment goals, development of an individual employment plan to identify the employment goals, appropriate achievement objectives, an appropriate combination of services for the participant to achieve his or her employment goals, including a list of and information about the eligible training providers, group or individual counseling, career planning, short-term pre-vocational services, including development of learning skills, communication skills, interviewing skills, punctuality, personal maintenance skills, and professional conduct services to prepare individuals for unsubsidized employment or training, internship and work experience that are linked to careers, workforce preparation activities, and financial literacy services, English language acquisition, and integrated education and training programs. Under training, 22 individuals are currently enrolled in the occupational skills training programs territory-wide and in progress to completion. Some of the training programs and providers include medical administrative assistant and billing and coding specialist on St. Thomas, being provided at the VI Department of Education, Ralph Wheatley Skills Center, NCCER core curriculum on St. Croix, at the VI Department of Education, Career and Technical Education Center, heating, ventilation, air conditioning, and refrigeration, HVAC on St. Thomas, at the VI Department of Education, Ralph Wheatley Skills Center, childcare with a CDA certification on St. Croix, at the VI Department of Education, Career and Technical Education Center, clinical medical assistant on St. Thomas, the VI Department of Education, Ralph O. Wheatley Skills Center, phlebotomy technician on St. Thomas at the VI Department of Education, Ralph O. Wheatley Skills Center, NCCER Electrical 1 on St. Croix at the VI Department of Education, Career and Technical Education Center, Culinary Arts on St. Thomas at the VI Department of Education, Ralph O. Wheatley Skills Center, a licensed practical nurse on St. Thomas at the VI Department of Education, Ralph O. Wheatley Skills Center, and the emergency medical technician on St. Thomas at the VI Department of Education, Ralph O. Wheatley Skills Center. Under our work-based learning, we have 44 individuals territory-wide who are actively enrolled in our on-the-job training, of which 11 participants successfully completed the program. All enrolled individuals were participants of the Restoring Futures program coordinated in conjunction with ICF. 25 individuals territory-wide were actively enrolled in a work experience, of which 2 participants successfully completed the program. All enrolled individuals were participants of the COVID-19 Dislocated Worker Grant awarded to the VI Department of Labor, intended to assist with the sanitization and humanitarian services as a direct response to the pandemic.
As we continue with registered apprenticeship, recognized as a state apprenticeship agency, which is at SAA, the Department of Labor is authorized by the Federal Office of Apprentice to register and oversee apprenticeship programs and agreements for federal purposes in the Virgin Islands. There are 3 approved registered apprenticeship programs called RAPs, R-A-P, in the Virgin Islands: Gold Coast Yachts, Inc., Peace of St. Croix, and Plessing Healthcare. The Virgin Islands Department of Labor is pleased to report that in April, the first 3 participant apprentices enrolled in the registered apprenticeship program begun their training cycle at the Peace of St. Croix. Yesterday, I had the pleasure of attending the orientation ceremony at Plessing Healthcare, as an additional 9 participants were enrolled in the registered apprenticeship program and began their training cycle. Upon program completion, the participants will receive an industry-issued, nationally recognized credential that certifies occupational proficiency. Registered apprenticeship programs and the enrollees are as follows. The Peace of St. Croix, it's in the healthcare industry. The occupation is certified massage therapists. They will engage in 2,000 hours to include 500 instructional hours, and there are 3 participants enrolled. The Pleasant Healthcare, like I mentioned, they're in the healthcare facility. There are 6 individuals that are enrolled in the medical assistant / patient care coordinator, which is 2,000 hours to include 300 instructional hours. There are 2 individuals that are enrolled in the surgical technologist program, which is another 2,000 hours to include 230 hours of instructional hours. And then there's 1 person that's enrolled in the life safety coordinator, which is 2,000 hours to include 200 instructional hours. With Gold Coast Yachts, they are in the boat building. The requirement for the boat building is 4,100 hours to include 144 instructional hours, and the marine service technician, which is 6,000 hours to include 144 instructional hours. That program is pending the training cycle. It's been delayed, and we are working with them to get online as soon as possible. The Virgin Islands Department of Labor is currently working with the Virgin Islands Bureau of Corrections to develop a registered apprenticeship program for corrections officers and incarcerated individuals. Apprenticeship occupations include construction, carpentry, welding, equine industry, and agriculture. Under transitional programs and employer incentives, understanding the value of connecting persons who may have had criminal contact and providing a mechanism for a second chance, the Virgin Islands Department of Labor has been participating in planning meetings and conversations facilitated by UVI Cell with the Bureau of Corrections, the Workforce Development Board, and other key stakeholders. The Virgin Islands Department of Labor administers 2 programs that directly support the re-entry of incarcerated individuals back into the workforce. The specific programs are the Work Opportunity Tax Credit, which is the WOTC, and the Federal Bonding Program. The Work Opportunity Tax Credit, or WOTC program, is a federal tax credit available to eligible employers for hiring individuals from certain targeted groups who are consistently faced with significant barriers to employment. During the period of August 4th, 2020 to September 8th, 2020, the Employment and Training Administration, the ETA, conducted a supplementary review of the Virgin Islands Department of Labor's WOTC program. The last VI WOTC program regional office visit review was conducted in 2002. The review resulted in 4 findings and 1 area of concern. Finding number 1, lack of second staff member to review WOTC certifications. Finding 2, no formal agreement with appropriate state agencies. Finding 3, lack of quarterly self-audits. Finding 4, lack of appeals resolution process. To address the above findings, the Virgin Islands Department of Labor completed the following. 1, new Virgin Islands Department of Labor staff members were cross-trained and assigned as WOTC program coordinators, primary and secondary. This was to address the finding, but also to ensure continuity of the program upon the retirement of Ms. Jacqueline Blyden, who is a former WOTC program coordinator. Trainings were conducted during the month of February. We would like to take the opportunity to thank her for her many years of dedicated service. 2, a joint WOTC training was held on February 19, 2021 with the Virgin Islands Department of Labor, the Department of Human Services, and the vocational rehabilitation staff. 3, an updated MOU was drafted and signed between all partners, including the Department of Human Services and the Department of Veteran Affairs, for the purposes of expedited verifications of veteran status as a key factor in determining eligibility. And 4, the first quarterly self-audit was conducted by the Virgin Islands Department of Labor Planning, Research, and Monitoring Unit in March of 2021. The Virgin Islands Department of Labor is in progress to resolving all findings within the coming months. The federal bonding program to provide fidelity bonds to guarantee honesty for at-risk, hard-to-place job seekers. The federal bonding program is a partnership between the U.S. Department of Labor and the McLaughlin Group Company, an insurance brokerage firm. The bonds cover the first 6 months of employment. There is no cost to the job applicant or the employer. The bonds are made available through the Virgin Islands Department of Labor. Under our Youth Employment and Training Services, the Virgin Islands Department of Labor Youth Services Division provides year-round training, employment, and educational opportunities for in and out of school youth ages 14 to 25. The youth programs are designed to help young people of the community to do the following: access opportunity to explore career pathways, increase skills, work-based training to earn while they learn, obtain industry-recognized credentials, and employment in demand occupations. As we adapt to the reality of the COVID-19 pandemic, the youth team continues to provide services and launched the following programs. 2021 Summer Youth Work Experience Program, the Virgin Islands Department of Labor's largest summer program employment, The full return of the summer work experience, the summer youth work experience program this summer will connect over 800 youth between the ages of 14 to 25 with paid work experiences and career exploration opportunities. Opportunities will take place in person, online, or in a hybrid environment to ensure the safety of participants and to meet the needs of the employers. We intend to provide a 5-week paid work experience to 568 participants, ages 16 to 25, a 4-week virtual career exploration training exploration program to 200 participants, ages 14-15, and an 8-week paid internship to 50 eligible college junior and seniors. This year's summer youth work experience program strives to provide participants with meaningful work experiences while earning an income and restoring a sense of normalcy for hundreds of young people. The application window for the program opened in February and closed on April 23rd, 2021 for priority consideration. The team is currently notifying selected applicants. Work experiences will begin the end of May and ongoing. Work Readiness Workshop Series, a series of virtual workshops offered to individuals to seek, secure, and excel in a work experience. The workshops are designed to provide training on basic employability skills, including resume writing, interview skills, and soft skills. The Work, Learn, and Earn program is a work experience. It is a 12-week work experience program for out-of-school youth ages 17 to 24 with little or no work experience. By connecting these individuals with a paid work experience opportunity, it is our expectation that this activity will provide them with the skills development, orientation, and exploration to and exposure to career opportunities and connections to full-time employment. To date, 32 youth registered to participate in the program, and 20 are currently on a work site. Virtual Work Readiness Program. We're partnering with the Department of Human Services to launch an 8-week virtual readiness pilot for at-risk youth between the ages of 14 to 21, referred by Department of Human Services Division of Intervention and Prevention Services. The Work Readiness Program focuses on the development of employability and soft skills to help prepare youth for the job market and success in the workplace. The Work Readiness training consists of interactive videos, weekly Zoom engagement sessions with motivational guest speakers, and a 6-week public speaking and leadership training facilitated by the St. Croix Toastmasters. Training sessions cover a variety of topics surrounding career exploration, networking, business communication and etiquette, budgeting, resume writing, interviewing, and more. 10 students, 5 from St. Croix and 5 from St. Thomas St. John District, participate in the pilot program launched in March, and the project is projected to end in May. The participants who successfully complete the program will receive summer employment. Wagner-Peiser / our Labor Exchange Program Services. The Wagner-Peiser Act of 1933 established a nationwide service of public employment offices known as the Employment Service. The Act was amended in 1998 to make the Employment Service part of the one-stop service delivery system. The Wagner-Peiser Employment Service focuses on providing a variety of employment-related labor exchange services, including but not limited to job service assistance, job referrals, and placement assistance for job seekers, reemployment services to unemployment insurance claimants, and recruitment services to employers with job openings. Services are delivered in one of 3 modes, including self-service, facilitated self-help services, and staff-assisted services delivery approaches. Depending on the needs of the labor market, other services such as job seeker assessments of skill levels, abilities and aptitudes, career guidance when appropriate, job search workshops, and referrals to training may be available. The services offers employers, in addition to referrals of job seekers to available job openings, include assistance in development of work order requirements, matching job seeker experience with job requirements, skills, and other attributes, assisting employers with special requirement needs, arranging for job fairs, assisting employers with hard-to-fill job orders, assisting with job restructuring, and helping employers deal with layoffs. On April 14th, 2021, employer forums were conducted with members of the St. Croix, with members of the Chambers of Commerce and the Hotel and Tourism Association in both districts. These forums served as listening sessions to understand the challenges businesses were facing in attracting, recruiting, and retaining qualified candidates. The common theme across all industries and sectors was that the lack of job readiness skills of the candidates they're interviewing and the supply shortage of qualified candidates for some hard-to-fill positions. On April 30th, 2021, the Virgin Islands Department of Labor held a hiring event for the hotel and hospitality sector in the District of St. Croix and provided a more customized recruitment service to employers within this sector based on the feedback received in the employer forums. Employers with high volumes of available job opportunities posted in the Virgin Islands electronic workforce system, or VIEW system, were contacted. 6 employers registered to participate in the event. The Virgin Islands Department of Labor's Division of Workforce Development contacted approximately 400 individuals within the VIEW system with the applicable work experience and qualifications for the vacant positions, and encouraged interested individuals to drop off their resumes in the drop box outside of our building for follow-up. The Virgin Islands Department of Labor contacted and screened candidates. Some individuals had already secured employment. However, the Virgin Islands Department of Labor was unable to reach several individuals due to outdated contact information and non-responsiveness or follow-up to messages sent. 40 individuals were scheduled for one-on-one interviews with prospective employers. 47% of the candidates that were scheduled and confirmed their participation for the hiring event showed up. Employers provided applications to candidates and indicated that follow-up interviews/contacts will be made for those that will be moving forward. The workforce development team identified employer interest in 15 individuals that were interviewed and will follow up with the job seeker and the employer in the coming weeks regarding the outcome. Other workforce development programs, in addition to partnering with the core partner agencies identified under the WIOA, which is the Workforce Innovation Opportunity Act, also requires local job centers to collaborate with other federally funded employment resources, including the Department of Housing and Urban Development, or HUD, funded employment and training activities to facilitate access to employment services for people experiencing homelessness and others with barriers to employment. The Virgin Islands Department of Labor submitted a dual application to the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority to complete a portion of the workforce development component of the Community Development Block Grant Disaster Recovery, and was awarded $10 million. The Department of Labor submitted an RFP to identify qualified firms to project manage the program. There were 9 respondents to the RFP. A qualified firm was selected, and we are currently in the contracting phase. The Virgin Islands Department of Labor continues to work with the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority to complete the contracting phase of the RFP process. An anticipated date for the program was initially scheduled for April of 2021, but now it has been pushed back to a projected date of May of 2021. The training program will the training program will take place in 4 phases. Phase 1, Skills for Today, will focus on construction industry, preparing individuals with little or no formal training by providing them with general knowledge to proficiently perform entry-level positions in masonry, carpentry, electrical, and plumbing. Students will receive National Certification, Construction, Education, and Research, which is NCCER Core Curriculum Certification, and the NCCER Level 1 certification upon successful completion of the training. There's a target of 400 participants for this first phase. Phase 2 will focus on those individuals who excel in phase 1 and build a career pathway in construction supervision. Students will receive the NCCER Crew Leadership Certification upon successful completion of training program. Training will combine direct classroom instruction plus a 6 to 8 month on-the-job training program, and the target population is 50 participants of that 400 in phase 1. Phase 3 will create additional employment opportunities beyond construction in areas such as marine, cybersecurity, administrative services, and hospitality. Individuals will be immersed in their chosen industry and occupation through real-world, work-based learning experiences as they simultaneously learn and earn. The target population for this group is 240 participants. In phase 4, we'll focus on job retention and intense job readiness preparation to enter workforce, which will include life skill training, resume development, self-marketing tools, building a responsible social media presence, networking, interviewing, working with peers, and working with management. And so in phase 4, the entire target population is all 640 participants that we expect to go through this program. I have attached a copy, attached to this testimony, several of the flyers of the outreach of the activities recently conducted. The Virgin Islands Department of Labor is committed to our roles and responsibilities in the workforce development space for our Virgin Islands community. We are committed to ensuring the integrity and also flipping the coin from unemployment to workforce development. On behalf of the Virgin Islands Department of Labor, I would like to thank the Committee on Education, Workforce Development members for allowing us to provide testimony regarding the workforce development programs, including the Skills for Today training project, our overview of the Youth Work Experience program, and the overall workforce development. This concludes my testimony, and my staff and I are prepared to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Malloy. We'll now move on to the next testifier. Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Wayne Biggs of the Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority. You may proceed with your testimony.
Good afternoon, Senator Genevieve Whitaker, Chairwoman, committee members, senators of the 34th Legislature, and the listening and viewing public. I'm Wayne Biggs Jr., Chief Executive Officer of the Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority. Also here with me today is Ms. Chanel Peterson, Managing Director of Marketing and 2040 Vision. I would like to thank the committee chair and members of the Committee on Education and Workforce Development for inviting us to provide testimony on the Vision 2040 plan. The Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority is the umbrella organization which integrates, assumes, and unifies the functions of the following subsidiary entities: the Economic Development Bank, the Economic Development Commission, the Economic Development the Enterprise Zone Commission, and the Economic Development Park Corporation. It is a semi-autonomous governmental instrumentality operating under one 7-member governing board in order to achieve maximum efficiency of operation, to avoid duplication of services, positions, and responsibilities, and to reduce expenses of personnel, physical plant, and operations. The mission of the VIEDA is to be a consumer service-based organization that creates positive public-private sector partnerships for enhancement of economic growth and development by meeting the challenges of the global economy and serving the needs of the business community while embracing our unique heritage and preserving our pristine natural environment. To achieve its mission, VIEDA's primary objectives include promoting the growth, development, and diversification of the economy of the United States Virgin Islands, creating opportunities for the gainful employment of residents, promoting access to capital, contributing to the development of the educational system, and preserving the environment, beauty, and natural resources of the territory. Through its 4 main pillars, the Economic Development Bank, the Economic Development Commission, the Enterprise Zone Commission, and the Economic Development Park Corporation, the VIEDA has facilitated investment opportunities, thereby leading to job creation and retention, as well as assisted our clients with bringing their dreams of entrepreneurship and business growth to fruition. The Honorable Governor Albert Bryan Jr., during his first State of the Territory address, charged VIEDA with producing a 20-year economic development strategic plan. This plan, formally entitled Vision 2040, provides a vision of economic diversification that substantially grows the economy of the U.S. Virgin Islands over the next 2 decades. After a competitive bidding process and with funding secured from the U.S. Economic Development Administration, of the U.S. Department of Commerce, and the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority Community Development Block Grant for Disaster Recovery, VIEDA selected the consulting firm Camoin Associates, Inc. to assist with developing Vision 2040. Camoin is a well-known and respected in the economic development field. Vision 2040 delivers a well-crafted blueprint and a long-range strategy for economic self-sufficiency and prosperity for the U.S. Virgin Islands. A key element in the development of this plan was the engagement of Virgin Islanders and other stakeholders with interest in the territory who want a voice in determining what the U.S. Virgin Islands will look like 20 years from now. The response to our call was phenomenal. Over 2,500 residents and more than 700 former residents participated in multiple surveys, one-on-one interviews, and virtual town hall meetings. The plan articulates a vision that puts quality of place and quality of life front and center. We want the territory to be a desirable place to live and invest, and for others who want to visit. To make that happen, the plan focuses on initiatives that will best position the U.S. Virgin Islands to be more competitive in the world marketplace. We need to have a business climate that attracts and retains businesses, as well as academic and vocational programs that prepare Virgin Islanders to take advantage of the jobs that these businesses will create in the territory. There is a major difference between Vision 2040 and existing plans or those currently underway. For instance, the Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy, known as CEDS, which is probably the only plan that comes closest to the purpose of Vision 20, is typically done every 3 to 5 years, whereas Vision 2040 is a 20-year plan. States, territories, and regions are encouraged to develop CEDS plans to help bring about collaboration, coordinate efforts, and meet the needs of federal grant funding. A key part of CEDS is not only to identify targeted industries, but to develop disaster and resiliency plans. Completing a CEDS is a requirement for regions to become a designated economic development district. Regions that have a current CEDS are given preference when being considered for some federal support. By contrast, Vision 2040 has a longer-term focus. It addresses issues and systems that cannot be accomplished in 3 to 5 years, but which can be tackled over 1 to 2 decades. Although each plan has its own purpose, our objective was to make sure the SEDS and Vision 2040 complement each other. Therefore, we collaborated and shared information regularly with the University of the Virgin Islands, the entity charged with developing the SEDS plan. We also gathered and reviewed other plans that were previously created and collaborated with entities in the process of developing plans we were aware of, such as the Tourism Master Plan, which is being done by UVI-CEL, and the Blue Economy Plan, which is being done by Blue Tide Puerto Rico with the assistance of UVI and the University of Puerto Rico. Vision 2040 is a community-driven economic development plan rooted in the long-term aspirations and outlook of U.S. Virgin Islands residents and those throughout the diaspora. The planning process included extensive outreach and engagement efforts to ensure that Vision 2040 reflects the ideas, priorities, and concerns of a broad cross-section of U.S. Virgin Islands community. A Vision 2040 task force consisting of representatives from public, private, and nonprofit sectors was also created. Meaningful participation by the community during the planning process was considered essential to building trust among participants and stakeholders. This trust and understanding led to community support and buy-in, helping to reinforce that the final strategy would include ideas that have been vetted by community actors and lead to an actionable economic development strategic plan. The planning process was conducted during the COVID-19 pandemic, which required utilizing an extensive array of virtual engagement techniques, including video conference, meetings, online surveys, social media campaigns, website engagement, virtual open houses, and other techniques. Based on the research conducted and a strong engagement and outreach, the Vision 20 Task Force agreed on 2 overarching goals and 8 aspirational goals for the U.S. Virgin Islands. The recommendations and initiatives included in a 280-page Vision 2040 20-year economic strategic plan relate to achieving these goals. Macroeconomic goals. Vision 2040 set 2 macroeconomic goals for the territory. The first is to reach full employment by 2030. Full employment exists when jobs are plentiful. It does not mean that everyone has a job. Rather, no one is jobless unless they do not want to be employed. The second macroeconomic goal is to achieve economic stability by 2040. This means that growth and prosperity have taken root. There are no excessive fluctuations in gross domestic product, and prices for goods and services are reasonable, manageable, and stable. Aspirational goals. Vision 2040 also established 8 aspirational goals to help the territory achieve these macroeconomic goals. They relate to targeted industries, which are detailed in Volume 5 of the report, called Economic Opportunities. Target industries. 8 targeted industries are identified in the Vision 20 report based on their potential to contribute economic diversification through growth and job creation in the U.S. Virgin Islands. The targeted industries are based on STEAM, services, technology, energy, agriculture, and manufacturing. These industries are agribusiness, coastal and ocean resources, health sciences, light manufacturing, professional and technical services, renewable energy, research and development, and VI-style tourism. Business climate issues, which were front and center in the Vision 2040 discussions and survey findings of residents and businesses, are hence front and center throughout the plan. Infrastructure needs, which are also front and center in the discussion and survey findings, are highlighted throughout the report. Diversifying the economic base and moving away from a service-driven economy where most jobs are in government, tourism, and social services is important and addressed throughout the report. To this end, initiatives are introduced throughout the plan to further the targeted industries and improve the small business and entrepreneurial ecosystem. Finally, quality of place and life improvements are addressed to ensure that the territory is safe, attractive, and enjoyable for living, visiting, and conducting business. Vision 2040 provides 116 initiatives and recommendations in Volume 6, taking action of the report, on how best to improve the business climate, to help small businesses grow and entrepreneurs set up operations, and to make sure the territory is attractive not only for investment, but as a key location to visit and stay for work opportunities. They are organized by themes: business climate, infrastructure, diversifying the economy, education and workforce, and quality of place and life. The report also provides an action matrix where each one is assigned to a point agency or organization that should be charged of leading implementation. It shows which island it impacts, whether it is short, medium, or long-term priority, and how it relates to fulfilling the aspirational goals. In 2040, the U.S. Virgin Islands will have a larger and more diversified economy than it does today. By focusing efforts on the targeted industries and goals identified in Vision 2040 strategic plan, total jobs in the territory could grow by 35% from under 40,000 today to over 52,000 in 2040. In 20 years, the number of jobs would surpass the pre-Great Recession peak, placing the territory in a place of sustained economic growth. The Vision 2040 plan targeted industry sectors require workers who have high levels of problem solving and technical skills. Thus, improvements to education and workforce development are critical to achieving aspirational goals. The Vision 2040 plan needs to be part of the territory's working plan to improve education and prepare the workforce of the future. I'm happy to say that Commissioner Barry Benjamin of the Department of Education, President Hall of the University of the Virgin Islands, and Commissioner Malloy of the Department of Labor sat on the Vision 2040 Steering Committee and had direct input into the plan. Additionally, we all continue to collaborate and just yesterday participated in a Workforce Investment Board meeting along with Governor Bryan, where we discussed preparation of the workforce for the future. There is consensus that education and workforce development systems must help people be prepared for family-sustaining jobs. The education and workforce initiatives and recommendations are identified on pages 240 and 241 of the Vision 2040 plan. The challenge over the next 20 years will be diversifying the economy so that the territory is not dependent upon tourism or any one industry, but that we instead have a solid base of employers, a variety of good-paying jobs, and an educated and trained workforce. At the end of the day, Vision 2040 is all about ensuring economic prosperity for all. The Vision 2040 plan can be accessed and downloaded from the Vision 2040 website at www.usvi2040.com or at the Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority's website at www.usvieda.org. I thank you for the opportunity to provide this testimony on behalf of the VIEDA regarding Vision 2040 to the Committee on Education and Workforce, and our team is available to answer any questions you may have related to testimony. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Biggs. We move on to our next testifier, Mr. Michael Carty, the chairman of the Workforce Development Board.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairwoman Genevieve Whitaker, Honorable Janelle K. Sorrow, Vice Chair, members of the Committee on Education and Workforce Development, other members of the 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands and the United States, and the listening and viewing audience. I am Michael Carty, Chairman of the Virgin Islands Workforce Development Board. Here with me today is the Executive Director of the Board, Ms. Sonia Boyce. Let me give you a brief synopsis of what the board does. The VI Workforce Development Board is a policy-making entity charged with strengthening the workforce development system by collaboratively building strong partnerships with secondary and post-secondary education, economic development authorities, and the private sector to align opportunity and preparation. So that should lead to economic growth. The VI State Workforce Development Board also assists the governor in developing, implementing, and modifying the state plan. The state plan lasts for 4 years and is a guide that identifies market statistics and in-demand sectors. With this data, the plan outlines the in-demand sectors for that term, where focus will be placed on developing candidates to be job ready to enter these types of careers. So to summarize, vision, guidance, and policy are the primary objectives of the Workforce Development Board. The U.S. Virgin Islands receives funds under the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, WIOA, to provide leadership, direction, and program management funds as directed by the WIOA rules and requirements outlined by the federal government. The areas outlined by WIOA to be served are disadvantaged adults, youth, and dislocated workers. The Workforce Development Board is also responsible for leading the workforce discussion throughout its coverage area. There are distinctive roles for all workforce development boards, regardless of size and geography, among the 600 plus state and local workforce boards across the United States. The Virgin Islands has a challenge of being both a state and local workforce development board. With a population of approximately 100,000 individuals, the VI is among the smaller workforce development boards and state boards in the nation. As prescribed by the U.S. Department of Labor, Training and Employment Guidance Letter 16-1, there are distinct prescriptive funding allocation requirements for expenditures and performance outcomes to direct and/or limit the allocation of the resources as it best fits the needs of the Virgin Islands. The U.S. VI receives approximately $2.1 million that must be specifically allocated for training, program costs, and administrative programs, or administration of the program. The training and program funds provide for skills training, tuition that supports the candidates in addition to wages for adults, youth, and dislocated services. This also includes the cost of the program, such as the required American Jobs Center, physical locations, counselors, and instructors, and other support staff. As the VI is a smaller workforce area with 2 districts, St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix, the cost associated with placing the required staff and program requirements on each location, each district, is a higher percentage than most other larger workforce areas that only have one distinct location, say for instance in one contiguous county, rather than the Virgin Islands with 2 separate districts, 3 islands. Our Virgin Islands WIOA Unified State Plan for 2020 to 2024 was approved by the U.S. Department of Labor. Here are some of the goals, 6 of which are identified as priority. 1, enhance business engagement through a sector-based approach to workforce training. This includes develop program design in conjunction with the business sector needs, establish ongoing work-based learning opportunities based on real-time skills gaps expressed by employers, encourage and expand minority and diversity in business and employer engagement, create a USVI accepted skill validation certificate. Next, align work readiness and workforce training programs with the economic development strategies. Proactively, number 1, a subcategory to that is prepare or proactively prepare for new employers and emerging occupational opportunities. Develop a signature work readiness product that identifies candidates as ready to work through the workforce system. Expand the Siren initiative through communication among workforce systems to ensure response to worker and employer needs. Assist in developing employer-permitted training time through work-based training. Next, promote diversification of post-secondary education and training opportunities. explore alternative and innovative methods of attaining credentials, foster new opportunities for online and blended learning, expand opportunities in the labor market through the Plus One initiative, working with training providers, work with various partners to review and study the impact and development of family-based workforce needs to ensure increased retention to opportunities, increased outreach to those with barriers, including reentry, individuals, and others. Next, develop focus-driven sector strategies. Number one, re-engineer the workforce system from where the need is greatest. Two, engage the hiring agents who assess job applicants for their strengths and areas that they need improvement. Encourage sector expos where employers present their business process and core occupations. Develop great awareness and response among job seekers through the Continual Movement Initiative to develop common career pathways aligned with sector strategies. Next, develop a network for temporary or gig workers. What this does is append the current system and the use of the agency as a central repository for bridging employers seeking day labor, short-term projects, and intermediary jobs that will sunset in less than a year. Next, encourage job seekers to unify as one talent pool in the related occupations in the gig worker sector. Next, develop an integrated data system. One, integrate agency operations through technology, design electronic common intake tools, manage customers through shared profiles, partner with private sector entities, promote employer services and consultants, implement the Pulse initiative to collect information comprehensively and regularly to ensure business information is complete and accurate. Consider a part of the one-stop agency system as a referral or work crisis line for response to employer or employee-related issues. Current board initiatives. The board is negotiating the deliverables contained in the one-stop operator contract with the selected vendor. We provided responses to the contract questions posed by the selected vendor and identified certain provisions that were non-negotiables for the government of the Virgin Islands. We estimate this process will be complete by or before the end of July. This contractor will serve as the primary provider of services within the Virgin Islands One-Stop Center, responsible for providing the services associated with VIOA. The contractor is also responsible for each of the performance measures that were negotiated between the board and the U.S. Department of Labor. These performance measures include median earnings, credential attainment, and measurable skills gains. Presently, the board is collaborating with the Office of Disaster Recovery, the University of the Virgin Islands, and the VI Department of Labor to create additional training programs to meet the workforce demands that the recovery and infrastructure projects will bring to the territory. Taking into consideration data provided by the RAND study in 2020 and Vision 2040, the Workforce Development Board is working to expand the details of our VI demand occupations list. The sectors currently identified in the state plan are as follows. Number one, healthcare. Number two, marine services. Number three, hospitality. Number four, technology. 5, media and entertainment. 6, trade skills. 7, the financial sector. 8, short-term work / the gig economy. And 9, we have a placeholder for the unknown. That's for unknown careers that haven't been developed yet or identified as yet. On this page, if some of you in the chambers are looking at the testimony, what you'll see here is the flywheel that was developed by myself and other board members, identifying how those target in-demand sectors fit together now and into the future. The board's goal is to work with the University of the Virgin Islands to create certificate programs, particularly short-term certificates in the demand sectors, and contract with additional eligible training providers. Should there be a need to look outside of the territory to fill any gaps, the board plans to enter into reciprocity agreements with out-of-state eligible training providers. Some other areas we intend to place great emphasis on are financial literacy and literacy in general for those participating in employment and training programs. Taking into consideration that education is a key component for living and thriving in this world, tackling our literacy issues must be given a top priority. We will enhance our efforts to find eligible training providers to focus on these areas, which we consider foundational. We recognize that there exists a lack of trust between job seekers and the potential jobs and training opportunities that can be afforded to them through the Department of Labor. That said, outreach and meeting our residents on familiar ground is key to regaining the trust so that our programs and trainings offered by VITAL can be maximized. We plan to work collaboratively with our partners to meet with residents who are not in the labor workforce to encourage and urge them to register with the Department of Labor for employment and training services. We're not just waiting for them to come to the Department of Labor. We need to go out to them. This is a territory-wide initiative. We will raise awareness of available employment and training opportunities, extend access to wraparound services, career development assistance, life skills training, and job preparedness skills trainings. And our goal for this is to register and enroll at least 500 participants. This effort intends to open a direct channel between those wanting to work and other training and career opportunities offered by the Department of Labor, which will prepare them for work readiness and or give them gainful employment. This effort also requires continuously working with the business sector to keep up with their needs and receive feedback on what's working and what's not, so that the system and approach continues to evolve. The board recently approved new training providers in the maritime and construction industries. To date, we have 12 training providers. Based on feedback from employers across the territory, soft skills are highly sought after. The board plans to add additional training providers in this area. And what's meant by soft skills are just the basic foundational coming to work early, wearing the uniform and interacting with co-workers. Those are more foundational soft skills that employers are looking for. The Virgin Islands Workforce Development Board is committed to working collaboratively with the members of the 34th Legislature, and we thank you for the support you give the Workforce Development Board in our community, and we look forward to the opportunity to respond to any questions you may have. To summarize, my testimony here, what I leave you with is trades, and more trades. That's where we need to start. That's where we need to focus right now, and it's the quickest path to candidates earning. So I'm open to any questions or comments you have, and Executive Director Boyce is also here to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carty. We'll move on to our next testifier, Dr. David Hall, President of the University of the Virgin Islands. Dr. Hall, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairwoman Whitaker and members of the Committee on Education and Workforce Development, and other members of the 34th Legislature present, other testifiers, members of the press, persons in the viewing and listening audience, ladies and gentlemen. My name is David Hall. I am the president of the University of the Virgin Islands, and it is indeed an honor for me to be here before this committee to offer testimony on behalf of the University of the Virgin Islands. I was asked to provide an update on the development of the School of Agriculture and on the university's efforts to address workforce needs in the territory. Both topics are high priorities for the university, and we appreciate the fact that they are also of high importance for this committee. First, we are pleased to inform you of the progress within our newest school, the School of Agriculture. In addition to housing the Agricultural Experiment Station and Cooperative Extension Services, the School of Agriculture added new faculty in the areas of soil science, aquaculture, and horticulture, and will continue to add animal science and agribusiness. They will also be instrumental in creating and delivering academic programs in agriculture. Thus far, the School of Agriculture has added 4 certificates, one in agribusiness, another in agritourism, another in horticulture and forestry, and the final one in nursery management. Additionally, the full UVI faculty has approved a new Associates of Applied Science degree in horticulture and another in agroecology, which will be forwarded to the board for approval in June. Other programs under development include cannabis, social science, aquaculture, and many others. There are about 10 certificates that are presently being developed, and we will also have programs at the associate and bachelor degree levels. These will be further developed in the upcoming academic year, which starts this fall. And we are reaching out to the schools and to the community to encourage students and the farming community to take advantage of these new and exciting opportunities. Second, the university sees as part of its mission to always address the workforce needs of the territory through the development of new programs. This has resulted in a dramatic increase in the types of degrees, minors, and certificates that the university now offers. We have worked closely with the Department of Labor and the legislature in identifying critically needed academic programs to address workforce needs. We are deeply appreciative of this body's recent support in funding new programs in the fields of social work, nursing, agriculture, and hospitality and tourism. More recently, as others have indicated who testified before me, in the last 3 months, the university has been part of a task force that, part of a task force looking at workforce development with a committee comprising the Office of Disaster Recovery, Workforce Development Board, the Department of Labor, along with UVI. Thus far, we are proposing a series of programs at varying levels, certificates, associates, and bachelor degree programs. The focus is on areas that have been identified as demand areas based on the recovery process. UVI proposes to have targeted programs in data science, project management, forensic accounting, grant management, and construction management. There is also an initial analysis regarding what it might take to offer a full engineering program at UVI in civil engineering. The Office of Disaster Recovery is working to identify funding opportunities to develop and launch the programs mentioned above and others not yet identified. UVI has also identified graduates of the dual degree engineering program over the past and current years in order to attract them to apply for available positions in the territory. In addition to the above, the university is in the process of implementing a culinary arts vocational program that we hope to launch in the fall. Our goal was to launch this program last fall, but COVID-19 and the major shifts in our course delivery process greatly delayed the implementation of this program. Our goal is to attract those individuals who are interested in the hospitality field, but are not willing to invest in a degree, either at the associate or bachelor's level. The culinary arts program will be a certificate program, which when successfully completed, will prepare students for numerous jobs in the territory. Our marine science program is also exploring the development of a vocational program in the marine industry. Once the program returns to its facilities in the fall, which were badly damaged during the hurricanes, this effort will become one of its important priorities. With the development and expansion of what is being called the blue economy, the university must prepare students at all levels of the marine industry to take advantage of these opportunities. Many of the target industry sectors identified in Vision 2014, which was just mentioned, including renewable energy, health sciences, agribusiness, and professional and tech services, are areas within which we are developing or expanding new academic programs. For example, we have already secured funding from the U.S. Department of Education to develop and implement an associate's degree in renewable energy, which we hope will be approved by the faculty and the board in the near future. The medical school project, which is a major priority for the university, will address many of the health science workforce needs. Finally, though not a topic you requested me to address, I do want to inform this body that the university plans to return to full in-person instruction in the fall and to return to normal occupancy arrangements in the residence halls. The administration will be presenting a list of recommendations and analyses on this topic to the Board of Trustees at its June 19th meeting. Thank you, as always, for this opportunity to update this committee on various university programs, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hall, for your testimony. Okay, move on to our next testifier, Ms. Frandel Gerard, who's the Executive Director of the Crucian Heritage and Nature Tourism Organization, also known as CHANT. Ms. Gerard,
Good afternoon.
You may proceed. Good afternoon.
Thank you. And good afternoon to the Honorable Senator Genevieve Whitaker and to the members of the committee. I'm Frandel Gerard. It's a pleasure to be here and to share with you a little bit about CHANT. Thank you so much for the opportunity. CHANT was formed in 2007 and is a VI nonprofit dedicated to sparking sustainable tourism in the St. Croix and create a renaissance in tourism by establishing our island community as one of the leading heritage and nature tourism destinations in the world. By focusing on development from within, CHANT's Heritage and Nature Tourism Program serves as an engine for sustainable economic development, contributing to a new era of increased broad-based prosperity and community pride. CHANT's lead initiatives are our cruise ship tour program. It's one of our most successful products, offering 5 unique experiences that provide visitors with a wealth of knowledge and a personal connection to St. Croix. Our tour guide training program. Tour guides are the best ambassadors that tourism has, and CHANT has 30 independent contracted tour guides and operators that provide historical Frederiksted walking tour, the Alexander Hamilton walking tour, guided scenic bus tours, private guided tours, and a Maroon Ridge hike with Ross Joe Gill, who is now the next generation of tour guides since Ross Lumumba, who many of you know, retired. And our third initiative is Invisible Heritage, Identity, Memory, and Our Town, the Freegut Project and Building Arts Institute. And I'd like to ask whether the PowerPoint can come up. And if it can, it'll help with this part. The Freegut Project and Building Arts Institute is focused on the revitalization of the Freegut area in Frederiksted, workforce development, and the preservation of our built heritage, introducing creative placemaking and placekeeping by integrating art and history as tools for sustainable community development. And we also have our Free Gut Connected Expression Summer Program, where we reach participants aged 10 to 16 and explore multiple artistic mediums, including photography, painting, and the performing arts. They utilize these mediums to investigate Crucian history, community organizing, and social activism. In 2017, participation total for the youth program was 9. In 2018, we went up to 16, which was a 77% increase. And in 2019, it fell a little to 13. And of course, in 2020, we could not provide the programming. With the support of the community, the Virgin Islands government, Art Place America, the National Endowment for the Arts, the Community Foundation of the Virgin Islands, and the St. Croix Foundation for Community Development, we have established the Building Arts Institute as a workforce development program. We've also established the Chant Cultural Center and collaborated with local and international artists, nonprofits, universities, and creatives through our programming. I'd like to share more details on the Building Arts Institute, our workforce development program, and if the PowerPoint is up, I can't see it. That would help. To continue to grow and serve the young men and women of our community, Chant has approved plans for the expansion of our workshop, which will require an investment of $100,000. I'm going to try and...
So, yes, so go ahead and share your screen. Are you able to? So you can...
I'm looking to see whether the option isn't there. Oh, yes, it is. Hold on a second. I'm going to do that. Oh, now it's showing everything but what I want. There it is. Okay. So can you see that?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. Building Arts Institute. Our project is an intervention crafted to meet our community's concrete needs for habitable buildings and viable employment. Community-centered approaches anchored in the local dynamics are utilized to activate these neglected and abandoned spaces. The Building Arts Institute curriculum provides safety in the workshop, business skills training, interpersonal communications training, traditional woodworking, wood lathe essentials, introduction to fretwork, building, framing, and exterior, and building of windows, jalousies, and shutters, and doors, and masonry. Invisible Heritage, Identity, Memory in Our Town is a project designed to stem the loss of the traditional art forms and address the long-term problems of abandoned and derelict historic buildings in the town of Frederiksted. Chant developed the Building Arts Institute to provide the education and training necessary for residents to be eligible for the historic preservation investments planned in the years to come. Frederiksted Historic Free Gut focus is the focus of the restoration. This block specifically, which is probably the worst block in all of Frederiksted, and this block represents the center of the beginning of the free black neighborhood known as Free Gut in Frederiksted, dating back to 1777. We have the names and the crafts of the people that owned the properties that existed prior to these buildings being built in the early 19th century. These are unique vernacular wooden construction style. The community was self-sufficient and filled with entrepreneurs. Why is the Chant Building Art Institute important for our community? There are no other programs teaching vernacular building arts in the territory. It provides employment to young people in Frederiksted with barriers to employment. It provides self-employment opportunities and entrepreneurial opportunities in art and craft. It repurposes historical buildings for use as artists in residence spaces, low to moderate income housing, and it can create an art and historic corridor. It addresses the critical condition of our historic town of Frederiksted. Immediate attention is needed to preserve remnants of Fredericksted's history and resiliency. People who this project support, low to moderate income, unemployed young adults, age 18 to 30. We target 5 to 15 persons per session. Low to moderate income residents with 5 new housing units in the long-term restoration plan. The total number of people reached by the project in 2021, we're projecting 20 to 60 individuals directly and 300 to 500 to be engaged. We have provided apprenticeships to 20 unemployed low-income youth between the ages of 17 to 28 and created paid artist opportunities for 18 individual artists. We've created community art engagement opportunities reaching more than 300 individuals, and we've engaged 8 trainers in the Building Arts program and youth community organizing program. The Intro to Vernacular Construction course began in the summer of 2017 and carried through till the shutdown at the end of March in 2020. We're now looking at revitalizing it. These are some of the young people that were involved and some of the trainers. 2017 destroyed our space. We found a new space, which the young people restored, and it's now the home of the Building Arts training program and the Chant Center. We've had instructions with contractors like Johnny Bongo Hamilton, which provides hands-on instruction as well as classroom. And one of the things that was important right after the hurricane was creation and replacement of shutters. And these are a set of mahogany shutters that the students collaborated on and completed and are now installed. They also had on-site work with the architect who has done all of the architectural drawings for the restoration of the building. They were involved in taking the measurements. Another note, they were also involved in 2020 in working with archaeologists from the University of Tulsa. We've done an archaeological dig on one of the properties. Art, creativity, and entrepreneurship. These young people, all of the work that you see there was created by the young people in the program. They were introduced to traditional clay work by Sarah Hayes, the master potter. And the entrepreneurial work, they took everything that they made and participated in different art festivals. This was our Emancipation Celebration, where they sold items, and Senator Jackson and Congresswoman Plaskett are happy owners, as well as Ulette. And these are the young men that were in the 2017-2018 program. And these are the community members that participated in a woodworking workshop that was held in 2019 and 2018. This is the photo from 2018. The instructor is the Rasta elder at the bottom, African Southwell, master artists. And these are items that all of these community members created themselves in the workshop. And I guess this young man is our star in terms of creation. Jamahal Sanis, he participated in the New Blood Art exhibit, and his first 3 pieces were immediately sold. And the table that you see on your right is one of his creations that was done with assistance from Master Artisans Vegan Ellis and also John Hebert of Kalidan Construction. The Building Arts Institute is an opportunity to engage in the ancestral work of promoting and protecting the built heritage of Frederiksted Town and the Free Gut neighborhood. Upon completion of this ambitious project, historic properties will be occupied by low to moderate income residents, along with artists and artisans bringing life to formerly abandoned spaces. In building an accredited training and job experience program for residents, a pipeline for, and of course this thing is in the way, a pipeline for career in the building arts, historic restoration and preservation, and the decorative arts will be established. And these are our sponsors, in part, that have gotten the program going. And let me see, now I can stop doing that. To continue to grow and serve, and for context, it's not in the presentation, but for context, the funding we received kicked in January of 2017, and it ended in December, at the end of December of 2019. And with $550,000, we were able to train over 20 individuals. We were able to provide summer programs. We were able to engage with the community. So just to understand that, you know, in the hands of a nonprofit with limited funding, you know, we try really hard to stretch the dollar. To continue to grow and serve the young men and women of our community, Chant has approved plans for the expansion of our workshop. We've also recently, in December, received notice that we're approved as a workforce provider by the Department of Labor. And the work that's required to expand the workshop is an investment of $100,000 for construction, fixtures and equipment. It's a shovel-ready project, including State Historic Preservation Office approval and permits. Our challenges and needs are overhead and operating expenses. We run about $250,000 annually and raise that, or try very hard to. And the Free Gut restoration project in its totality is about $2.5 million for construction. And that includes 6 properties and a total of 8 buildings. And Free Gut is the birthplace of numerous civil rights and labor leaders, including people like Frank Croswaith and Elizabeth Hendrickson, and possibly Ashley Totten, but we haven't found his house yet. And it was a center of Black economic power dating back to the 18th century. There's one free African woman named Mercy Wade, who by the year 1810 becomes one of the largest property owners in that neighborhood. By restoring these buildings, we honor the legacy of our ancestors and continue to build the legacies for young men and women in our community. I thank you for your time and commitment and consideration, and we're committed to continue to work with our community to make the full vision of Invisible Heritage a reality. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gerard. Thank you very much for your testimony. To the testifiers, please turn on your video. I'm not understanding why there's only one testifier I know who indicated through their testimony that in fact he was attempting to be able to participate today, but I should be able to see everyone's video on. Thank you very much. The last, Madam Clerk, if you would like to read the last testifier's correspondence into the record, and then we'll begin the round of questioning.
testimony for Committee on Education and Workforce Development hearing on May 7th, 2021, before Honorable Senator Genevieve Whitaker, Legislative Secretary and Committee Chair. My name is Lincoln Tang Hao, President and CEO of Tang Hao Brothers, Inc., Welding and Fabricating and Training Center for Welding and Pipe Fitting located at 24-25 Estate Cottage, Christiansted, VI, Incorporated since 1992. Thank you for the opportunity to address the Committee on Workforce Development. Due to a prior engagement, I will not be able to testify in person. However, I am submitting written testimony for consideration by the committee. Since 2000, Tang Hao Brothers has been providing training in welding and pipe fitting to residents both privately and in partnership with the VI Department of Labor, Division of Workplace Development. Welding and pipe fitting is one of the trades most in demand, and that demand has remained consistent over the years. In the past, when Tang Hao Brothers, Inc. first started offering welding and pipe fitting training in collaborating with Department of Labor, the agency was instrumental in referring local residents that met the eligibility requirements to participate in the training program, which is nationally certified by NCCER. On the average, the training, both welding classes and pipe fitting classes, could accommodate approximately 12 to 15 students per craft for a 12-week NCCER certified program. While NCCER is a 75% theory and 25% hands-on theory, the Tang Hao Brothers, Inc. also provides a non-NCCER certified class, which is 90% hands-on and 10% classroom theory. Most of the students prefer the practical hands-on, which more directly relates to the craft that is performed directly in the field. That class does not fall into the Department of Labor's mandates, and those students attend on their own, paying for class through an out-of-pocket installment plan. Upon successful completion of the NCCER certified program, each student earns a certification approved and certified by the NCCER, which is a leader in workforce development for the construction industry. NCCER credentials offer nationally recognized core credentials. Many of the students have been able to launch lucrative careers in welding, pipe fitting, and the general construction industry. An entry-level welder earns an average of approximately $18 to $20 per hour, depending on the type of welding. The average earnings of a pipe fitter who passes the pipe fitting test is approximately $17 to $20 per hour. Many of the local students that have successfully completed the training program and became certified have been forced to relocate off-island due to lack of and limited jobs in the industry locally. As a local small business and leading training provider in the industry, it has become more and more challenging over the years to sustain the training program. The VI Department of Labor has notified of lack of funding and or decreased funding in most recent years, such that the referrals from the Department of Labor have become sporadic in the last few years. The last referral from the Department of Labor was several years ago, and they were only able to provide funding for approximately 2 to 3 students at approximately $3,500 per student. Due to the increase in consumables and supplies, the current cost for either the welding or pipe fitting training classes is approximately $4,350 per student. While the VI Department of Labor has recently expressed an interest in resuming referral of eligible residents, it wants to do so at the same rate from its last referrals around 2014. That is not feasible in 2021 when overall cost of materials and consumables has increased since that time. The courses offered by Tang Hao Brothers, Inc. includes all equipment, materials, consumables, and tools. Each student only has to come dressed in work clothing. While Tang Hao Brothers, Inc. would please to resume partnership with the Department of Labor, referral of less than 6 to 8 students per class defies best practices and business feasibility for the program to be sustainable. Tang Hao Brothers recently received correspondence in April 2021 informing that the Workforce Development Board has approved Tang Hao Brothers as a continued eligible provider and looks forward to resuming collaboration. In recent past, there have been a high volume of calls an interest in learning the trade of welding, pipe fitting, but majority of the young men and women and even seasoned workers seeking to refine their skills are unable to afford the classes out of pocket. This undue financial hardship has deprived local residents of access to trades such as welding and pipe fitting that are highly in demand. Access to such training by local service providers such as Tang Hao Brothers Inc. will allow residents to become more marketable in the construction field. Tang Hao Brothers Inc. has observed over the years that local residents are very much capable of successfully completing the program. A minimum age of 17 is required to join the program and learn a trade as long as the student is literate. As one of the local well-established training providers in the territory, Tang Hao Brothers Inc. is leading in workforce development. It would not be good business practice to bypass local training providers and allow off-island large corporations to saturate the construction trade industry, as the ability to relate to locals and cultural variances will be compromised. It is not just about training for profit, but the providers have to be able to relate to and have empathy for the local residents. Over the years, up through the current, Tang Hao Brothers Inc. has been dedicated as a training provider and remains ready, willing, and able to continue provide training to local residents, and will respectfully request the support and encouragement of the 34th Legislature, and particularly the Committee on Education and Workforce Development. Once again, in closing, I would like to thank Honorable Senator Genevieve Whitaker, chairperson on the committee, for inviting me and giving Tang Hao Brothers Inc. an opportunity to be heard on this very important topic of training and development of skilled workers in our local community. Submitted by Lincoln Tang Hao, President, Tang Hao Brothers Inc.
Thank you. Thank you. And before we begin a round of questioning, I want to highlight something very important. In February 25th, 2019, an article came out, and the name of the article is Construction Industry Launches Campaign to Diversify the National Workforce. I'm not going to read the entire thing, just in a quick summary. The Associated General Contractors of America, a group that represents thousands of construction workers and contracting firms worldwide, at that time launched a campaign to diversify the predominantly white and male workforce. And what I want to highlight, if we look at the date in 2019, if we're still talking about how race fits into this, we have to also look at what's going on here in the Virgin Islands. The reason why I'm bringing out this article is that one of the concerns expressed by a number of my constituents, a number of individuals who would like to do and would like to support the development of the workforce. Right, as most recent years, we see a lot of outside companies who've built up, but really and truly, the support for long-term, the support for grassroots businesses, a lot of them have expressed concerns with being able to participate in the marketplace. If we are dealing on a national basis with struggles for people of color to be participants, not just the laborers, but owners of construction companies and the like, what do we do now as a community? And I asked, as we focus on this block, how are those in the government sector? How are those, as we received a couple of presentations from the grassroots organizations that are doing the work, doing so with limited funds, and the government entity that has the funds to maybe perhaps assist in that. I would like also to put on the record that the information we have concerning some of the contracts and what's going on with the Workforce Board, to this committee, we would really need to start to receive information from the Workforce Development Board. I understand you had a recent meeting. And also, as we go through the contract period, because again, today, as was put on the record, Mr. Bernard Molesky, who's the contract administrator for ICF, having done business already with the Department of Labor, indicated that he needed more time. He's been stating this since February, again, ahead of this hearing. He was notified months ago about testifying. At that time, a few months ago, he said he needed more time. I gave him more time, and then and then here we are again now today, where he provided an excuse that he needs more time until late spring. And this is an entity that's already received funds previously for workforce development. So here we are now. How do we move forward, and how do we work now on working with expanding the reach of providers so that in fact we can rebuild and really restore the future of the Virgin Islands. And to that, I'll move on to my colleague for a 7-minute round of questioning, Senator Saru.
Thank you. They know we're coming for them.
Like, oh no, that's not happening.
The committee will go into a 2-minute recess. The Committee on Education and Workforce Development is back out of recess. We had island-wide power outage. These things happen, or at least apparent. So at this time, as we were getting into a round of questioning, Senator Saru, you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon. Mr. Malloy, in your testimony, service delivery, where are we? So you said the goal of the America's Job Centers is to provide integrated service delivery for eligible adults, dislocated workers, and youth. Does that include nonviolent offenders?
Yes, it does, Senator. Yes, it does.
Okay, so what is your relationship with the Bureau of Corrections?
As stated in the testimony, we have been working with the Bureau of Corrections to work with apprenticeship programs and to establish their cadence in terms of what training they've had.
Okay, I don't think I'm wording my question correct. How are you, when an inmate is on their way out to become, I guess, to make their life whole again, what is that conversation that you're having with the Bureau of Corrections that we have this amount of people eligible for parole this year? What does that look like?
Those are the discussions that we're having. I'll let Director Etienne talk more about the involvement.
Hi, good afternoon. So the Bureau of Corrections reached out to us to identify specifically case managers within each district that when an individual is scheduled to exit, that can support them in job placement, pretty much case manage the individual to finding employment.
So how many people have you been able, that were former offenders, have you been able to assist with job placement? What's your data?
Between 2020 and 2021, we have about 6 people on our case management roles.
How many?
6.
6 people?
On our case management roles.
6 people, you say, for the territory?
Yes.
So only, how many people were given their freedom?
I don't have that data.
Because I need to do a comparative analysis between how many people received their freedom and the 6 people that we're assisting. Because honestly, we have a lot of nonviolent offenders that come to the office, and a nonviolent offender came and she said, Ms. Saru, I was her former teacher, and she said, Ms. Saru, I've been looking for a job and any assistance. I said, you went to labor? It's just stuck. She's like, I would clean, I would do anything. And I'm just spinning circles in the legislature with this resume, just dishing out the resume, and she just wants something. So again, and she cannot be one of your 6. So what does that look like? What does the data look like? And think about it for a second. That's a reflective question. Now, you have some initiatives here. You have 116 individuals who enrolled in all these acronyms: WIOA, W-I-O-A, adult, and then WIOA. And then 106 receive individualized career services, and then you have training, 22 individuals currently enrolled. But let's go back to the people, the individuals who are in the adult dislocated worker programs. You have said that they receive basic career services, which can include program eligibility determination, initial assessment of skill levels, including literacy, English language proficiency, aptitudes, abilities, including skill gaps. How do you measure success?
WIOA has specific measures of success. So when we look at WIOA, the measures of success are entered employment second quarter, entered employment fourth quarter, measurable skill gains, as well as credential attainment, are how we are measured according to the federal regulation.
Okay, so federal regulation, but okay, so of this 100 and of these 116 individuals, you assisted them. To date, how many are in a job, was able to keep the job? Talk to me. So
one of the
again, I'm
things
asking, how do you measure success?
So this is for the most recent quarter for this year. So one of the things that my team does, or what we have been focusing on since my taking this role, has been to create the mechanisms for individuals to find a job opportunity or job placement, right? So one of the things we've been doing is, as you saw in the St. Croix district, is hosting of hiring events with employers who are actively posting jobs and have available opportunities. We look at the individual skill set and background, and we align it to that occupation or industry. Okay, so if they have, let's say they came from hospitality before, they're currently unemployed due to, let's say, the pandemic, we pulled that name out of the system and we said, okay, let's reach out to these individuals, tell them about the opportunity, and pretty much screen them for that opportunity with the employer. So that's what I've been doing since my taking this role around February, March, officially.
So I need some numbers. So the 116 people in this quarter, how many did we are gainfully employed, and how many have kept their job? You know, how many have parted ways? What does that look like? Can you provide?
I would have to break that down for you, Senator.
Okay, because we're saying workforce development, but you need to be able to have a measuring tool as to how are you measuring the level of success for these programs. Outreach initiatives, One Stop. This poor One Stop stresses me out every time I see One Stop, and then the workforce grant being lost from labor and everything else that goes with it. It says One Stop. Services provided by One Stop to those most in need. How do you determine the most in need? What does that look like?
So according to WIOA, individuals with significant barriers to employment are typically individuals who are unemployed, long-term unemployed, individuals that might have disabilities. There's an extensive list under adult and disabled worker, but literally significant barriers to employment. That may be a low skill level.
Time.
So when we talk literacy and numeracy.
Okay.
So basic skills sufficient.
Okay. Then it says One Stop. You partner. You have monthly One Stop meetings, right? The division has hosted monthly One Stop partner meetings to discuss the program's challenges, needs, projects, and status of referrals between agencies. What is the outcome of those meetings? What are the benchmarks when you leave that meeting that we have targeted this population, this is where we are, this is the sector that we were able to amp up? You know, what does that look like?
So since I've come into this role, the first One Stop meeting was held in March. And the goal was to sort of establish that partnership again and that regular recurring meeting. So one of the things in our very first meeting was to identify some of the challenges in the partnership and the relationship. In the very first meeting, we talked about some referrals that came from Voc Rehab, the status of those referrals currently, and where we are with those. In addition, a lot of the other conversation points have been around our MOU, Memorandum of Understanding between our agencies and the updates that need to happen relative to that, as well as some data sharing agreements that need to be established to make a more efficient operation.
And lastly, if I may conclude, Madam Chair, because I only would have one round as I have a flight to catch back home. But the apprenticeship program came with funding, Act 8063. I believe you have approximately 200K, and that law required within 60 days to submit a report to the body and the status of employment and everything else. That was in 2017, I think late 2017. That was my first term, the 32nd legislature. 60 days gone by, 3 terms went by, no report. Okay, we're here now. Money has been allocated from that fund where the EDC program gives $2,500. Since EDC companies have been paying into that fund, the Department of Labor has not spent $1 for what that fund was intended for, to recruit locals from away. So we took, of the millions that was in our account, we took, I think, about 200K for apprenticeship program. And then Mr. Tanghouse' testimony is indicating that he has financial hardships when there's an apprenticeship bill and program with funding associated to help programs such as this. So my closing remarks would be I am a bit disappointed in the fact that the apprenticeship program only has three, I only saw three participants in the program, and one of the pages go Coast Yacht, somebody else, and somebody else.
12, Senator. There are 12.
Huh?
There are 12 participants
12?
in 12
Okay.
to 3 programs.
Okay, so we need some more. Lack of a better word. We just need someone. And the apprenticeship program, it's moving, but it's not moving fast enough for me. I need a level of urgency. When people start to work, they have a sense of purpose. They're paying, we're paying grocery receipts, we're paying corporate income tax, we're paying individual income tax. Money circulates, economics 101. Okay, so Madam Chair, I thank you for the latitude.
Thank you. And just because we want to make sure we're clarifying in your testimony, Commissioner Malloy, you named 3, and you named those. You indicated that I understand that the 9 more would be the total, making it 12, but you didn't spell out the 9 other. So all we have information you presented to us, to the public, is that you listed 3 companies, and then you indicated that the total is 12, but we don't have the names of those and 12 participants. So what would be helpful to the committee is, for one, to provide a breakdown of all the participants. What would be also helpful to those who are out there who may be interested in being an apprentice program, to put that out between yourself and Chairman Cardi, to be able to get more participants into the program. We have a point of information, Ms. Senator Saru. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was right in my comment earlier when I said you only have 3 participants enrolled in a registered apprenticeship program. And Gold Coast Yachts, they've been doing this for a while. So we only really added Pleasant and Piece of St. Croix. So I'm saying that, and all of these companies are on St. Croix. We need registered apprenticeship participants in the territory. So the 3 that I listed, we need an aggressive approach, because that bill was not passed as an unfunded mandate. It was passed as a funded. It was not just a willy-nilly substandard legislation. I was going to say something else, but we really, really need to push the apprenticeship bill and really get, that skilled labor workforce back. Thank you for the latitude.
And if I may, Senator Whitaker, in my revised testimony, I did break down that Piece of St. Croix were the 3, and those 3 are in the positions of certified massage therapists, and the 9 are broken down from Plessing. 6 is medical assistant, 2 is surgical technologist, and 1 is in the life safety coordinator.
Understood.
So those
Understood.
are
Understood.
Programs.
Yeah.
That makes up the 12 in the apprenticeship. Of the 3 registered apprenticeship programs, those are the 12 participants. Those are the 12. They have enrollment of 12 total among those 3 programs.
Point of information, point of inquiry, Senator Saru.
Thank you, Mr. Muller. And this is a problem I have with you sometimes. You are listening to respond, and you're not listening to my point. I never spoke about the amount of applicants in the program. I am telling you, you only have 3 companies, 3 participating agencies in the apprenticeship program, and they're on St. Croix. And we need to amp up the amount of agencies within the program. So you're responding to what I did not make an issue of. I need you to work on amping up the program and having more agencies participate in the apprenticeship program. That is all. No response needed. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Moving on now to Senator Potter. You may proceed with your 7 minutes. Thank you, sir. And thank you very much, Senator Saru.
Madam Chair, thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon again, testifiers. My first question really is to Department of Labor, and it goes back again to the Dislocated Workers Program, the statistics that you had in your presentation. You indicated that 116 people were enrolled in the WIOA, or Dislocated Worker Program. Does that 116 figure reflect a territory-wide number, and what's the breakdown per district if it does?
Director Etienne, please respond.
Good afternoon, Melita Etienne, Director of Workforce Development Services. The 116 number represents a territory-wide number, and that is specifically for the services of basic career services, or for the 106 number, those that progressed on to what we call individualized career services. I would have to provide you with a breakdown by district separately.
Okay. Once you administer the assessments to determine the aptitude of the individuals, the English language proficiency, the skill gaps, what's the next step in the process with regards to remediating any weaknesses that you might identify and improving their employment chances? How does that work?
Thank you. So an individual employment plan or individual service strategy is developed. Part of that individual employment plan or service strategy may include referral to other partner agencies for services. For example, voc rehab, for example, maybe a referral would have to be made, as well as to adult education. For example, we do not administer the TABE assessment here at Department of Labor, but we normally partner with adult ed to administer the TABE assessment.
Okay. So are you comfortable with the program? Are you seeing success?
From a WIOA statistics standpoint, in terms of our performance measures, we're doing well in our adult and dislocated worker programs as it pertains to entered employment in second and fourth quarter. We have had improvements in measurable skill gains. I would definitely say credential attainment is still an area of opportunity for us. Average wages, again, have been above the negotiated performance measure for this last quarter. So based on what we're seeing coming in for the last quarter, our projected completion numbers, those are looking well. We still need to work on the credential attainment and continue to make progress on measurable skill gains from my perspective.
Okay. With regards to the 22, I'm looking at the training section of your presentation. With regards to the 22 individuals who are currently enrolled in occupational skills and training programs territory-wide, I don't see any plumbing, carpentry, electrical listed there. Is just considering the demand and where we are right now as a territory, are there any plumbing, carpentry, electrical programs currently in effect?
So if it's not listed here, it's not currently in effect. But however, when we talk about service providers within the territory that offer NCCR, electrical, plumbing, those are the programs under the construction trade. We do have providers. We probably have more providers of NCCR core than any other occupational group in terms of credential. One of the biggest challenges, I would say, with the construction trades industry and specifically the NCCR certifications is that there is an instructor pool that's being utilized by all providers or multiple providers. So the schedule of service offerings or class schedules are dependent on the availability of those instructors to provide that to the specific provider or vendor. So that does limit the amount of options or the number of people that can kind of complete those programs. But as of right now, what you see as the current enrollment are the individuals currently enrolled in active courses. Or active programs.
What's the process? Sorry, what's the process of one becoming a provider?
So in order to become an eligible training provider, an individual entity has to submit an application to the Workforce Development Board. The Workforce Development Board has their application on their website. They complete that application, and the board, of course, reviews the application and would either certify them as an eligible training provider or not for the territory. The board would indicate to the Department of Labor the entity that has been certified, the program, the period of certification, the rate of pay for that program or offering. And then that enables, also with that comes, of course, or should come, the schedule of classes and offerings available so that our team here at Department of Labor are able to share that information with individuals that are interested in being a participant in a program.
Okay, so do you do outreach to grab I'm thinking some of these construction companies, some of the successful construction companies here in the territory that are really reaping significant rewards here just from an economic standpoint, that just about all of them should be participating, should be enrolled as providers to provide, mentorship opportunities for some of our local youngsters. I had a tour a couple of weeks ago with Senator Blyden's committee, and we were touring the housing facilities, and the official from housing said, look, we cannot find a single applicant, a single candidate for plumbing, electrical, or carpentry. I mean, they were able to find a few groundskeepers, but they had 0 qualified candidates. So I'm thinking that it would just make sense if we can have some sort of apprenticeship training initiative actively focusing on, producing some of these individuals, because the need is going to be there for the next decade for us to have construction, personnel in the territory. So I think that Department of Labor would, zone in. And I think I read somewhere where you spoke about a construction academy, but it is my hope that we can really work towards making that a reality.
No, absolutely.
Now, as far as IT is concerned, is there any push, any move towards those, I know the more lucrative professions in IT? Madam Chair, just may I conclude?
Sure.
The emerging technologies, cybersecurity, Cisco, nanosecurity, et cetera. Is there a concerted move towards, steering young people in that direction or developing training mechanisms in those areas? Maybe the Workforce Development Board can also, Mr. Carty can also weigh in on that.
Yes, Senator. This is Commissioner Malloy. Yes, the IT is one of the targeted areas, specifically cybersecurity. We are in an agreement with ICF. ICF has received a grant award from the U.S. Department of Labor, and the Department of Labor and the local Department of Labor, our VI Department of Labor, is a part of that apprenticeship program to get at cybersecurity component. And IT is also a part of the track that the Workforce Development Board, as a part of their sector, that allows us to be able to leverage eligible training providers for training.
Thanks, Commissioner. Thank you very much for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Okay, Senator Viale.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Malloy, how many contracts do ICF presently have? Executed contracts?
With the Department of Labor, they do not have any executed contracts with us at this time. They're in the process.
How many contracts are in the process?
To my knowledge, attorney, is 3. There's one for the dislocated emergency grant that we applied for and got for project management. There is the apprenticeship component of the expansion grant that we wrote for and received. And then there is the community development block grant.
Okay, and these were all separate RFPs?
All 3 separate RFPs for project management services for those based on those specific grants.
Okay, and they came in with the best quote, the best ability to perform the services for those 3 different areas?
Based on the evaluation committee, yes.
Okay. Under the apprenticeship program, have we tried to enroll Tang Ho under the particular program? Or is there an impediment that stops Tang Ho Weldon from being enrolled under the apprenticeship program?
No, and Director Shenika Sebastian of the Youth and Apprenticeship can speak more to this, but the apprenticeship program, it is an employer-driven process. The requirements of the apprenticeship program, that by us receiving that registered state apprenticeship agency designation, there's some requirements that Tang Ho would have to meet. And we are welcome. We have no problems meeting with him, going over all the requirements, but it has to have, you have to hire individuals in an entry-level position, as well as have the industry certification process to be able to go there. So that program is available, and we're reaching out to everyone.
Okay, so the issue is that they have a training program and not actually hiring the individuals while they're being trained.
Plus, it has to lead to the industry certification. So that's the difference between being in the NCCR and doing their hands-on training.
The Gold Coast is a NCCER program?
To my knowledge, no, they're not. They are in the apprenticeship program. From the specific occupations are boat building,
right? So
builder and marine service technician.
When I'm speaking to Tang Ho, I'm speaking to the apprenticeship program, the same program that Gold Coast is in, that have a class that is not NCCER. What prohibits us utilizing the apprenticeship monies from having the non-NCCER welding program and the apprenticeship program?
I can let Alita or Shanika speak specifically to that. And
okay, I will. For the record, I'll come on and speak about it. Melita Etienne, Director of Workforce Development Services. In the registered apprenticeship space, there's two types. There's industry recognized registered apprenticeship program, IRAP, or registered apprenticeship program. The IRAP would require, for example, the NCCR certification, right, for that occupation, if that was the route that employer wanted to take. With the registered apprenticeship, it just has to be what the industry or the occupation recognizes as activities, curriculum, courseware that makes for acceptable performance for that occupation.
Okay,
so it's
have we been able to do an assessment as to whether or not the Tang Ho program meets those qualifications?
Director Sebastian,
let me tell you, the only reason why I'm asking is that recently some parents reached out to me that the students went through the welding program at CTEC. They wanted some additional skills. They were trying to enroll at Tang Ho, but the cost was a bit prohibitive, the $4,000. And I was trying to find, and we do know that there is a need for welders on St. Croix. It's a job area where there are always openings. As to whether or not the Tang Ho program met the specifications, and if they don't, can't we sit down with them and have a discussion so that, because we have individuals that want to take the program, that we can be able to provide that particular skill level for those participants?
Yes, Senator, and that is a part of our expanding more employers. And so the role of Director Sebastian is to be able to facilitate that process, and we work with the U.S. Department of Labor in making sure that they go through the registered process.
Okay.
The applications and everything have to be completed, and they have to meet the requirements of the U.S. Department of Labor as well.
Okay, so give us some feedback, because we have the federally funded programs, but we need to know if there's a need for these programs that might not meet the stringent specific guidelines as to how we can provide some funding so that our students can be able to become the welders, et cetera. Because I saw the NCRR under 75% theory and only 25% hands-on, while the next one was 90%. So I'm glad. Please make sure you reach out to Mr. Malloy, because that's an area that we can really be able to expand, having individuals join a particular field.
Definitely.
Thank you so much. I heard all the discussion, but I have been yearning or really hoping that I would hear a discussion in reference to the vocational trades, masonry, plumbing, electrician. Those individuals who have been doing that job from the Eastern Caribbean, they're getting older, they're in the 60s, and we don't have a group coming behind. And we're seeing that every time we have a project, we have to import people from other jurisdictions because of the lack of that particular skill set. Are we having any discussion with CTEC and St. Croix, and I guess Raphael Wheatley and St. Thomas. And I know CTEC has a masonry lab, an electricity lab, a plumbing lab. Are we having any discussion to develop those programs and be able to have young men and women take part in those programs?
Yes, Senator, we are,
Time.
and that's the major reason why the Community Development Block Grant Recovery Project was done in the manner and designed in the manner it was, seeking those additional funding to be able to help with the construction area right away.
When do we expect to have the first class of individuals in any of those construction areas?
Everything was planned to begin in April. The issues is the contract language between what has to be as required by HUD and Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority. That additional language is being put in to the contract, as well as the negotiations has to be finalized once that contract language has been put in place. We're expecting May. We were hoping April. We've now pushed it back to start in May, the first cohort. Once that is executed, we're expecting that we'll be ready to ramp up and at least start the process of getting the first cohort beginning.
Okay, we're talking about Housing Finance Authority through HUD being involved in this, and you know, HFA, they're the group over the Envision program, et cetera, that we can have the apprenticeship program with those contractors who are taking part in the Envision program. We really have to look at the vocational trades. You know, the cost is going up all the time, and it's a very good living, and it's very important that we train young individuals to enter into those fields. In terms of, you had a hiring event April 30th for the hospitality industry. How many participants and how many business partners did you have for that particular event?
Director again?
Certainly. We had 6 employers within the hotel and hospitality sector, and within one of those employers, they actually represent their kind of consortium. There's another 6 within that. So if you think of those as individual entities, you can think of it as a total of 12.
How many participants took part?
We scheduled 40 individuals, and they confirmed to attend and participate for those one-on-one interviews. We only had 47% of that, so roughly 20 people participated, and then we had walk-ins in the afternoons.
Do you know how many were hired?
We connected with the employers at the end of the day in the session, and they indicated individuals they were interested in. We have 15 individuals of that 20 that they're interested in. So we're going to conduct follow-ups between this week and next week to see with the job seekers and the employers what the result was from that hiring event.
Okay, thank you so much. I have exceeded my time. I'll ask some more questions when it's the next round. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, Senator Donna Fred Gregory. You're up for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to the testifiers. I'm going to start where the previous speaker left off. The hotel and hospitality hiring event that was held in St. Croix on April 30th of 2021. I think you said you yielded about, what was the amount of individuals you say you yielded?
That actually attended the event and had the one-on-one interviews?
Yes.
20.
How many?
And then we had walk-ins in the afternoon.
How much did you say? I missed that.
20 officially showed up and had the one-on-one interviews.
Okay,
And then
so
we had walk-ins
you
in
had
the
20
afternoon.
individuals. Okay, thank you. When was the last time you had a similar event like this in the St. Thomas St. John district? Or when do you intend to have one in this district?
The goal was to do one in each district. So the goal is to actually do, after we did St. Croix, learn from St. Croix, and then host one in the St. Thomas district.
And when is that going to be?
What's a little different from traditional job fairs?
No, I didn't ask you. Hold 1 second, 1 second, please. I don't need all of that information. When do you intend to hold one in the St. Thomas St. John district? That's all I need to know.
I'm still looking for a date for the hotel and hospitality sector for St. Thomas.
Thank you. Let's go to page 8 of your testimony, Mr. Malloy, where you spoke about the CDBG-DR grant, and you spoke specifically about the different phases, and you talked about the phase 1 skills for today and the core curriculum certification and the NCCER level 1. And you talked about the target being 400 participants. How do you plan to meet that target?
Thank you for that question, Senator. It's a territory-wide number, and we have it broken down into...
No, Mr. Malloy, I need y'all to answer my question. How do you plan to meet the target? I am not interested in how you have it broken down.
The target is 400 territory-wide, and we are going to solicit individuals from our roles, from the housing communities. We have a responsibility based on the application to solicit about 51% from the housing communities and low and moderate income.
Okay,
So
when is
that's
that
the
going to
population.
start? When?
As soon as the contract for the project management services is executed, then we will be able to start the process.
That contract, where is it in the process?
Contract is in the process of still in the negotiations with Housing Finance Authority, adding in the additional language from HUD, and then it has to go back to the vendor, and negotiations with the language continues.
Yeah, that's why we are unable to move forward here in this territory, because we have a lot of, we're not short on programs. We are just short on execution. But let's go to phase 2. So you're saying that once the phase 1 portion is completed and you have a target participant of 400, you're saying that in phase 2, your intent is to train direct classroom instruction for 6 to 8 months of on-the-job training for only 50. So if I go to the program of 400 participants, you meet that target, why are we only targeting 50 participants in phase 2?
Because we're looking at those once identified for those individuals that have surpassed or have the advanced skills, and looking at those who can possibly move into management level positions. So we look at some conservative estimates and looked at as approximately out of the 450 participants territory-wide might be able to move forward in supervisory capacity.
So this crew leadership is only for supervisors?
It is for those individuals who are exceeding an ability for them to be able to move into the next level of supervising. That's what that phase 1, that's what that phase 2 is about.
Instead of phase 1 individuals, if you were to get the target population, how do we offer them opportunities? Those 400 participants, less 50, so 350.
Based on the discussions that we've been having with the employers and those contractors that are hiring, the expectation is that those contractors that are hired for these projects would then hire these individuals that's coming out of these programs.
Okay, good. The only thing is that we have to get a program moving, and based on what we're seeing, that is not going to happen anytime soon because of the bureaucracy and the red tape. Let's go to page 4 of your testimony. And I think one of my colleagues touched on it earlier regarding the registered apprenticeship program. And based on what we're seeing here, you have about 3 registered businesses in this apprenticeship program. And all of those businesses reside on the Island District of St. Croix. So what is the status of the registered businesses on the Island District of St. Thomas, St. John?
Director Sebastian, please.
Good afternoon, Director Sebastian. What we've been doing is we've been having or trying to engage with employers. We've been having presentations about the apprenticeship program. So employer engagement sessions we've been having. I'm in conversation with other entities right now to help develop apprenticeship program. So we're working on the St. Thomas end to develop our apprenticeship programs and expand the amount of apprenticeship programs.
So Mr. Malloy, you're saying that in the St. Croix district, we were only able to attract 3 sponsors, program sponsors? To date?
It is a process, and it's employer driven. We're continuing with recruiting, but these are the individuals that have acknowledged, gone through the entire process, and have agreed to be registered. And by registering, you have to hire full-time individuals and allow for the training and everything within the program.
Yeah, but if we tout in these programs and we only have 3 and 4, and how much people in these programs, we're not meeting our goals. We talk about the Vision 2040, the 2040 vision plan, but if we are having these numbers that we are looking at, I just don't see how we are going to meet the goal posts. It just seems that we are misaligned. I have a lot more questions, but my time has been called, but it seems like we are very misaligned. And Madam Chair, if I can ask one last question of Dr. Hall, if you would allow me,
yes,
please.
You may. Yep.
Okay, I do have other questions for Labor, but I'm going to wait until another round. But the state plan, Dr. Hall, in the 33rd legislature, we moved legislation to require the University of the Virgin Islands, in partnership with the Department of Agriculture, to develop a agriculture state plan for the territory. What's the status?
Thank you, Madam President. We have been working extremely hard on that. Presently, we have a task force that has been formed. We've met with experts. We are doing surveys of farmers and the community. We have some town halls scheduled in the next few weeks. I can say for sure that we will not meet the June 11th deadline, and we will be requesting an extension for the plan. But we are making very good progress. I'm very encouraged by the task force that has been created and the work that we're doing. But instead of submitting something that really doesn't provide what I think is needed in order to move agriculture forward, we will be probably requesting a 3-month extension of the governor, which the act does call for. And we have made enough substantial progress, I believe, to justify that extension.
Thank you. And Madam Chair, thank you for the time. And Dr. Hall, please keep me updated as the primary sponsor, along with 2 of my other colleagues. Please keep me updated on the status. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Senator Francis.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you to all of the testifiers for your testimony. I think there's a lot of thought that have been put into the testimony and a lot of information that we have received here today. I wanted to ask you, Dr. Hall, while I have your attention, that in respect to the interconnect, have you done any of the research in regards to unemployment, poverty, as it pertains to the territory from the UVI Research Center or Eastern Caribbean Center? Any research been done in that area?
I am not aware of a particular study that connects those issues. As you know, ECC has been involved recently with conducting the census, which it has just completed. And though I have not seen the final results for the Virgin Islands, I have to believe that a lot of that data is going to provide the type of information that you're talking about, but there is not a specific study looking at the interconnections that you have talked about.
Okay. Also, have you been commissioned, or have there been any discussion in regards to the socioeconomic statistics for planning and decision making? Again, one of the areas of scope that could be conducted by the University of the Virgin Islands.
We have not been asked to do that. We stand ready to engage in that type of work. We certainly have the researchers and expertise, and we would be glad to work with you or others to refine or define exactly what is needed so that we could conduct that study.
Yeah, I think it's important. I think it's important as we continue to contemplate this whole issue of poverty, unemployment, skills development, that we start to focus in and those areas of needs, and if we're going to make an impact. So I'd love to further that discussion at some point. Commissioner Malloy, in respect to that same discussion in regards to looking at the poverty level, the unemployment level, is that an area that you'll focus on in terms of determining and as a go-to in order to determine who you should look at and try to attract for these number of programs that you have under the Department of Labor?
Thank you for that, Senator. So we're looking at we look at that study. We're also looking at the RAND study that talks about the fact that we would need an additional 5,000 employees within the industry to be able to help with the recovery projects. So we've been looking at the Vision 2040, and we're looking at all of those areas and factoring into the programs and planning that we're doing. And so we're being very proactive in that space.
And in that proactive discussion, are you engaged in the Department of Education, Department of Human Services, those areas, again, to make sure that we're actually honing in and those in need?
We are in discussions with them because they are our core partners. And as Director Etienne mentioned, part of the language, the MOUs, and roles and responsibilities are being cleared, reclarified, so that we don't end up tripping over each other. And I'll tell you, Department of Labor is reclaiming itself in the workforce space, and to be able to start being sure to coordinate a lot more of the activities in all workforce development areas, so that there's more a coordinated approach.
And what about the area of healthcare? I know that in the Governor's State of the Territory address and in terms of speaking towards the Skills for Today and the job training program, what in the area of healthcare have you been able to hone in on?
Well, in both areas, we've had a lot of discussions in the healthcare industry, especially in the apprenticeship role. JFL, Wang Louis Hospital we've been in discussions. We've connected them with Daniel Bustillo, who is a part of the U.S. Department of Labor's outreach for healthcare. So they were looking at apprenticeship programs. We are, again, working as a part of the Community Development Block Grant in that sector in the phase 3. We're incorporating the area of healthcare as well for any individuals that are in that area, so that we can be able to help to bring a balance. We're trying to make sure that we do some training for the CNAs, the CMAs. There are different occupations that they have identified to us that they need assistance with.
So what's very concerning to me is that if we don't, have you been able to engage anyone outside of that discussion? Because if we don't start to capture those, we have the private industry that's certainly focusing on those individuals, as well as they're relocating to other areas to seek these opportunities, those job opportunities and skill set. So have anyone been engaged thus far in that plan or the discussion?
Yes, the issue is, of course, that they have to have a job opportunity. And so what we've been focusing on in our approach is it's one thing to do the training and do the funding for the training, but we're trying to make sure that those employers, every employer in the territory, is expected to post their vacancies within the VIEW system. So we're being very aggressive, and when we see that you are posting, then we are reaching out to the employers and being engaged to find out what training, what type of individuals you need, so that we are again not waiting for them, but we're moving through the space. But we have to have the occupations or the jobs for them to begin the training. And so that's what we're focusing on right now.
So today I didn't see the young man, the coordinator that had replaced Pastor Mully in regards to being able to go out in the field and start to attract some of these individuals. Is he still employed with Department of Labor, or he has moved on?
Yes, he is, and he is entrenched in working on the youth programs, and they're preparing the NOPAs, getting those per diems, and interviewing and getting placements for all those young people for the summer.
Very well. We'll continue to monitor that. And in regards to the Second Chance program, and obviously that's near and dear to my heart, because we don't want individual leaving the Bureau of Corrections and going right back into the same environment that got them involved or got them there in the first place. So I wanted to ask if Ms. Etienne could speak to how are you really engaging those individuals and utilize this opportunity to speak to the process by which you're able to capture this individual? I have a person that called my office quite often. He was recently released, Ms. Madam, if I could just close off. He recently released from prison. He has a certification in electricity. We've had a number of applications in various areas to include Department of Education, maintenance, and elsewhere. How will a person like that then be able to engage the Department of Labor and get a job?
Thank you for the question, Malika Chen, Director of Workforce Development Services. So in Department of Labor, we'll take a two-pronged approach, right? So working with the individual, when they come through our doors and enter as a case management, in our case management process, it is important that they disclose, the prior incarceration or that, they are an ex-offender, because that enables our case managers to work effectively with them and understanding their potential barriers and needs. So if individuals don't disclose and they disclose later on in the process, then we don't really have a chance to really work with them and identify the right opportunity, the right employer for them. So that's on one end, on the case management side. We offer the incentive programs such as the Work Opportunity Tax Credit, as well as the federal bonding programs as incentives for employers, right? So on that side of the house, we have to work with employers in terms of educating them on those programs, but also educating them on the program that is coming out of the Bureau of Corrections. So once we have employers that are sort of supportive of the system, supportive of the process, and want to support second chances, then we're able to really know who are going to be prime candidates for what opportunities. And then the Bureau of Corrections on their program can then create the training programs that lead to employment in those specific industries with those specific employers.
Okay, I don't think the declaration of being released from prison is a secret, because obviously, the background check is done to make that determination. So I think they're very forthright in that information. But we look at the second prong as well. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. I hope I get to do some additional engagement. And thank you for your testimony, Mr. Carty, and all of the other speakers, Mr. Biggs, as well as Ms. Frangel Gerard and others. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. Senator Payne.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. Good afternoon, testifiers again. Mr. Biggs, you still with us?
He is.
I'm with you.
Okay, good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Fine, thanks. How are you doing, Senator Payne?
Okay, excellent, my friend. Quickly, are the benefits that the ED offers, are they still competitive with other states and territories?
Yeah, I think our tax reductions are second to none. The problem when you talk about competition is in many states, they can provide a variety of different things. Their worker credits, they can provide facilities that we can't do. So that's where the competition comes in. Also, when we do certain tax incentives, like when we remove the gross receipt tax, in all essence, in many instances, we're just leveling the playing field, because most entities and most states don't have a sales tax on services. So it is a lucrative benefit to be here in the territory, and the incentives are great. But sometimes we need to compare them to what other states can do. And it's not always about tax reduction. Sometimes it's about access to markets. If they're looking for easy access to move products, they look for railways or, trucking routes, air cargo, that sort of stuff. So there's the competition to lure entity and investments here is throughout the world.
Okay, and also, what type of recruitment initiatives is the EDA actually utilizing now to attract new businesses to relocate to the VI?
Yeah, as a result of COVID, we're doing a lot of different things. We're using social media a lot more. We're using industry-related publications. We're using website and pushing things to our website. We're doing virtual sponsorships and virtual booths and conferences as they're being done. So there's a variety of different things that we're doing to try to continue to attract investment in this COVID environment. And I'd like to indicate that I think some of our attractions are working. We're seeing significantly more interest, and we're seeing significantly more applications this fiscal year than we have in the past fiscal year.
Okay, thank you. And lastly, excuse me, What type of enforcement practices do you have in place to ensure companies that receive EDC benefits are actually in compliance, as it has become the norm for hotels that are supposed to employ a certain amount of people on a full-time basis, closing for several months out of the year and sending the employees to labor to collect unemployment benefits?
Yeah, I mean, we have a compliance unit that does compliance on a variety of different areas. We look at the entire contract that they have with the government of the Virgin Islands, and we consider the certificate that contract with the government of the Virgin Islands. So when we do a review, we don't do an audit, we don't sample, we actually review every part of that contract and make sure there's documentation. Of course, there's business cycles. So if a hotel said they anticipate 100 people working with them, and we basically do that contract for 100 people, and then there's a natural disaster like a hurricane and a hotel is closed, we can't necessarily hold a hotel to that 100-person requirement throughout. So at times we do waive requirements, we do suspensions of certificates. So there's a variety of different things that we do to try and continue the business cycle. As important as investment is to us, also retention and expansion is just as important or even more important because the company is already here in the territory. So we work with companies on a variety of different levels.
Okay, I think there are actually hotels that actually have been doing that before any type of situations such as hurricanes or even COVID. But let me move on to Mr. Malloy. Commissioner Malloy, what occupational skills training programs, apprenticeships, transitional programs exist such that St. John residents can access without traveling to St. John? Excuse me, without traveling to St. Thomas. Without traveling to St. Thomas.
Senator, and that is one of the areas we will reach out to you to assist with us as well, because we have been reaching out. We did a recent outreach on St. John. I can have Director Sebastian talk about that. It has been increasingly challenging for us to be able to get individuals, not only the employers, but to get the actual participants to come out to be for those programs. And so right now, as to the number, I'll have to defer to Director Sebastian or Director Etienne.
Good afternoon again, Director Sebastian. As it pertains to our youth customers, we recently did an initiative and connected with Mr. Hill at Sports Park and Recreation to recruit students from a summer employment program. We did have our application available at the administrator's office, but we didn't get the response we were hoping for. So we had Mr. Hill connect with the community in St. John, and we were up there for the whole day, and we're only able to get 7 participants. So we definitely would like some assistance in connecting with the St. John community.
You said you were there for 1 day?
Yes.
I don't think 1 day is actually.
It was our first initiative when it comes to outreach, and we did that outreach at St. John. So it's an initiative we're going to do moving forward to be more active in the community. And we wanted to start with St. John and make that connection.
Okay.
We are gonna make sure that we have a regular, like Assistant Commissioner Richardson mentioned, we are setting up a regular process to be on St. John. The schedule.
Okay. Okay, and in the future, I think it takes a little more than 1 day. But if you reach out to my office, I'm sure I can assist with getting at least about 30 or 40 young people to actually meet with you if you let me know ahead of time. And Commissioner Malloy, also, what community-based initiatives have been implemented to promote job fairs? For example, have you conducted job fairs in like Oswald Harris Court, Marley, JFK, and St. Croix, Calabash, Boone?
At this point, no, Senator, and we talked about in our testimony that there are initiatives that's going to be in conjunction with the Workforce Development Board, that we're going to be ramping up those activities very shortly.
Okay, and lastly, Commissioner, we have a problem with recidivism of inmates in the territory. What type of job training programs are available for inmates as well as employment opportunities for when they are released? As I strongly believe that if there are programs for offenders, Madam Chair, can I wrap up, please?
Sure.
Yeah, I strongly believe that if there are programs for offenders, the chance of them becoming a repeat offender will be seriously decreased.
Thank you for that, Senator. And as we mentioned previously, we're working with UVI Cell and the Bureau of Corrections on an ongoing project to look at how we are integrating and working with that specific population. But know that we interact with that population without having direct contact with Bureau of Corrections or UVI Cell as any of those participants or can come into our office and do a part of the regular job service. So what we did is, as what Director Etienne described, is a process that we would follow. Once we know that we're dealing with an offender, there are processes that we follow, and then we can contact those employers that are taking a part of the WOTC program. Right now, there are about 32 or 35 businesses within the Virgin Islands right now that are part of the WOTC tax credit program. And as well, we described the federal bonding. So there are mechanisms in which that we, the Department of Labor, can help those individuals with the employers.
Thank you very much for your answers, testifiers. Madam Chair, thank you very much for the leniency.
Thank you. And just to follow up on that, Commissioner Malloy, when did the engagement between the BOC and UVI Cell begin? What is the timeline for that? Is it something recent, something last year? When did?
It's been several months now. Attorney Christian Hendrickson, Director Etienne could speak, because we initially started, some time ago. Corrections had reached out to us, and we have been working. And I know that they are in an arrangement with UVI Cell based on the NCCR, and so we've been at the table from the inception.
Okay. Thank you for that. What so I was going to start my questioning. Commissioner Malloy, you indicated that there were findings from the U.S. Department of Labor and that you have corrective actions, right? What I would like to receive from you to this committee are those corrective actions in writing as we go through that process. Going on now to the Restoring Futures program, as administered by ICF. I'm not talking about the current contract that's being negotiated, but the contract that they were awarded previously, for which they through the previous programs. Of those participants in the previous program, how many of the students obtained industry certifications?
So the ICF program, the Restoring Futures, ICF received a grant from the U.S. Department of Labor. And that was specifically to dealing with dislocated workers throughout the territory. And so our Department of Labor and ICF, along with Workforce 180 and some other partners we did a major hiring event with the Ritz-Carlton in St. Thomas. We have been doing events with Carambola and the different industries. So we've been working in collaboration with them. I don't have that data with us, but I don't know if Director Etienne can bring some more light on, but it's basically for the dislocated worker program. That is what the Restoring Futures is about, not necessarily a certification program.
Okay, so just to be clear, they had participants, and from your knowledge, you're not aware of any of those participants. Even if you're dislocated, you can go through a process by which you become certified. And we should really be focused on that as well, because as we look at the numbers, we get groupings of participants, and the key would be to get the individuals to be certified, to move, because what we see now is the low participation rate, and then we see also a low certification rate. What I want to bring out to each testifier, especially on the government side, is the need to continue to widen the net. I don't think legislation is required, but as we go through this step and we analyze whether or not it's going to be required, but when you look at the task force that the task force that are being put together, you have to involve all the stakeholders. If we're truly to discuss and to talk about addressing workforce development, we have to also address it from the perspective of the younger learners, the Department of Education, the Board of Education, the CTEC board that I speak about continuously over and over again in individual meetings with many of you. you have, I mean, because when you say for the BOC situation, for the issues surrounding people as they leave prison and we work so that they don't return to prison, the Bureau itself and UVI-CEL alone will not solve the issue. We have the Law Enforcement Planning Commission, VIPD should be involved, other stakeholders, so really to widen this net of stakeholders so that we are all at the table and we're doing this much more collaboratively. In terms of persons with disabilities, Commissioner Malloy, what is the Department of Labor doing to assist persons with disabilities to be gainfully employed? Are there any initiatives underway or in place already?
Yes, there is. I'll let Director Etienne, but it's primarily through vocational rehab. They're one of our partners and we work through them. But Director Etienne, any?
Yes, for example, recently we received a few referrals from vocational rehab, and what we've been conscious about in our meetings each month is to track those individuals. Like, so where are they now? What are we doing in the case management? Majority of the individuals that were referred were on the youth side of the house. So I know our youth team has been working diligently where a lot of the individuals have entered into work experiences for the summer. So we have worked diligently with vocational rehab and put more concerted effort in tracking where we are going with those individuals.
And do you have the number? What is the number of persons with disabilities that you've assisted in the last quarter?
I would have to pull the exact number. I know how much referrals we had, which I believe was 15, if I remember correctly. But the exact number of total individuals that classify as disabled that we have been serving, I would have to provide that to you separately.
Okay, thank you. So we'll look forward to receiving that. Mr. Cardy, for the Workforce Development Board, how many meetings has the Workforce Board held since, as of today's date, since you, since the board was constituted last year as you as its chairman? How many meetings have you guys held?
Well, I'll go back to when I became the chairman in November 2019. Between November 2019 and March 2020, we had a total of 5 meetings, or actually 6 meetings, which were more meetings within that time frame than the previous board had in the prior few years. As of 2020, we did not have much meetings due to COVID, so we only had 2 meetings that year, which was 1 official meeting and then a retreat. As of 2021, we already have 2 full board meetings and 2 executive committee meetings.
So would you safe to say between 2020 and 2021, you've had a total of 3 meetings, am I correct?
Correct.
Okay.
2 full board meetings and 2 executive committee meetings. Okay. By the board statute, we are required to have a total of 4 per year, minimum of 4 per year.
Okay. Would you state that you will need to have more meetings than you have now? Because you said in the early part, when you first assumed there were 6 meetings, but because of COVID, you've only had 3 in the last year and a half.
Well, I would say this. The early part of it was getting everybody engaged and ramped up. And like one of the senators said before, we don't have a lack of plans or paper. We have a lack of action and execution. So right now, it's really time to do a lot. And all the board members are engaged. All the information is disseminated amongst the members for activities and projects that we all need to collaborate on. I think what I need is more participation there from the full board. I know everybody is busy and this is a volunteer board, but right now, because of how severe the issues are in the Virgin Islands, we need a lot more action and a lot less talking. We could talk, but the talking has to lead to action. And I know many of the board members may say don't have as much social meetings where you have, finger food, punch, and the niceties. When I do have meetings, the meetings are to deliver actions and progress for the community, not just social events, and we make decisions at those meetings. But I agree, I will have more meetings, but know that those meetings are for making progress, not just for socializing.
How involved was a board in the awarding or this whole entire contract process with ICF and specifically the Community Development Block Grant? How involved was the board in that process?
The proposal for that was written in February 2019. At that time, I didn't even know what the Workforce Development Board was. So we were not participating in the proposal development. I think that was done by the Department of Labor. Right now, we are participating with labor to help formulate and craft the approach after the contract is said and done and the project management is in place, but we did not have any involvement with the development of the proposal or the selection.
And in your experience, because do you interface with other workforce development boards on a national level, director, chairpersons, or other workforce boards throughout the states?
Yeah, last year we did a lot of that, and we have a lot of trainings. Right now, there's a training going on with Mayor for the board. I think they're on stage 3 right now of that training to collaborate with not just other boards, but the U.S. Department of Labor assigned consultants to deliver training to the board and let them know what the best practices are. We also have a consultant, which is Workforce 180, that is engaged with many workforce boards on the mainland. That gives us a lot of information on what's working and what's not working in other districts and states as far as workforce development. However, the VA does have many unique challenges that the mainland doesn't have, yet we all follow the same rules. So to answer your question, yes, we do. But does that give us a lot of insight to make things easier for us? Not really, because we still have unique challenges that those other boards don't have to face.
And you indicated there's another consultant, 180.
Yes. Workforce 180.
Yes, I've seen that name on flyers and stuff. So 180 Workforce, they're consulting who? The Workforce Development Board, they're consulting the Department of Labor. What are they consulting on?
The Workforce Development Board is who they consult with. They consult with us. So basically, WIOA and the Workforce Development Statute is a web of different rules and regulations. There's no way someone in 1 year could understand all of it, and if somebody assumes they do, then they don't understand it at all. So what they bring to the table is years of experience in navigating that program. For instance, on a regular basis, TGOs are released, which are guidance letters to the board as far as what rules and regs have changed thus far. And usually you can see those probably 4 to 5 times a year coming out at any given time. So Workforce 180 helps navigate the new rules and make sure things are in line with the old. So as a board, we can be as creative as possible, but then they come along and overlay the compliance part of it, in addition to helping move the needle forward, like you asked, as far as letting us know what's going on in the mainland and what may or may not work for the VA.
So and 180 has had contracts before. What I'm trying to get at is, at what point do we let those consultants loose? Like, in other words, we stop engaging them as a consultant to a point where we're in the position now we don't need their services. And when it comes to rules and regulations between the lawyers who are, in the for the Department of Labor, whether it be the legal counsel, our attorney general, so we should lean on them and start to look at parsing away, because some of the names are coming up over and over again, and we haven't seen any shifts. And we're giving out contracts to a person from the outside. I just read an article from 2019 about the concern about the construction industry, and here we are, where we are also participating in just the status quo. You have a board of a number of individuals from various sectors that the governor appointed to consult on the development of the plan, and now we have a consultant that we're engaging over project management, that's ICF. Then we have 180 who's engaging on consulting on rules, which I don't know at this point why you would still need them to consult on rules when in fact between the lawyers for Department of Labor, the Attorney General, and even engaging the U.S. Department of Labor itself for technical assistance directly. We have to get away. We have to get away from that. Yeah, we have to.
I could definitely answer that. I mean, because I'll phrase it in these terms, just like the legislative body has legal counsel, I don't think any of you would approve or move legislation forward without having a legal counsel review it. Those are specialized skills. Now, if we say we're going to have attorneys like at the Department of Labor or even the Attorney General get involved, they already have full-time jobs. They already have full-time duties. WIOA and navigating those rules and regs, that's a specific niche. WIOA is an actual business. Now, as to why they're still around, well, the longer they stay, the longer they'll be here because they have so much historic information. And when you have boards that change over every few years, the individuals coming in, if they were to be starting from scratch, that would be a disaster. So that's why these consultants are so sticky when it comes to the Virgin Islands, because we shift around individuals and we shift around knowledge and brain trust. So every few years, somebody comes in, doesn't know anything, and they're starting from scratch. But who's holding all of that information? Those same consultants. So it is a business, and I understand exactly where you're coming from. But to some extent, it is a necessary evil to keep things rolling and not cause bigger issues down the line. Now, I get where you're coming from, but WIOA is a lot more complex than just saying having an attorney read a few logs or a few TGOs and figure that they have it understood.
So, Mr. Carter, for your awareness, it was legislated quite a long time ago. The Attorney General's office, right, by law, is responsible through its assistant attorney generals to assist every board and commission that exists in this government. They all do have full-time jobs, but part of their responsibility, as will be assigned by the Attorney General, would be to assist with regulations as it pertains to those entities. And also, I know that the Department of Labor, whether it's through training and through various conferences that that's attended and through training of their own staff through professional development, they would be able to ensure that full-time staff who are in the position of serving in that legal capacity could do the work. Moving on now to UVI, Dr. Hall. And thank you for the presentation concerning, especially the focus on agriculture. Dr. Hall, a number of my constituents are farmers, a number of them on St. Croix, even others in other parts of the territory, amongst the St. Thomas as well. And a lot of the concerns that farmers have, and this is kind of a common concern, where they're really asking that the University of the Virgin Islands assist them more, in some ways, some cases resources, but also in technical assistance. What ways through this, the development of the agriculture program, our redeveloping agriculture, how do you see UVI really fitting in to really assist on a much more, a greater scale, assisting the farmers in our territory?
Well, thank you, Senator, for that question. First of all, as I indicated in my testimony, because of the School of Agriculture and the funding that we've received from this body to create it, we will now have much more expertise that the farmers can benefit from than we had before. And we have had, and I'm not going to in any way downplay the people who have been with us, but we have now hired 4 different individuals with strong expertise in a lot of different areas, and we will be hiring some more that will be available for the farming community. So that's one way, that it's just having more people, having more expertise. Second, some of that technical advice is going to be provided through the certificate programs that we have now developed that didn't exist before. The certificate programs, even more so than the degree programs, are aimed at existing farmers. And they are being fashioned in such a way that a person can do them in a short period of time. So we're not asking farmers to commit to a long degree in order to improve what they're doing, but it may be 2 courses for the certificate, and we will certainly design them in a way that will better address their needs. Going back to Senate President Fred Gregory's question, I am co-chairing with the Commissioner of Agriculture the development of the agriculture plan. And one of the things we are doing now, number one, is surveying all farmers about their needs and about what is standing in the way of them being more productive. We're also conducting town halls on all 3 islands in addition to the information we get from the survey, to talk to them face to face about what their needs are. And so I think through the development of this plan, this will probably be the most systematic approach we've ever taken to hear directly from the farming community about what their needs are. And once we have that information, we can better direct the the resources that exist within UVI. But I hope when I come to present the plan, or myself and the commissioner come to present the plan, that we could also be indicating to this body how the territory can also provide those needs that maybe UVI can't at this particular time. So I think this is an opportunity because of the new School of Agriculture where we can provide more to the farming community, and we definitely want to. But I also think through the development of the new plan, agriculture plan, that we will have a better, a more systematic sense of what the farmers really feel they need.
Thank you for that, and I do want to say that UVI has also made outreach to this body, inviting us senators to a focus group. I participated, and then as well as it's a bright light, so that's really good to hear, and I know that the commitment of UVI, so it's really refreshing to hear that. I also just wanted to follow up with you about the marine industry. Another set of constituents and concerns are students themselves that I've interacted over the last few years over the marine science program courses being offered on the St. Croix campus. As we move forward with increasing the participation of students in the marine industry, are there any plans to also have courses on St. Croix so that students who want to remain on St. Croix can?
There is I would say, an aspiration, but I wouldn't go as far as to say there's a plan right now. And the reason is that in order to really offer the courses that are going to be meaningful to students, it has to be as a part of a marine science center, because that's what's really offered here that is different. The students can take diving classes, they can do research around coral reefs, etc., and they're doing it out of a facility. Unfortunately, we do not have that type of facility on St. Croix. There was a major plan that was being developed between the National Park Service, the university, and the government to create such a facility at Salt River. I think that project has gotten stalled, and I'm not aware of any movement in that direction. We do have within UVI some property, some oceanfront properties, Sugden, and we have a vision to try to develop a maritime industry program on that site, which would be a nice opportunity for marine science courses and degree programs to be offered as well. But that is going to, of course, take significant funding in order to bring that about. So it's more aspirational now, because in order to offer what the students actually need, we need the facility to be in place.
And thank you for putting that on the record. Thank you very much, Dr. Hall. And my final inquiry for this round is to Ms. Gerard Chant. Thank you very much for your testimony and your presentation. Also really quite refreshing. Ms. Gerard, can you just place on the record any efforts or any that you'd want to share in terms of any challenges or interactions that you would just like to place on the record concerning moving forward and just a reiteration of the support that you would like to receive in order to assist you with your apprenticeship program or program?
Absolutely. With the crisis, we submitted our application in October, November of 2019. And with the shutdown in March of 2020, having received nothing and telephone and email, and I finally corralled someone's cell phone number and was able to reach Ms. Boyce, who indicated that we had been approved prior to the shutdown. We didn't get that letter until December. And so now, and then of course we had shut down. So now as we're starting to restart, we've just received an invitation to a group meeting, which I think is scheduled for week after next with the Department of Labor. So understanding the processes and getting that all in place is going to be really helpful, and having a liaison person to work with is going to be very important. One of the challenges we've identified our NCCER certified master instructor. We're negotiating to get him on board, and then our facility will have to be also certified. The organization will have to be certified. But, you know, in doing all of this, identifying trainers and then being able to hire trainers is the big challenge for this. So I'm hopeful that as we learn more about I always mess it up, the ICF contract, that there is outreach to work with existing organizations to help us build capacity, because we're here, we're not going anywhere. And that they will partner with us, and that some of that $5, $6, $7, $8, $9 million will trickle up to organizations that have been doing what we do on a shoestring. And just for the record, you know, one of our young men, we never recruited, we never got anybody through the Department of Labor except our summer interns, and they were great. But we at one point had over 12 young people in the program post Hurricane Maria. Adjudicated young men, people that were basically on the street, and we managed a pretty good success rate over a 24-month period, because it takes that long to develop trust, develop the relationship, teach them, you know, that you got to walk in the door on time. It's not a 6-week program. We kept our people on long because the funding we received was to pay them in addition to training them. So not only did we train them, but they started at minimum wage, then then minimum wage changed and went up to 10, and they got the big hike. And 2 of them, by the time they left last March, were in the $15 an hour range. Both of whom, by the way, are, employable, but not necessarily wanting to work for somebody. So now we're working with them on getting their licenses so they can become self-employed. So it's the young men we work with here in Frederiksted, we're located less than 200 yards from Lagoon. I stop and have a beer with the guys sometimes in the market. And so we're right here. So they literally walk in the door. And it requires an investment into building the whole human being. Certification is phenomenal, but if we don't invest, we've actually hired psychologists to work with our young people, especially around anger issues. We've brought in experts to work around interpersonal communication, because all they deal with is the vibe. And I didn't understand that, right? They cut the gray hair off the other day, but I didn't get it. But where we're getting young people from different neighborhoods, as far as Williams Delight, as close as Lagoon, there are cultural and social issues that, as a training institution, we have to develop the capacity to do. And because we're community-based, because volunteers could come in the door, we were able to provide the support. And we're really proud. We've only, when I say lost, we've only lost 2. One who only lasted 3 days, and one who probably we could get back. when we restart. But all the rest of them are gainfully employed. So we're we've done a good job with a little bit, and we just hope, Commissioner Malloy, give me a call. I left my phone number. That ICF will work with those of us that are already here on the ground to build our capacity.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And I think that commentary is well received, because I think as we look at the window net wider support for the grassroots, it's going to really be important that we engage as much as we can, have individuals take part in the application process, and especially those who are really working with us, because a lot of the persons from the outside are not going to have the cultural competencies. We shouldn't necessarily expect them necessarily to. And so we should really look to those who are in the weeds, those who are engaging our young people, young adults. So that then will the final round of questioning. I'll just move into 3-minute rounds. Senator Potter. Senator Potter.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. My question is to, okay. Sorry about that. I got a little.
I saw you. Sorry.
To CEO Biggs of the EDA. And I know I just want to commend CEO Biggs for the Vision 2040 plan. I was very impressed by the quality and caliber of the plan. I specifically, as it relates to the agriculture initiative and our push towards diversifying our economy through the infusion of agribusiness and agriculture. I know that historically that is not a new concept. We've always talked about diversifying our economy by having a sincere push towards agriculture. My question really is, what makes this plan different this time around? What makes this push towards the Vision 2040, whereby agriculture is now going to be, we're going to make a big push towards making it a part of our economy, a sustainable part of our economy. Is the EDA just the author of the plan, or is there going to be a move towards the EDA ensuring that all of the players are in place and we're cohesively pushing towards making the plan a reality? What is different about this go round regarding this push towards making agriculture a bigger part of our economy?
Yeah, good afternoon, Senator. Lots of questions, I think, built in there. So let me try to give you a few answers. One is, again, this plan is community-based. And when we did the surveys, agriculture rated #1 on St. Croix, St. Thomas, St. John, and even with persons in the diaspora. So one is, I think, there's a big community push, not only from the think tank, but also from the community and the community-based responses that we received in. So that's why we built in creating this agribusiness and expanding the agribusinesses as a portion of GDP. We intend to be the stewards of the plan. We were the ones who were tasked with authoring the plan and developing the plan. The plan does call for various task force to be set up. We're working with the governor's office now to do that. We don't have jurisdiction over all the areas that are required for implementing the plan. So we're talking with the governor in reference to how do we move towards implementation, how do we get the task force set up? And I'll say the governor really wants to push this plan forward. So I think the big difference is we have full community buy-in in regard to the need for agriculture. We have buy-in from the administration, and I think we also have buy-in from the Senate and the responses and the feedback I've gotten from the 34th legislature. So I think there's a need to do this. We have began also looking at ways that we can push agriculture. So as you are aware, we've done a feasibility study in reference to setting up an agro-processing plant in both enterprise zones, the Frederick State Enterprise Zone and the Savannah Downstreet Enterprise Zones. We've had conferences with farmers and fishers, national, I'm going to call them national conferences, but I guess territorial conferences would be the best way to do it on both islands in regard to that. And we've also even contracted it with an agronomist to try to work with farms to see how we can increase yield. So there's a big push from our side in regard to that and a push from the community. So I think that's the major difference in regard to that. And that agronomist has already been visiting farms on St. Thomas and also will be visiting farms on St. Croix to assist the farmers in increasing yield.
I feel great about this situation right now too. I think everything is really aligned. UVI also has the agriculture program in place right now, so it seems like a perfect storm where if we really focus our efforts and our energies in a sustained manner, I am really optimistic that we can see some positive results. I mean, we need to put a dent on the 98% of the foods that we have to import here in the territory. So thank you very much for that, CEO Biggs. The next question is, last evening as I was driving home, I made a stop at a local business that I patronize, and she's a small business owner out in the eastern end of the island who's been rocked really by COVID-19 like many other businesses, struggling with, the high WAPA bill. Her cry and plea to me was, Senator Potter, what can be done regarding some sort of small business initiative package or incentive package for small businesses who have been the backbone of this economy for so many years? The perception is that new business who we're trying to lure here in the territory, with attractive EDC incentives, they come and they go, but the small businesses who've been here forever are sort of just left vulnerable, lurking in the wind. Is there a EDC program that targets small businesses, a small business incentive package or initiative for new businesses, new small businesses, as well as existing small businesses?
Yeah, let me explain a couple of things in regard to that, if you'll indulge me for a few seconds. I mean, one is yes. The short answer is yes. There is a EDC small business program. So there are programs for small businesses. The difference is that the small business program is tend to be geared towards manufacturers. Nobody who works in a retail environment receives EDC benefits, and the EDC program. Really, the only benefit the EDC companies receive is that income that's sourced here in the territory, but from outside of the territory, with the exception of the resorts that we build. So, for instance, if a hedge fund manager is here and they're managing a hedge fund portfolio, we provide a 90% reduction on the monies from outside of the territory. If they have clients that are in the territory, they pay full taxes on that portion of income that is generated from within the territory. So it's really money that was not in the territory that's coming into the territory that we're reducing taxes on. So I think that's the big thing. The next thing is there's this misnomer that retail establishments such as Main Street, St. Thomas, receive EDC benefits. None of those entities receive EDC benefits. No supermarkets receive EDC benefits. So, I mean, I just think there's some misunderstanding. We do have a couple entities in our small business program. Again, they tend to be mostly manufacturing. Manufacturers can qualify because they do wholesaling. So they get the reduction on their wholesale income, but they don't get it on their retail income. So, again, I think it's some understanding on how the program works. I would imagine that we can provide some sort of incentive based on maybe the amount of employees you have. I mean, we have programs for entities located in the enterprise zone. Based on the amount of workers you have, you do get tax credit for establishing a business in the enterprise zone or employing individuals in the enterprise zone. So I think there are some tax credit programs that could be available, and I would be happy to speak to this individual if they want to give us a call. You can call us at 714-1700, and we'll see wherever we can assist them. If they're in a restaurant business or some other business that's been affected by COVID, I would strongly recommend that they look at the SBA restaurant program that's now being rolled out, and also the SBA PPP program, the Paycheck Protection Program, because that's money that could be available that would not have to be repaid if it's used correctly. So again, we'd like to provide some assistance to that individual, and if they call the office, we'll guide them along as best we can.
Thank you very much for that, CEO Biggs. Just one final question, if I may, Madam Chair. Is there, and you spoke about the existing programs and you made some clarification as to how the programs work. Is there conceivably a room or is there a space where we may need to rethink or reconsider a special incentive package offered by the EDC? I know it will require a change in the law, but is there something that would you be open to some dialogue as to a special incentive package that can be developed for a similar type structure as the EDC program for the larger business for smaller local businesses? Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the extra time.
Madam Chair, can I respond to that?
Yeah, go ahead. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, definitely we're always open to dialogue, to anything that can help entrepreneurs and small businesses. We're open to dialogue. In the 33rd legislature, there were some programs that we were working on with the legislature to help small businesses. Unfortunately, we found that those funds could not be used in the manner we had anticipated, or the legislature had anticipated. So that program was shelved, but we're happy to speak at any time and provide some insights and some guidance in reference to programs to assist small businesses here in the territory, and also entrepreneurs, and really to encourage innovation. I mean, that's something that we're trying to do now, is really encourage innovation, whether it be creating apps or doing a variety of other things for small businesses.
Thank you. And just as a follow-up to you, Mr. Biggs, I thank you very much for your openness and even your open door policy. I can't speak to having a meeting with you, and with that, I think with our constituents who are small business would be, maybe perhaps we can convene a meeting. I have a number of constituents as well, farmers and the like, who would like more information, and we can see how we can, by case, see how we can assist. And so to that end, I look forward to a lot of the challenges that I'm aware of is the application process, sometimes, things of that nature. So if we can do the best we can to assist our small businesses. Senator Violet.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I'm hearing, just listening to the discussion and just thinking about the various federal funds that are out there to assist our small business community and the need for individuals to apply for those funds. And I'm also thinking that we are hindered so much sometimes by lack of documentation. And there's really a need for small businesses to make sure that they document what they do on a regular basis, so that when these programs become available, they have the requisite documentation, and that would make them eligible. Because there have been instances in which you could qualify under the payroll protection plan, but there were businesses paying the employees in cash. So they no longer qualified for that particular instance. And we need to begin to be honest in the Virgin Islands about what is taking place. You're paying all your employees in cash, and then you try to apply for the PPP program, and you're denied because you don't have any record of payroll that you're paying or the funds that you're missing. So they have lost significant funds, and then you come now to the central government and say, well, can you help us? But in fact, you are not paying your fair share from the very beginning. And I'm hoping that what we have gone through in the last year with the pandemic teaches, or at least allow us to recognize the importance of sufficient documentation. There have been small business owners in various fields, whether it's contractors or et cetera, who only file a portion of what they actually make. And when they go to the unemployment office now and they were saying we're only making $30,000 a year, but in fact you're making 70, 80,000, the tax return says 30. So your compensation is based on what you were filing all the time. You know, and I think, Mr. Malloy, these are instances in which we need to make it teaching moments, and we need to encourage individuals to file their fair share, because if the school lunch worker making $27,000 have to pay a fair share of income tax, et cetera, and the custodian making $27,000, there's no reason why the business person can't, as much as possible, file what they're really making. That was off on a next tangent. Are you agree, Mr. Malloy, or are you having some of those issues?
Yes, we are on the unemployment side, and that's a major problem as well on the tax side. And we will have some suggestions in how to move forward very shortly.
Okay, and I would like for us to get that message out, because it's very important on your side and them getting benefits, and it's very important for the existence of this very government, because government is based on taxes. That is what we are able to provide services. Mr.
We
Biggs.
often see that, Senator, if I can interrupt just real quickly, we see that when they're applying for financing or applying for bonding in programs. So we have that issue also on our side.
Time.
And I really don't think that people understand how in the impact that this is having on their ability at times to remain solvent. You know, everything isn't going to be pristine or perfect conditions forever. And the same thing goes, individuals paying the income tax who are self-employed. You're working for X amount of years and you refuse to pay any Social Security, and then the day hit that you reach 65 and you didn't pay in Social Security for X amount of years, and then you become literally a ward of the government. You know, we have to have an education program where we need to educate individuals as to the importance of these various programs and the impact that it has on their lives futuristically. Mr. Biggs, how the Clean Kitchen going for St. Croix? What's the status? I know that's for a lot of self-employed individuals. I'm hoping that we can be able to expand their ability to cash in. How is that going?
Yeah, that's working. I mean, that's moving its way through. We've identified the potential of 2 buildings here in Frederickstead, government buildings that will require some renovation. So we're trying to get some additional grant money to move that project forward. But we are moving forward with the processing plant and Clean Kitchen. So that has been, you know, an assistance to us, and we're trying to get some additional grants from the USEDA to complete that project.
And it would be a win for the individuals, and the fact that we're locating it in the town of Frederickstead would be a win for that particular jurisdiction. Dr. Hall, in reference to the medical school, have we had any thought about a partnership agreement with a university that already have a present medical school and would like to expand?
We've certainly had those discussions, but we are making some good progress, and we should be coming out with an announcement soon about a gift to the medical school. And so we will always have some partners on the mainland to work with us, but we're getting some good momentum behind the school. We brought the team back to start looking towards a application in the future, and I look forward to updating this body soon on what our plans are. But I'm much more optimistic now than I have been for some time.
Okay, and that's also with the accreditation process for the medical school?
Yes, we are. We have Dr. Sachs is back with us. He is pulling the team together, and we are aiming presently. There's still some things we have to do, but we're looking to reapply in November for LCMP accreditation, and I will certainly brief the Senate President and you and others on what our development plans are.
Okay, I'm really, really looking forward to that. That again, it would be job generation. The Simulation Center, Dr. Hall, how is that coming? I see them working on the building on a regular basis. How is that coming? And that's also a job generator.
Good. Our target date is to open that in early fall. September is our target date for completion of the building, and we want to open it a month after that. We have a full-time director already on board. She is setting up contracts and teaching opportunities. So that one does not depend on LCN accreditation. So this year, 2021, there will be a medical simulation center by operation.
Okay, that is very good news, and I think the community need to know that that simulation center would have the ability to train EMS, to train doctors, surgeons, etc. So it's a great opportunity for St. Croix if it is marketed right. I see our Senate President have returned, so I will stop my questions there.
That's correct.
Thank you so much. I had more though.
Senator Fred Gregory.
Madam Chair. Very quickly, on page 6 of the Department of Labor's testimony, they spoke specifically about the Virtual Work Readiness Program. And it's a program where they partner with the Department of Human Services for at-risk students. And just recently, I had a conversation with one of the judges here, and they were very concerned that their students or the individuals that come before them, let's just keep it that way, that come before them, young people, they try to assist them with summer jobs or jobs on the whole, and they've not been successful. They encourage them to apply for these programs, and they don't ever get a call back. So my question for the Department of Labor is, how are you collaborating with the court system as well as with the Department of Education with regards to these at-risk youth? Because I see the age group starts at age 14.
Thank you for that, Senator. We've been in direct contact with both judges in both districts of family court, and I'll have Director Sebastian talk a little more about we've already been in direct contact with their offices to make sure that we get the listing, and I've already started making contact with some of those individuals, those that we can reach, and we might have to reach back out to them to help us get in contact with some individuals that we cannot reach.
So you're saying that you're improving because this is what has occurred in the past. I'm not making this up. So you're saying that it's improving, or you're working to improve the situation.
We had direct discussions with both judges in family court in both districts, and
so there's an improvement.
Listings from them.
I'm just asking. We got to acknowledge: is it an improvement over what has happened? Let's say last summer, or last period, last quarter. Is it an improvement?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I want to hear because the issues are real. Now, let's talk about your 2021 Summer Youth Employment Work Experience Program. How many applicants on average do you get?
Director Sebastian, please.
Director Sebastian, we usually get over close to 800 to 900 applications.
And how many students, and how many are you actually able to hire?
Well, this year we have a budget to hire over 800 students.
So your application period has passed?
Our application period for priority consideration was April 23rd.
So your application period has passed?
For priority consideration, we'll still accept applications if we have additional slots, because students may refuse the offer.
How many applications you had this year?
How much applications we've had?
Correct.
And the deadline, 23rd, we had 855 applications, I think.
So if those 855 individuals qualify, you'll be able to hire them?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I'm interested in finding out, that they'll be able to get the requisite opportunities. I think my time has been called. I did have one question for...
I just wanted to put on record that we are contacting students, so the process has started.
Okay, great. Okay, I'm going to leave that alone. I could have a sidebar on that. So let's go back to workforce development and the Vision 2040. Of course, there's a lot of discussion around workforce development and where we're going. And I'm very interested in finding out, because like I said earlier, we're not short on programs. We are short on execution for a myriad of reasons. Federal challenges, the ability to set up the necessary processes, etc. But how are you working with the various entities that are impacted by this whole workforce development opportunity, as far as the Department of Health, the Department of Education, the Department of Human Services, the Department of Labor, etc.? The workforce development is being driven by the EDA currently, CEO Biggs?
I apologize, Senator, but you're going in and out, and I didn't understand, or I didn't hear the question. I apologize.
I was asking if you are leading the 2040 plan. I know you guys were the ones that rolled it out. Yeah, there's a lot of feedback on this, and I'm not sure. Huh?
Yeah, we're the steward of the plan, and we're sort of assisting in coordinating different agencies' responses. But again, the governor is going to really tie a task force together to start to implement the plan. If you look at
let me ask it a little differently. Let me ask the question a little differently. So I'm sure that you're familiar with SEDS, right?
Right.
This how SEDS looks. So is this going to be very similar to how the collaboration occurred between the various departments and agencies and SEDS?
Yeah, I mean, we collaborated with SEDS also on the Tourism Master Plan. We collaborated with the Plan for the Blue Economy. But most of the individuals who sat on SEDS also sat on our steering committee. So the plan's pretty much aligned. So when the SEDS is released, I think you're going to see a lot of things in the SEDS that moves you towards the vision. The SEDS is sort of the working plan that gets you to the vision. And I like to indicate also that the Vision 2040 plan is not a permanent plan, which means we may have to pivot from time to time as circumstances change, but it is visionary and it moves us into a direction into jobs of the future.
All right. My time has been called, so I don't want to abuse my time with the chair. So we'll have I'll have a follow-up discussion with you around my primary concerns, and I guess with the Labor Commissioner and the lead of the workforce development at a later time. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair. Thank you for the leeway.
Thank you. Senator Giddens?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to all. Quickly on the summer employment, Ms. Sebastian, I think it is the director.
Yes.
Yes. The summer employment, now you might have answered some of these questions already, but I stepped off the floor. What's the tenure of the summer employment? How long?
We have a 5 weeks work experience for the in-school and out of school. We have our internship program for college juniors and seniors. That's an 8 weeks program. And for 14 and 15-year-old, we have a 4 weeks per expiration program.
8 and 4 weeks? And you said you have somewhere around 8,
5 and 4.
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
8, 5, and 4.
8, 5
weeks.
8,
paid work
5, and 4 weeks.
college.
Okay. Eventually, we'll be doing this in person because it's real hard to to hear the responses. But I think you said 8 weeks, 5 weeks, and 4 weeks, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and you have 850 something applications. That's territory wide?
That's territory-wide, correct.
How many applications were you expecting or that you would have been able to handle?
800 plus. I think it was 800 and about 850 based on the budget we have.
Based on the funding you have?
Correct.
So you're at your max, you would say, at this time?
Yes.
And what's the breakdown per district?
It's breakdown evenly half.
Even in half?
Yes. When we budget the money, it's breaking down half for St. Croix and half for St. Thomas.
Okay.
Now those placement numbers could change based on the applications we received in each district.
Okay, and when do you expect this to begin, the program?
We anticipate our first set of students we're trying to get our first set of students to be out May 24th and ongoing.
May 24th.
So right, process of selecting and contacting the students and preparing the podiums.
Excellent. And that's the part that I want to hear because oftentimes we find ourselves having these youngsters work the entire program and then they're still waiting for a check to be cut. We're on top of that where we're processing all these different things so that we can reduce the possibility of them having to wait a month or two to be paid, correct?
Yes, we're doing everything on our end, and that's why we had the application deadline, so we can ensure that we get time to process all these podiums.
Thank you.
That's over 600 podiums after process.
Thank you. Commissioner Malloy, the employees, I believe, one of your units that's supposed to be closing down that was assigned to the third-party fiduciary, those employees, are we in position to reassign those employees elsewhere in government, or will there be an outright layoff?
Thank you for that. Thank you for that question, Senator. Those are the employees that are affected in our workforce development division that's tied to the new one-stop operator once the board of the Virgin Islands Workforce Development Board finalizes the contract. Those employees, those affected employees, we've had meetings with them, government personnel, their unions, and we had discussions with them preparing their resumes to discuss, to apply for any vacancies in the Department of Labor or any other government agency. So that is ongoing, and that's why we've been losing individuals within that division because individuals are making that decision. We do not and cannot give official notice until the contract is signed and we know that the one-stop operator is coming in. The tough part of this is that we're still expected to deliver the services and requirements by the U.S. Department of Labor and meet those benchmarks. So we're still working with the skeleton crew and doing the best that we can to follow through until that contract is executed.
I am truly hopeful that there will be a smooth transition for these employees as we've had this discussion for quite some time now. I thought that this would have already taken place, but here it is, I want to say more than a year later. We're still here, but I wanted to hear something more solid that these employees will be taken care of and will be able to be transferred somewhere else in government. With all the vacancies that we've been hearing about and no hiring going on, hopefully the transition will be smooth. So I'll be asking for an update on that as this, when is the program slated to be closed?
Well, Senator, that is based on the negotiations with the final contract with the Workforce Development Board. That's the challenge for us, because we can only give awareness based on those individuals that have negotiated collective bargaining agreements. And so their placement would not be a transfer. They would literally be applying and going through the process for finding positions that are available within the other government entities that align within their same pay band, pay grade, and then that is how the process would work. They would get on the eligibility listing for that position, and then that's how it would work. So there's a lot that the employee has to do on their part to be able to continue the process. But like you mentioned, those vacancies are available in other agencies.
Madam Chair,
just to help with the process, because I want us to kind of close off, would it be possible for you to, through this committee, because as we have everyone, of course, asking for documentation, you send it to us, we distribute it, so that we can be clear on this process, and any information be sent to the committee. There's some statutory requirements, some others. Send it to us so we can get the information, so we can move this information forward. As it's been indicated, it's a long-standing issue, but also I want to move this process along as we conclude today.
But just before we conclude, Madam Chair, if I could have some clarity from the Commissioner, through the Chair to the Commissioner, these employees that we're talking about are full-time government employees, correct?
Full-time career service government employees within the collective bargaining unit, within the classified service, yes.
Exactly. So it's not like they're like on a 2-year core contract or a 4-year core contract. So that's why I wanted the clarity, because I heard you said it's not really a transfer, but they have to outright apply. And I'm saying that if these are career service employees that nothing to do with their fault, that this program is closing down and it is our responsibility to find somewhere else for them to go, then it could be and should be a transfer to some other agency, of course, something that they qualify for. But when I have to hear that, they have to apply like anybody else, etc., that's a true concern. And hopefully the unions will be working with management to ensure that they look out for the well-being of their membership. Thank you. Hopefully, once we get the plan, Madam Chair, that we'll be able to see that those employees will be made whole and not be out on a limb. Thank you. Thank you for your response, Commissioner and Director.
Thank you. So I want to thank each and every one of you for your testimonies today. This is not the last, of course. I would like to, one final question. We did have a question that I did want to ask Dr. Hall. One question that came to us was concerning the nursing program, the availability for courses at night. Right now, most of the courses for the nursing program is during the daytime. Are any provisions being made for evening courses?
None that I'm aware of, Senator. The nursing program is a full-time program, and therefore the way the curriculum is structured, it is something that a student can't take on a part-time basis. And I can certainly inquire of our Dean of Nursing as to whether there is some flexibility, but a student couldn't participate in that program taking it only at night. So there would always be some day courses, even if there is an occasional night course. It is a full-time day program. For us to move to having a night program, we would then, of course, need additional faculty and additional clinical sites for that to happen.
Thank you. And to Commissioner Malloy, for the summer students, is there a plan to employ direct deposit? Especially as we are now in 2021, is there a plan to employ direct deposit to shift away from the paper checks? Can we shift? Are we shifting?
I would have to check the short-term nature of their term. What might be the issue, but we have the capability to do that. But again, it might be the short-term nature and the program. It might be the paper check system. I'll have to check with the Department of Finance about that.
Okay, so I can work with you on that because that's something that I endeavored to do. And I also recently was aware of a short-term process whereby there was a one-time ACH payment. So I know that's very possible. So we've come to the end of today. Again, thank you for your testimonies. At this time, I'll allow the lead person for each agency to provide closing words, closing points as we finish out today. Thank you. Mr. Malloy, starting with you.
I just want to thank you for the opportunity to testify, provide testimony before this committee on workforce development. Just to let you know, there's an awful lot going on within the Department of Labor within this space. We are being as aggressive as we can to be able to help move and to flip the coin from unemployment and to help the workforce development pendulum keep swinging within this community. I just like to thank my staff. Again, a special condolences to the family of Nishan Abbas, who has been really instrumental in working with us throughout this process. Thank you for the opportunity.
The CEO Biggs.
You did.
Mr. Biggs, you're on mute.
You're on mute.
Sorry about that. Just want to say thank you for the opportunity to talk about Vision 2040, to talk about workforce and educational development as we move towards the workforce 20 years out, but also to highlight the collaboration that we're doing with the Department of Labor, with UVI, with the Workforce Investment Board, and with other stakeholders, whether they be private or nonprofit entities. We're showing that we're collaborating in this community. It is a community-based plan, and we look forward to implementing. We really believe that this plan can change the direction of the territories that pertains to economic development. But also we believe that with all the federal monies coming in, that the VI can really have a renaissance if we plan and use that money well. Again, I want to thank my staff for the continuous work they do, similar to the Department of Labor. We have not missed any days as a result of COVID. We've been working throughout. So again, I want to say, my appreciation to staff for doing the people's business. And then finally, let me say, Madam Chair, a happy belated birthday. I understand the birthday was yesterday, so let me wish you a happy birthday in regard to that too. And everybody have a nice weekend. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Carty?
Yes, good afternoon, everybody. Again, Michael Carty, Chair of the Workforce Development Board. Thank you for the invite, and thank you for all the comments and other testimony. I've learned a lot, and I gained a lot from being in this group of very qualified and credentialed individuals. I also would like to say a happy Mother's Day to all the mothers and to my mother over this weekend. I know she's probably watching or listening. To that point, you realize that I push a lot of the trades because I know how valuable it is. I know how life-changing it can be. I am a strong advocate and strong proof of that. Probably the only individual on this panel that used a trade to evolve to where I am at right now. Mom, I know I didn't get the degree, but realize I took that trade and spun it into 2 different businesses that I've employed over 100 Virgin Islanders, and I'm here sitting before this Senate body today as the chair of the Workforce Development Board. So realize that I didn't take the path that we both thought I would, but I took the path and I took notes along the way to be able to share those notes with Virgin Islanders that may be taking a similar path. So I thank everybody, thank for all the great dialogue, and I look forward to collaborating with you moving forward into the future.
Thank you. Dr. Hall?
I want to thank the committee for giving me and all of us an opportunity to come and update you, and I hope our presence here has been helpful. I want to emphasize that the university stands ready to serve this territory in whatever way it can, and that is at the heart of our mission, and we will continue to do that. I also would like the body to know that, especially this committee focused on workforce development, that in my 12 years as president of the university, I've seen more collaboration and coordination around workforce development and economic development in the territory than I've seen before. And I want to give a shout out to the director of the Office of Disaster Recovery, who has brought a lot of us together on a consistent basis to try to move this process forward. So I know there are gaps. I know we're not doing everything we should, but this body should know that people are working, trying to move this issue forward and doing it because we care about the people of this territory. And so we will continue to do that, and the university will always be at the table and always willing to be of service. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Gerard?
Good afternoon, and thank you for inviting us to this convening, and thank you to all who are doing the hard work to try and make this happen. There are great opportunities. There are tremendous young men and women in our community who just need the hand up, not the handout. And it's inspiring to see them as they flourish with the support from the various agencies and communities. So thank you, and I'm here if anybody needs to talk or to come and see our facility. Thank you.
Thank you, and I did appreciate my staff, and I came down to see you and to see the tour, the youth art, congratulate those students, and thank you for all the work that you do. And Senator Giddens, you had a point of personal privilege? Point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before I give the point of personal privilege, Ms. Gerard, you're going to be in trouble just now. I'm still waiting for your call.
Okay, I got it. I have the number. Okay.
Thanks.
Sorry.
That said, I just wanted to wish all the mothers within my voice happy Mother's Day. Those of you testifying that are mothers, colleagues, staff, and everyone viewing and listening that are mothers, I wish you a blessed Mother's Day this weekend. Be safe. And those of you that still have your moms around, I encourage you to be active with them this weekend. Show your love, express your love, all you can do. Thank you. Happy Mother's Day.
Thank you. What a wonderful way to end this hearing. So the Committee on Education and Workforce Development stands and is adjourned. Thank you again, and have a good weekend. Take care, everyone.